I am lying in the hospital room right now. I have some health problems. It's not a big deal, but I am dying. It's really terrible. I don't know which wicked person called all my girlfriends at this time. My goodness, I was already dying, and looking at this Shura scene in front of me, I suddenly felt that I should die. Living is also suffering. So, I made up my mind, closed my eyes, kicked my legs, and fell into darkness with crying. I thought I was dead, but suddenly, I heard a strange voice in the dark void, "Oh. This supreme handsome host, do you want a wife?" I was stunned at first, and then I was overjoyed. Could this be the legendary system? I quickly responded, "What did you say just now?" The system replied, "Great host, do you want a wife? Just ask, and I will send one to you." I secretly complained, "What kind of weird system is this, can it send a wife randomly?" But since God has given me the opportunity to live again, I must seize it. So I tentatively asked, "What types of wives are there?" The system began to introduce, "Are you losing a noble and majestic female pope wife, or a cold and charming saint wife?" I laughed, this even has options. Then the system asked again, "Excuse me, are you losing your cute princess wife or your hot and charming noble wife?" I thought to myself, only children make choices, adults of course want them all, so I said without hesitation, "I want them all, thank you." The system was silent, as if it was shocked by my operation, and then asked me, "Excuse me, host, are you polite?" I realized that I might be too greedy, so I changed my words and said, "Sorry, I am too greedy, then 3, how about 3? The system was probably angry with me, and said directly, "Because the host selection time has timed out, the target is confirmed in the random confirmation target, the beauty who brings disaster and seduces the common people, the nine-tailed demon Emperor Sujur. Select additional rewards, immaculate immortal body, the most powerful twin martial arts spirits in the ages. It is detected that a beast wants to occupy your charming demon emperor wife. She is in urgent need of your rescue, and the crossing will start immediately. Destination, Soul Martial Continent." Before I had time to complain about the system playing a trick on me about the beast love, I turned into a golden thunder, disappeared into the dark space, and came to the Soul Martial Continent. As soon as I arrived here, I saw a terrifying and ugly 3-headed dragon spitting out the dragon breath of destruction, attacking a tall and beautiful woman. The beauty was Sujur, her blue eyes were like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, white fox fur covered her curvy and hot body, 9 snow-white fox tails behind her, a pair of slender and perfect legs, bare snow-white jade feet, stepping on the ground without being stained by dust, with golden bells tied around her ankles, exuding amazing charm. There was also a seductive woman confronting her. Sujur asked her why she betrayed him, but the woman smiled and said that following the magic dragon could purify her blood and survive the catastrophe. She also mocked Sujur for living in a corner. Sujur was so angry and desperate that she was ready to self-destruct to prevent the magic dragon from succeeding. She also swore that she would serve whoever saved her as her husband. At this moment, the sky suddenly exploded, and a golden thunder descended with infinite power. The dragon was terrified, threw Meiji out, and dodged himself, but was still hit by the thunder and turned into ashes. Sujur widened her beautiful eyes and watched all this in disbelief. After the thunder dissipated, she found a baby lying at the bottom of the pit, that is, me. She picked me up, and after a long silence, she murmured to herself that this was God's will, and then touched my forehead, smiled and said, "Little guy, from now on you will be my Sujur's husband, just call me Luo Fanchen." I looked at her beautiful face up close, my heart skipped a beat, thinking, this is my demon emperor wife. It seems that it is not impossible to be a human or a soul beast. Sujur put away the special treasure in the pit and said she would raise me to adulthood. Before I could react, she hugged me tightly and gave me a face wash. She was confused and said that she didn't know what kind of person I would grow up to be in the future, and hoped that I would grow up happily and safely. After hearing this, I sighed in my heart, this is a good woman, and I secretly made a promise, if you don't let me down, I will never let you down. However, the next second, I peed. Sujur felt a chill on her chest. She was confused at first, then cried out when she saw the water stains, and slapped me angrily. My little soul rolled on the ground in embarrassment. Time flies. 16 years later, I live in Yun Village, Duchuan Province, Tsunglong Empire. One day, I carried a brown wild boar back to the village yard and shouted, "Aunt Sue, I'm back." Sujior was setting up food in the yard. When she saw me coming back, she smiled brightly and told me to wash up and try the new dishes. I looked at her hot body and sighed in my heart that she was still so attractive even though she concealed 70% of her beauty. She was indeed a nine-tailed fox of the disaster level. During the meal, Sujior asked me to call her wife when no one was around, and said that I was her child husband, and others had no chance to call me that. I smiled and said that calling her aunt sounded nice, and she said fiercely that I should try my best to protect her because there were too many people who wanted to snatch her away. I told her that I would become a soul master, the strongest in the world. Sujior picked up some food for me and said that she just wanted me to be safe and happy. I thought while eating, in the past 16 years, I have learned that the soul martial continent is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and only by awakening a powerful martial soul can one embark on the path of the strong, and tomorrow the temple will come to the village to awaken our martial souls, and I am looking forward to what kind of martial soul I will awaken. Just as I was thinking, the system suddenly came back to life. Ding! Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. The host has practiced hard day and night, and has reached the peak of body tempering, which has triggered a hidden special reward. God rewards hard work. Please claim the reward. I was delighted and checked the rewards, which included top-level comprehension, innate luck, full-level charm, and a fairy-like appearance. I secretly complained that the system was hinting that I was a scumbag, but these rewards were indeed amazing. Sujior saw me staring at her with fiery excitement and thought I was thinking about women, and said that I was weak and couldn't do it now. I was speechless. This was a big misunderstanding, but I couldn't explain it. I could only bury my head in eating and then go back to the room. Sujior was left there, thinking that I was angry and wanted to give me some sweets. I was in the room collecting my reward when a huge illusory golden dragon shadow flew from the sky and sank into my head. The golden dragon of luck filled my body, and my whole body was surrounded by precious light. My bones were crackling, my height grew taller, my mind was clear, my facial features became more handsome, and I exuded an extraordinary charm. But this movement also attracted the attention of others. The noble ladies and young girls in palace dresses 100 miles away noticed the special power. Sujior rushed into my room when she heard the noise. She was only wearing a tank top, one leg was wearing flesh-colored stockings, and the other leg was not put on. Looking at this scene, I almost had a nosebleed. She asked me what was going on in the room, and I lied to her and said it was nothing. She looked around and didn't find anything unusual, but she felt that I became more handsome, and her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. I asked her to put on her socks first, and then she realized that she was exposed, and ran out with a shy scream. I was distracted and chased her out, but was turned away. The next morning, Sujior called me to eat. There were steaming white rice porridge, fried eggs and pickles on the table. I slurped the hot porridge, thinking that it was a great thing for the Empress to make breakfast for me. Sujior laughed at my panda eyes, and I said resentfully that it was all her fault. She also flirted with me, saying that she bought me stockings of various colors. I couldn't hold it back, so I turned around and hugged her, but she dodged me and said that I would talk to her after I had achieved success in my cultivation. I pinched her and said that I would collect some interest first. She told me that I should go to the village entrance to participate in the martial arts awakening ceremony, and said that if I behaved well, she would reward me by letting me wear black stockings at night. I asked if I could overdraw in advance, but she refused. I arrived at the village square, and the temple steward Long Tao was scolding the village chief Lu Ren, saying that someone was late for awakening the martial spirit, and that we civilians couldn't awaken a good martial spirit, and were useless. When I arrived, Long Tao didn't let me take the test, and I argued with him, so he let me start awakening. The awakening of the children in front was not going well, and Long Tao was in a very bad mood, ready to pack up and leave. I boarded the hexagram formation, closed my eyes and began to awaken. After a while, the awakening array moved, and the obsidian lit up with golden light one after another, reaching 6 feet in an instant, and continued to climb. The villagers were all stunned, and Long Tao also widened his eyes, muttering, "Impossible." When the golden light rushed to a height of 9 feet, Long Tao exclaimed that this was the legendary talent of a god, but my martial spirit had not yet appeared. But I said that this was not the limit, and then the golden light broke through 9 feet and 9, reaching 10 feet, and a real dragon phantom formed behind me, making a dragon roar. Long Tao's lizard dragon martial spirit knelt directly, and he himself knelt down. At this time, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rolled, and the heavenly calamity descended. Su Jiu'er yelled at me to stop, saying that this was a forbidden martial spirit talent that would not be tolerated by heaven. But I stubbornly said that I only wanted to awaken my martial spirit and was not afraid of heavenly punishment. Su Jiu'er was ready to protect me, even at the cost of her own life. The thunder still blasted into my body, and I groaned in pain and spurted out blood, but I still exerted all my strength and finally broke through the limit, with a golden light of 10 feet. The phantom of the real dragon was completely materialized. Long Tao and the villagers all prostrated on the ground, and Su Jiu'er also rushed over to transfer soul power to me. After the heavenly punishment fell, the dark clouds dissipated, and I actually survived. Seeing this, Long Tao knelt down in front of me and begged for forgiveness. I asked him to stand up and told him that he should not forget his roots. Long Tao excitedly said that he had sent a message and someone from the temple would come to pick me up soon, and asked me to test the level of my martial spirit. I walked to the bronze pillar and injected my soul power. The bronze pillar first shone with 9 colors, and then a mysterious and noble black and gold color rose, and it shone with 10 colors. When everyone was shocked, the space was broken, and the temple's son Huang Yan and the 4 priests appeared. After Long Tao introduced me, Huang Yan showed disdain and asked me to release my martial spirit. I showed my true dragon martial spirit, but it turned into a small black loach, and everyone was dumbfounded. I was also confused, but I still stretched out my left hand and showed my 6-petal green lotus martial spirit. Long Tao shouted that this was a twin martial spirit, but the 4th priest thought that plant martial spirits were the weakest, saying that my twin martial spirits were useless, not as good as vines, and not worth cultivating. Huang Yan also showed off his top-level 9th grade martial spirit and twin martial spirits. Before the 4th priest took him away, he threw me a bottle of dragon blood. Long Tao asked me what happened to my martial spirit, and I said that it might have been destroyed by thunder. He felt sorry for me, and the villagers shook their heads and sighed. Su Jiu'er was full of worry. But I smiled heartily. Even if you are born an ant, what difference does it make? Remember not to underestimate yourself. Even if your life is as thin as paper, you should still have an unyielding heart. Weak yet still strong, never lose the ambition to soar to the sky. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears, and they were all moved after understanding its meaning. Su Jiu'er stared blankly at Luo Fanchen, who had gone through so many things but was still smiling freely and carefreely. Her heart beat for the 2nd time. Long Tao trembled all over. These words went straight to his soul and touched his heart. He had always been self-deprecating just because of his commoner background. Does he have the indomitable spirit and ambition? If he had, he would have gone further. The noble lady in palace dress who was secretly paying attention here couldn't help but change color on her cold and delicate face after hearing these words. Is this something a young man who has just failed can say? Such an extraordinary character, such a strong heart, is too amazing. As for the extremely beautiful young girl next to the noble lady, her beautiful eyes were sparkling with a strange light as she looked at the banished young immortal in the field. Ding! Be calm in the face of praise or criticism, and watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of you with a smile. The host is determined and comprehends the heart of the strong on his own, stimulating hidden special rewards. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Please claim your reward. When Luo Fanchen heard the voice, his mind moved, and he displayed his martial soul information and received the reward at the same time. The most powerful beast spirit of all time, Chaos Ancestral Dragon. It is said that the original true dragon existed before the beginning of chaos, the first ancestor of the dragon race, the leader of all beasts. After the true spirit was extinguished, it turned into the host's martial soul by chance. Upgrade it and you will create an invincible legend. The most powerful weapon spirit of all time, the damaged blue lotus. The legendary mysterious treasure, which has suffered heavy damage and has been attracted by great fortune, has become the host's martial soul by chance. If you develop it, you will decipher a special surprise. Host successfully received the reward. Reward 1, Ancestral Dragon Swallowing Heaven Art. The true dragon has 9 transformations, each transformation brings about a new level of heaven. After the 9th level of heaven, chaos reappears. Reward 2, a parchment scroll. There are 9 unknown mysterious treasures in the Soul Martial continent, hiding great opportunities for the host's martial soul. This map points to one of them. Hiss. Are these 2 martial spirits so domineering? Luo Fanchen took a long breath, feeling excited. He really didn't expect that the weak-looking little Loach and Qinglian could be so powerful. A parchment scroll appeared silently in his lapel, and at the same time, it seemed as if thousands of dragons were roaring in his mind, swearing submission to a terrifying shadow. A scroll of magnificent and domineering supreme heavenly skills was deeply imprinted in his mind, as if it were a memory he was born with. At this moment, the outside world only experienced a few breaths. Please stay. A shout came from behind Luo Fanchen. It was none other than Long Tao, who had been standing there in a daze since Luo Fanchen finished speaking. Long Tao rushed over and blocked Luo Fanchen's way, causing village chief Lu and others to change their expressions. I thought to myself, could it be that this guy, seeing that Fanchen's martial soul was destroyed, was planning to return to his mean face of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and was preparing for revenge? The noble ladies in palace dress and young girls in the dark were also watching this scene with great interest. Luo Fanchen asked, "What does this mean?" Long Tao straightened his clothes, then clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Luo Fanchen, performing the solemn etiquette of a disciple. Everyone was stunned. This scene was completely beyond their expectations. Long Tao pursed his lips and said, "I have always hated my identity as a commoner. Rather than saying I hate it, it's better to say I feel inferior and I dare not face my origins." He is timid in front of the common people and servile to the strong. He has long lost his true self in the chaotic world and has become the person he hated most when he was young. He is trapped in prison without knowing it. Your words are so inspiring. They have awakened me and helped me find my true self. I am a commoner. Why can't commoners have dignity? Luo Fanchen looked at the emotional Long Tao and said thoughtfully, "Your cultivation speed should be much slower than before." Long Tao stared, "How did you know?" "It's amazing." Luo Fanchen shook his head and smiled, "It's not that magical, I'm just guessing. It's just that your mind is confused and you have lost your original intention. How can you concentrate on practicing? It will definitely be slow." Luo Fanchen slowed down his tone and looked at him deeply. "You know, fawning on the powerful is the way to survive, but it is not the way to become strong. Soul masters of our generation should be determined to make progress, otherwise there is no way to break through." These remarks once again shocked everyone around. Su Jiuer couldn't understand where the little man had figured out these things. The noble lady in palace dress who was secretly peeping was also shocked. How could this boy have such extraordinary understanding and reveal the true meaning of the heart of a strong man in one sentence? You should know that many soul masters who are unable to break through the shackles of cultivation are not because of lack of talent, but because of problems with their state of mind. The young man was a precocious achiever with such comprehension and talent that was truly amazing. The noble lady in palace dress secretly approved of this. "Teacher, he is so awesome," the young girl said crisply. "Well, this boy is very kind." The lady in palace dress nodded. "He has not yet practiced, but he has such a sudden realization. He has a bright future." The girl sighed, "But his martial spirit." "You are a saint, so don't be short-sighted like ordinary people." The lady in palace dress said, "Martial souls still have a chance to improve through chance, but I think there is only one person with such comprehension talent in a million." The girl secretly clicked her tongue. Her teacher, the female pope, was extremely powerful and had high standards, but few people could catch her eye. Even the extremely gifted Son of God can only be regarded as an idiot in the eyes of the teacher, but now he favors and looks favorably upon this handsome young man from the mountain village, which is truly remarkable. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. Luo Fanchen looked at Long Tao, who was stunned there again, and walked out. As a result, just after taking a few steps out, I heard Long Tao's ecstatic voice. "Ha ha ha, I understand. The knot that had been in my heart for many years has finally been completely untied." Boom. Long Tao let out a hearty roar, and the lizard dragon martial spirit appeared behind him. It was as if the shackles in his body were broken, and his soul power increased. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, he broke through the realm on the spot. He was gifted with a 5th-grade martial soul, but had been stuck at level 29 for many years, unable to break through. He had no idea what the problem was, and his mood became increasingly depressed and extreme. Now that he had broken through and reached level 30, one can imagine how he felt. After the breakthrough, Long Tao knelt down and kowtowed to Luo Fanchen immediately with great sincerity. "Thank you for your guidance. I will never forget such a great favor." "No need to do that, I just made it up." Luo Fanchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that this guy would break through like this? It was outrageous. "You are too modest." Long Tao shook his head. "Get up." Luo Fanchen looked strange, a little uncomfortable. "I still like your unruly look before." Ahem. The corner of Long Tao's mouth twitched. He stood up and saluted towards the villagers, which made the villagers feel uneasy. "I was rude in my previous remarks and I apologize for offending you. I hope you guys don't take it personally and just ignore it." The villagers were stunned and cried out inwardly. I only knew that Luo Fanchen was good at hunting, but was he also good at talking? The contrast between Long Tao before and after was too big. Long Tao said angrily, "My benefactor, even if the 4 priests and the Holy Sun look down on you, I still think you are awesome. If the temple won't keep me, I will find another place that will. You can go to the Tsunglong Empire's Soul Master Academy and try to slap them in the face in the future." "Who said the temple doesn't like him?" A cold and majestic female voice sounded, just like the cry of a phoenix. Everyone looked in the direction the sound came from, and the space was torn apart, and 2 tall figures walked out of the dark portal. The hearts of all the men and women present trembled, not because of their strength, but because the 2 women in front of them were so beautiful. The lady's curvy figure was tightly wrapped in the golden palace dress, and her burgundy waterfall-like hair hung down. The snow-white goose neck was adorned with a sapphire necklace, and the slender legs were clad in high-heeled boots. She exuded an indescribable nobleness, and her phoenix eyes exuded the majesty that only belonged to a superior. The other young girl had a neat purple ponytail, beautiful and lively eyes, lips like rose petals, and was youthful and lovely. The short skirt wrapped around her perky butt, revealing her white and tender legs, and she was wearing black leather boots. Luo Fanchen was also distracted for a moment. After arriving at the Soul Martial Continent, in addition to Su Jiuer, he actually met 2 other top-notch beauties in the world who were enough to beat all the socialites and hot girls in his previous life. "Your Holiness the Pope." When Long Tao saw the peerless beauty who seemed to have walked out of a painting, he was instantly frightened to death and his calves twitched. You bad guy actually recognized my teacher." The girl laughed as lightly as a yellow warbler. Long Tao broke out in a cold sweat. The temple's worshippers lived in seclusion and seldom went out, so it was normal that he had never seen them before, but how could he not know the person in front of him? The female pope, Di Weiyang, who is decisive in killing and has great power over the world. I have had the honor of looking at the portrait of His Holiness the Pope. The Pope's phoenix eyes looked at Luo Fanchen, who had the temperament of a banished immortal, and she opened her red lips and asked again in a cold voice. "You said the temple looked down upon him." No. I dare not. It was the 4 priests and the Saint's son who said so." Long Tao was so frightened that his face turned pale, his body was shaking, and he lowered his head, not daring to look into those narrow and long phoenix eyes. "Hey, raise your head. Don't be so useless. You just said you had a great enlightenment." Long Tao was suddenly patted on the shoulder and heard a teasing voice in his ear. He turned around and saw a sunny and handsome face. Who else could it be but Luo Fanchen, who was walking towards him? "Stop talking nonsense and salute His Holiness the Pope." Long Tao was almost scared to tears. How could he not be afraid? There is a saying that has been widely circulated in the Soul Martial Continent: it is better to offend the King of Hell than to mess with the Pope. This shows how terrifying Di Weiyang's reputation is. 4th priest, huh? After hearing this, Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said in a calm voice, "How can the remnants of the old era judge the genius of the new era?" Long Tao was confused. He thought that if the Pope heard what he had just said to Luo Fanchen, asking him to try to slap the priest and the Holy Sun in the face in the future, he would be doomed. As a result, the other party didn't seem to care at all, and was disdainful of the offering. Instead, he seemed to be very optimistic about Luo Fanchen. Long Tao's mind moved. No, the meaning revealed by that sentence just now was more than just optimistic. Luo Fanchen remained neither humble nor arrogant, looking squarely at the Pope's peerless face that exuded awe without even being angry, and was secretly shocked. What a temple Pope! Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she is also extremely domineering. Even priests at least at level 95 and above cannot catch her eye, and have become remnants of the old era. Hey, aren't you afraid of my teacher? The young girl asked in surprise, her purple ponytail shaking. Luo Fanchen asked back, why should I be afraid? The girl opened her cherry lips slightly, and a pair of cute fangs could be vaguely seen. The other party's question completely frustrates her. Shouldn't we be afraid? You know, many people in high positions and with high power, like the little deacon and the surrounding villagers, under the strong aura of the Pope, are like mice seeing a cat, feeling uneasy and not daring to look up. At this time, not only the saint was curious, but even the Pope was a little surprised. Having held a high position for many years and possessing terrifying strength, only a few people dare to look her in the eye. This young man is truly different from others. The female Pope, who never cared about other people's appearance and was face-blind, actually felt that the young man in front of her was too handsome and seemed to exude some special charm. Luo Fanchen raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a handsome arc. If you act upright, stand upright, and do things with a clear conscience, what is there to fear even if the Pope herself comes? The purple-haired saint was slightly distracted when she saw that smile, wondering how there could be such a handsome man in the world, her rosy lips opening and closing. Aren't you afraid that the teacher will hit you? Luo Fanchen spread his hands and smiled. If you are afraid, you will die. If you are not afraid, you will die. So why should you be afraid? And I think if you too want to harm me, there's no need to say so much, just do it directly. Long Tao was listening nearby and his palms were covered in cold sweat. He was terrified. These words were simply disrespectful and so bold that they were courting death. Big brother, no, ancestor. You are really brave, but the Pope is just as tough, don't you give me face. Even if we don't want to be a bootlicker, it's okay to say a few nice words to compliment others. There's no need to be so tough. If you destroy the other person's goodwill, you're just waiting for death. The purple-haired saint opened her mouth slightly, turned her head and said to the cold and beautiful female Pope beside her in surprise, Teacher, you are right, this guy is really special, different from other men in the temple. The Pope kept her thin lips tightly closed and did not respond, but her eyes showed a hint of approval. What she hated most in her life were people who were servile and fawning. Luo Fanchen's attitude of willing to break but not bend really won her heart. After thinking about it, he opened his lips and said, I am the 13th female Pope of the Temple of Light, Di Weiyang. Are you willing to take me as your master? Long Tao, who had been tense all the time, was suddenly stunned, as if struck by lightning. What, accepting a disciple? He must have heard it wrong. The female Pope decided to accept Luo Fanchen as her apprentice. This was not in line with his idea of both of them waiting to die. Isn't it rumored that the Pope has a dull personality and doesn't like strangers, especially men? The surrounding villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. They could see each other's wide-open eyes. Just because they didn't dare to speak didn't mean they didn't hear anything. This Luo Fanchen is too amazing. Just 3 sentences to make the Pope accept him as her disciple. Why? Luo Fanchen asked calmly. Long Tao grabbed his hair with both hands, his eyes were red and bloodshot. Brother, are you crazy? The Pope wants to take you as her disciple, why are you still hesitating? Why don't you kneel down and thank her with joy? What are you thinking? The villagers nearby had already dropped their jaws in shock, recalling the incident in their minds. He's always been so brave. Oh, it seems so. He has been very brave since he was a child. Most villagers still remember that this guy dared to go into the mountains to hunt alone when he was 11 years old, and he returned to the village with scars all over his body and carrying a gray wolf. Luo Fanchen turned a blind eye to the murderous envious looks around him. As a time traveler, he was naturally wary of this world. He believed that there was no free lunch in the world and that one person would not be nice to another without a reason. All the innocent people are dead. He wanted to know why the other party accepted him as a disciple. After all, on the surface his martial soul looked useless, and only he knew how powerful it actually was. The purple-haired saint bared her fangs and said fiercely, "Damn it. I have the urge to bite you to death. Do you know how many talented people want to become your disciple? They are like carp crossing a river. Even the saint's son who was so arrogant to you before knelt and begged for 3 days in front of you." But the teacher didn't even bother to look at that guy. Although Luo Fanchen was very handsome and he had a liking for him, he really wanted to bite this guy to pieces. He had no idea how difficult it was for the Pope to speak. The Pope's face was as cold as ice, expressionless. "You want a reason?" "Yes." Luo Fanchen nodded and insisted on his opinion. Swish. The sun is shining brightly in the sky and it is a hot summer day, but the temperature around us is dropping rapidly. Everyone couldn't help but shudder, with fear on their faces. When the emperor is angry, millions of people die. The Pope's proud body exudes an oppressive aura as deep as a prison, and her phoenix eyes stare at Luo Fanchen without any emotion. "I, Di Weiyang, have never had to explain anything I have done in my life to anyone." The surrounding Long Town villagers felt like thorns in their backs. Even though the Pope was not targeting them at the moment, they felt cold all over under this powerful aura. He could only look anxiously at Luo Fanchen who had remained silent. "Brother, ancestor. Speak, please speak quickly." The purple-haired saint also secretly said that something was wrong and her heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Pope was really angry. No one had ever dared to disobey the teacher. No one expected that at this time when the situation could not be eased, Di Weiyang spoke again. "But, I can give you a reason today. This Pope. I like you. Is that reason enough?" As the cold and domineering voice fell, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Not to mention Long Tao and the villagers, even the saint opened her cherry lips with a look of disbelief on her face. "I feel numb. How is that possible?" The saint knows her teacher well. She is very principled and will not explain to you if she says she will not explain. "What happened today?" "Enough." Luo Fanchen bowed his head and performed the ceremony of becoming a disciple. "Disciple Luo Fanchen, greetings to the teacher." Di Weiyang nodded, and the corners of her lips actually showed a momentary charm. Everything around her seemed to be eclipsed, and everyone was stunned. A lack of talent can be remedied, but a lack of talent cannot be cured. "Luo Fanchen, those 4 priests are blind, but in the eyes of this Pope, you are very good." Luo Fanchen got a startled glimpse and his heart skipped a beat, but unfortunately the smile was fleeting and he returned to his cold look again. After becoming a disciple, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is he really not afraid of death? Come on, only a fool would not know the difference between life and death. Luo Fanchen is not a saint. He cherishes his life very much. In the face of death, he can have a very flexible moral bottom line. In fact, he always thinks before doing anything, and it has been proved that he has made the right bet. First, he really needs the other party to give a reason so as to judge the other party's purpose of accepting him as a disciple. Only by being careful can he live long. Second, his concubine Su Jiuer is the Demon King. Even if she can't defeat him, can't she take him away? Third, who was he in his previous life? He was definitely a Poseidon-level psychological master who knew all kinds of women's personalities like the back of his hand. To the Ice Queen's cold and arrogant personality, the softer your attitude is and the less confident you are, the more she will look down on you. Anyone who dares to avoid the Queen's gaze is destined to be despised by the Queen. In the eyes of the Queen, the weak are all subjects. If you want to conquer the Queen, you have to be stronger and more domineering than her, but definitely not like the brainless and immature Long Aotian. There are too many details to explain in detail. Luo Fanchen shook his head. Damn it, what a mess I'm thinking about. It is very likely that Aquaman's occupational disease in his previous life has come back. He has no such rebellious idea of becoming a traitor to his master, definitely not now. The most urgent task is to get back on the right track of cultivation, to study what is going on with the 2 martial spirits, and where the treasure land pointed to by the sheepskin map is. Su Jiuer had not told him much about soul masters before. This time, after awakening his martial soul, he was entering a new realm. Alas, in this world, the weak have no human rights, and without strength it is impossible to take a single step. I heard that there are evil soul masters doing evil in secret. Fortunately, he has a female empress as his wife and a female pope as his master, so his safety is slightly guaranteed. Brother Fanchen, my name is Buying Yue. Just call me Yue from now on. The girl swayed her slender legs in black boots as she ran to Luo Fanchen, her purple ponytail swaying as she spoke in a coquettish voice. Luo Fanchen's mouth twitched. Call me senior brother. Shouldn't you be senior sister? Oh, it's almost the same, almost the same. Being a senior sister is so troublesome. I have always wanted to have a senior brother who cares about me. Buying Yue stuck out her tongue, as if she remembered something, and her breathing became rapid. Oh, by the way, throw away the dragon blood that the 4 priests gave you. Throw away the dragon blood. What does that mean? Luo Fanchen was a little puzzled. Buying Yue stared with her beautiful eyes and snorted. It's obvious that the old dog has bad intentions. What he gave you is not a treasure at all. Instead, it will harm your life if you take it. Luo Fanchen's pupils shrank when he heard that, and he looked down at the small bottle in his hand, where scarlet liquid was flowing. Isn't this dragon blood? It is indeed dragon blood, but it is extremely poisonous. Buying Yue explained, after a dragon soul beast is slaughtered, its resentment will permeate the blood throughout the body. By refining this blood-containing resentment, you can refine this small bottle of resentful dragon poison. If you swallow this resentful dragon poison, not only will your cultivation foundation be destroyed, but your spirit will also be corroded by the resentment. Long Tao felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to this. What a cruel move, but why did the 4th priest want to harm him? Luo Fanchen turned an inquiring look towards Di Weiyang. The other party nodded slightly. This thing is indeed the resentful dragon poison. After getting the Pope's affirmation, Luo Fanchen no longer had any doubts. He exerted force with his 5 fingers, tightly gripping the small bottle, with anger surging in his heart. He wants to harm me without any grudge against me, yet he shows an ugly face of showing me a favor. How dare you, old dog, bully me like this? Luo Fanchen kept this account firmly in mind. He would feel uneasy if he didn't settle it, as he felt that he had gone too far. Bang. He used too much force with his fingers and the vial shattered. The glass fragments cut his palm and scarlet liquid splashed out. Buying Yue exclaimed, if there is blood contact, something serious will happen. Even blood contact is not allowed. Not good. Upon hearing this, Long Tao and his men instantly panicked, and Luo Fanchen also became anxious. He himself had not expected that his strength would be increased so much after awakening his martial soul, and he was able to crush the small bottle by accident. Now that the dragon's poison has come into contact with the blood in the wound, it is too late to get rid of it. Shit. What is this? Luo Fanchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His mentality was completely broken. Could it be that he was going to challenge the most stupid way for a time traveler to die? The Pope and Su Jiuer, who was hiding in the crowd, were about to make a move when soul light suddenly surged in Luo Fanchen's palm and the little loach martial soul appeared automatically. The palm-sized loach opened its mouth, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, absorbing all the resentful dragon poison that had infected Luo Fanchen's wound. Luo Fanchen was shocked. We don't even have time to hide, and you're taking the initiative to suck it in. Are you worried that your brother won't be fast enough? Sensing the greed and excitement coming from the little loach's martial spirit, Luo Fanchen did not hesitate and made a decision without gritted teeth. Suck it hard. The mighty Chaos Dragon martial spirit, the ancestor of all dragons, no matter how downtrodden it is impossible that he cannot control a small amount of resentful dragon poison. Hiss. Langmi, he has 3 more qualities than a ruthless person. There were sounds of people gasping for breath all around. Long Tao, the saint, and the villagers were all stunned. Didn't I say this thing is poisonous? Why are you still enjoying it? In the blink of an eye, the little loach not only swallowed up the resentful dragon poison on Luo Fanchen's palm, but also did not let go of even the poison that spilled on the ground. Are you all right? Long Tao asked nervously. Although they had not been in contact for long, he had already been conquered by the special personality charm emanating from Luo Fanchen. It's okay. Luo Fanchen thought about it carefully, licked his lips and said, "Damn it, not only is it okay, I seem to be a little excited for some reason." How could he not be dead? Buying Yue opened her mouth and said with reluctance, "I've seen the Saint Sun cruelly test the dragon poison on prisoners in the temple." A soul master over 40 levels howled wildly in pain, and his face was torn to pieces. Roar! At this moment, a blood-red mini-dragon appeared, roaring fiercely. The little loach was provoked and suddenly burst out with a special momentum. The blood-red dragon, which was full of violence, immediately became wilted and was swallowed up by the little loach. In an instant, a monochromatic light burst out, and the body of the small loach in the light quickly extended and expanded, and scales also grew on its surface. What's going on? What happened? Long Tao realized that his 5th-grade lizard dragon martial spirit was actually afraid of the special aura emanating from the little loach. Is this the legendary evolution of martial soul? Buying Yue was once again severely shocked by Luo Fanchen. What kind of monster is he? It's outrageous enough that he can eat a poisonous dragon and a man alive and be fine, but his martial soul has also evolved. There was a strange look in Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes, and it was obvious that she had not expected such a miracle of turning danger into safety. In the distance, Su Jiuer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as a look of joy appeared on her pretty face, it suddenly turned cold again. Murderous intent boiled in her eyes. She quietly withdrew from the crowd and walked away. Swish. At this time, the little loach's body expanded more than 3 times, evolving from the size of a palm to the size of a small snake. Fine scales appeared on its body surface, and the monochromatic light surrounding its body was obviously deeper and thicker than before. Luo Fanchen smiled. This martial spirit did not disappoint him. It was obviously much more powerful than before. It was short and agile, but was quickly growing into a tall and powerful one. "Teacher, can our junior brother's martial spirit actually evolve?" Buying Yue asked in amazement. Di Weiyang frowned. "What senior brother? He is your junior brother." Buying Yue shook the Pope's arm and pouted her red lips. "Teacher, I don't want a junior brother, I want a senior brother." Di Weiyang ignored the saint's coquettish tactics and raised her eyes and said, "Fan Chen, your martial soul contains a deep dragon power, and your potential and status are definitely not low. If it can continue to evolve, it won't be weaker than the saint's 9th-rank Seraph and Great Sun Candlelight martial spirit. It is still unknown whether this martial spirit can only evolve by devouring dragon blood, or it can also devour other energies." Luo Fanchen nodded and listened carefully. As a pope, she naturally has good eyesight. The resentful dragon was so violent that it had no power to resist the little loach. She had never heard of a martial soul that could evolve by devouring, and had only seen this one example. Even though Luo Fanchen's martial soul seemed weak now, its potential was absolutely unlimited. She just didn't know what the ultimate upper limit was, so she couldn't help but have more expectations. Di Weiyang said coldly, "Go home and say goodbye to your family today. I will wait for you in the square tomorrow morning and take you out for training." "Okay." Luo Fanchen nodded without any nonsense. Di Weiyang's jade-like face showed satisfaction. Without waiting for Buying Yue to speak, she took her and broke the void and left. The villagers then dared to breathe deeply and started discussing excitedly. Many of them looked at Luo Fanchen with envy, but there was no jealousy. Most of them just gave their blessings silently. The village chief Lu Ren was very excited. Looking at this child who grew up in Yun village, his heart was filled with emotion. It was possible that a real dragon would appear in Yun village. Long Tao relaxed his tense body. "My benefactor, I will never forget your kindness in enlightening me. I am working in the branch of the Qingqing Light Temple. If you need my help, you can come to me directly." That's right. The 4 priests and the Holy Sun can be said to be at the pinnacle of power in the Soul Martial Continent. Even if you hate them to the core, don't become their enemy. Long Tao felt powerless, and clenched his fists and cursed. Who wouldn't hate such a person? But the situation is stronger than the person. If there is a chance, it's best to pretend nothing happened and turn the enemy into a friend. You're right. It's just a revenge of poisoning someone and killing them. It's nothing. Luo Fanchen raised the corner of his mouth and smiled kindly. "I actually have a very good temper." That dead priest was so kind to me. One day I will definitely thank his entire family, even the earthworms in the ground and the egg yolks in the shells. Luo Fanchen was obviously smiling, and his voice was gentle, but Long Tao couldn't help but shudder, feeling cold all over, and he said goodbye and left in a hurry. Hey, where did Aunt Sue go? Luo Fanchen looked around but couldn't find her. He was wondering, she was there just now, how could such a beautiful woman suddenly disappear? Click, click. A magnificent carriage was driving along a quiet mountain path. The 4 priests and the Holy Sun Huang Yen were riding in it, each holding the head of a flattering woman, half squinting their eyes, looking very happy, while appreciating the scenery along the way. A beautiful figure appeared silently in the void, graceful and hot, looking down from above, coldly gazing at the moving carriage. Teacher, I don't understand why you gave that kid dragon blood before you left. Inside the carriage, the temple's Holy Sun Huang Yen asked with a frown. His big hands were not idle either. He roughly pressed the flattering woman's head. Hiss. The 4th priest narrowed his eyes and said with a satisfied look, why are you asking when you know it is the resentful dragon poison? If that kid dares to take it, he will surely die. He happily drank the treasure bestowed by this worshipper, and finally died with a loud explosion amidst howling pain. Huang Yen looked disdainful. If the teacher is unhappy with him, just kill him. Those civilians are worthless, why waste a bottle of resentful dragon poison? He doesn't deserve it. What do you know? The 4th priest shook his head. Yenner, there are very few people in the world who can match your talent, but your scheming is too lacking. He's just a useless civilian. If you hate him, just kill him. What's the big deal? Huang Yen disagreed. You are confused. The 4th priest glared. It's easy to kill a civilian, so should we kill the others? If we don't kill the others, the Pope might find out that we killed a soul master who has awakened twin martial spirits without permission, and she will inevitably investigate. You know that our Pope cares most about the lives of civilians. If we kill them, all the people in the village will die, which will definitely attract the investigation of the temple. The branch temple knows that we have been here, so there may still be trouble. Giving him dragon blood will not only show our kindness and generosity to the common people, but also get rid of him silently. Isn't that wonderful? Huang Yen asked in confusion, but that kid is just an ant who has awakened a useless martial spirit. It is difficult for him to become a great man. Even if he is allowed to live in this world, what will happen? Why do you need to care? The 4 priests sneered. How do you know that today's ants won't become world-famous strongmen in the future because of special opportunities? That boy is very impressive. Although his martial spirit is useless, he still has a strange look. It is the smartest thing to do to deal with such a person in advance and eliminate the trouble forever. Why add trouble to yourself in the future? Based on what he has, is he worthy? Huang Yen laughed loudly, wiped away the tears from his laughter and said, Teacher, you think too highly of these country folk, ha 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 ha. I, Huang Yen, come from a distinguished family and have unparalleled talent. In the future, I will be invincible in the world and defeat all monsters and demons. I am just a villager, so humble, without talent or power, how can I be considered a great figure? The 4th priest shook his head and advised, Yenner, you can despise the enemies with your mouth, but you must respect all enemies in your heart. That kid can actually be accepted as my disciple. It might be possible to counterattack if I spend a lot of resources. But you are not only my disciple but also my son. Why should I waste the resources that should be provided to you to train others? But I don't want this child to fall into the hands of others, especially those from the Pope's faction. It would be best to easily deal with him with a bottle of dragon poison. Huang Yen shook his head. The arrogance in his eyes did not diminish at all, but became even more sharp. You are old and too cautious. It's a pity that the boy must have been tortured by the dragon poison and cried bitterly, and died from the explosion. Otherwise, I would have blown him up with my own hands in the future to prove that your caution today was unnecessary. The 4 worshippers smiled bitterly. If you want to seek the position of Pope, you need both strength and scheming. The bitch Pope is ruthless and talented, and she is not easy to deal with. A domineering and evil smile appeared on Huang Yan's face. The saint will be conquered by me soon. Po peace. Oh, don't even think about running away. Only a woman like this is worthy of me. Slowly. Hurry up. I'm ready. Huang Yan pressed his big hand downwards and then closed his eyes. The four priests did the same. When they were about to be intoxicated and released, there was a sudden and earth-shaking explosion, which frightened Huang Yan and the four priests so much that they trembled violently. The next second, violent energy swept through the entire carriage, and the carriage instantly disintegrated and exploded. Wood chips and gems flew in all directions. With the broken carriage as the center, smoke and dust filled the air and a small mushroom cloud rose on the spot. Boom. The four priests were all charred and in a miserable state. They rushed out from the smoke and dust with the dying Huang Yan, looking around with anger. Who is it? Who dares to be so bold? What a pity that I didn't blow you and your son to death. Along with a cold female voice, a hot and enchanting figure appeared in the air. White fox fur wrapped around her curvy and sexy body, a pair of long beautiful legs, golden bells tied around her ankles, bare feet, and 9 snow-white fox tails behind her. Her face was charming and beautiful, but her icy blue eyes exuded a chilling murderous intent. 9-tailed heavenly fox. Are you the queen of Qingqiu? You dare to provoke the temple priests without any grudges. You are courting death. Boom. The four priests' hair stood on end with rage, flames rose behind them, and the shadow of a 12-winged angel in red appeared. There were 9 powerful halos of different colors under the angel's feet, rhythmically moving up and down, emitting a terrifying aura like an abyss or a prison. What a person who has no grudges or hatred. The Empress was as cold as ice and filled with murderous intent. She had learned that dragon blood was poisonous, and she could not bear the thought that someone was plotting against her own men, so she left Yun village and traveled thousands of miles to hunt down Su Jiu'er. Without waiting for the other party to make a move, she could no longer bear it and attacked first. Presumptuous. The fourth priest was interrupted at the critical moment, and his apprentice's son was seriously injured. He was so angry that he had a splitting headache and cried out loudly. Ah! I will kill you today and take away your spirit ring and spirit bone for my son to use as a backup. Boom boom boom. The war was on the verge of breaking out, mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking, terrifying energy was surging. The Son of God was beaten half to death, and his vitality was completely gone. 9-tailed queen, you wait for me. The four priests' skulls were cracked, blood gushed out of their mouths, they were furious and cursing madly, and fled in panic with the Son of God who had turned into charcoal. The sun sets in the west, the bright moon is in the sky, and Yun village is quiet in the dark night. Luo Fanchen personally went into the kitchen and prepared a table full of food, preparing to celebrate the successful awakening of his martial soul today with his fake aunt and his real wife who had been with him for many years. As a result, I waited from the afternoon until dark, but no one came back, and the food had to be reheated several times. Luo Fanchen sat on the doorstep, looking out of the yard, muttering to himself in a daze. Where is Aunt Sue? You can't just leave without saying goodbye and abandon my useless little husband. Luo Fanchen shook his head, thinking that Su Jiu'er would definitely not be like that, but he was still a little worried. After 16 years of living together day and night, he had already gotten used to having the other person by his side. Feeling upset, he took out a parchment scroll from his arms, which was the map he had obtained in the morning. One of the 9 mysterious treasures in the Soul Martial Continent. Is there a great opportunity for my martial spirit hidden somewhere? Luo Fanchen smiled bitterly. The mountains, rivers, and streams outlined on the map were clear, but he couldn't recognize any of them. How could he find them? A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. He didn't dare show the map to anyone else except Su Jiu'er. Although the Pope and the Saint felt good when they met for the first time, they were still unfamiliar with each other. Schwa. There was a strange sound in the air, and a beautiful figure landed in the courtyard. Luo Fanchen's face lit up, and he immediately stood up. He was happy in his heart, but he couldn't help complaining. Where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cough. Ahem. Under the moonlight, Su Jiu'er staggered, and one could vaguely see a sharp scratch on her fair arm. Little man, you must be worried and anxious, Su Jiu'er's blue eyes dimmed, and she opened her lips in a hurry to explain, but she coughed lightly halfway through her words. Tap tap tap. When Luo Fanchen saw the wound on Jiuer's arm, his head buzzed. The anxiety from waiting for a whole day disappeared in an instant. He had no time to blame anyone and rushed to Su Jiuer and held her shoulders. Luo Fanchen couldn't imagine who had injured her arm as the Demon Emperor. Who? Who hurt you? He looked grim and his voice was low. Let me talk about the setting. In this book, the Demon Emperor is equivalent to the patriarch of each Soul Beast clan. Su Jiuer's beauty ranks first among the Soul Beast clan, but she is too young and her combat power cannot enter the top 10 of the Demon clan for the time being, but it will improve later. Offering is equivalent to the strongest combat power of human race. There will be a human empress and a female pope later on, and they will be really powerful. It's okay, don't worry too much, I won't be in the way. Su Jiuer touched her thin lips, and stroked Luo Fanchen's handsome cheek with her cold hands, soothing him softly. How can it be okay? Luo Fanchen gritted his teeth. TSK, you little brat, you've really grown up and know how to feel sorry for your aunt. It seems all these years of loving you were not in vain. Su Jiuer laughed like a silver bell, her chest shaking. Luo Fanchen shook his head and said seriously. I know you think I'm weak, and telling me will only cause me more trouble. But as long as you tell me who hurt you, even if I'm no match for him today, I will settle the score in the future and make him pay with blood. Su Jiuer was stunned. The little man was usually very gentle to her, but this was the first time he acted so serious and solemn. Looking at those deep black eyes that revealed stubbornness and determination, Su Jiuer felt a warm current in her heart, and her pretty face revealed a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Our little man is becoming more and more manly. My heart is beating fast. Luo Fanchen, who had always been greedy for beauty, was unmoved at this moment. His expression remained serious. He nodded and said, It's the 4 priests and the Holy Sun, right? I remember. Let's go. We won't waste your time. Let's go back to the house and heal our wounds. How do you know it's them? Su Jiuer was stunned and opened her mouth in surprise. Luo Fanchen replied, It's confirmed now. Su Jiuer glared, Okay, you've grown wings, are you trying to get your aunt to tell you something? Luo Fanchen remained silent, his eyes were gloomy and his fists were clenched. Hello. Su Jiuer stretched out her jade finger and poked Luo Fanchen's waist. You make me look stupid and lose face. Don't worry, it's just a fatal injury, nothing to worry about. Luo Fanchen said, Aunt, please stop trying to be cute to tease me. As a demon emperor, you are not the type to be cute. Is it embarrassing? Su Jiuer asked in a low voice. Luo Fanchen answered honestly, a few 100 million. Oh, okay. Su Jiuer suddenly felt like a deflated ball. The air around them fell silent, and the two of them walked into the house in tacit understanding. Su Jiuer sat on the bed and couldn't help asking. I'm actually really afraid that you'll be impulsive. I'm afraid that after you learn the truth, you'll ignore all attempts to stop us and rush out to kill yourself without thinking or blinking. Luo Fanchen said silently, You are a brainless idiot. You will only make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. Do I look like an idiot who is just offering his head for death? I will work hard to cultivate, and I will definitely avenge this. How advanced is Su Jiuer's cultivation? One could tell at a glance that Luo Fanchen was only calm on the surface, in fact, the trembling fists beneath his sleeves showed how angry he was. He cares about me, very much. The 4 priests are already over 100 years old. They are the elders of the temple who have retired. They enjoy countless resources. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the peak combat power of the entire human race. If the Qilin Emperor, the overlord of the entire Soul Beast clan, took action, it would be easy to kill the 4 priests. However, I am only a demon emperor of the Fox clan, with limited resources. I have actually practiced for a much shorter time than him, so my strength is naturally not as good as his. And that Holy Sun has infinite potential. He has at least a 90% chance of inheriting the throne of the temple in the future. Are you sure you want to be his enemy? Luo Fanchen raised his head, met Su Jiuer's eyes, and said calmly. I don't understand any great principles. I only believe in one dead principle. You can bully me, as long as you don't go too far, but if anyone dares to bully my woman, no matter who it is, I will kill his entire family and wipe out his entire clan. If 1 year doesn't work, practice for 3 years. If 3 years doesn't work, practice for 30 years. If you can't beat them, poison them. If poisoning doesn't work, plot against them. Su Jia's heart suddenly beat fast and her beautiful eyes flashed with complex emotions. The man did not make an impassioned speech, nor did he make a hysterical oath, but she could feel an unshakable will rushing towards her, hitting her nerves and stirring her heartstrings like a wave. At this moment, she gradually began to feel the kind of emotion a woman has for a man, rather than family affection. Okay, don't be angry, don't be angry. Actually, I wasn't wrong this time. Su Jia felt distressed. As if afraid that Luo Fanchen would not believe it, Su Jia pointed a finger at his forehead, and a thrilling battle flashed through Luo Fanchen's mind. The 4 worshippers' heads were cracked and bleeding, and their left arms were smashed and bloody. The holy sun in his arms was completely charred, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Finally, amid the howling of the 4 priests, Su Jia escaped into space. This. Luo Fanchen's eyes regained clarity, and then his heart trembled. His young wife was too cruel. He thought Su Jia was the one who suffered the loss. Seeing Luo Fanchen's surprised look, Su Jia raised her chin proudly, revealing the majesty of the demon emperor. You can mess with me, but you can't bully my little man. I, Su Jia, can't stand this grievance. Luo Fanchen grabbed the pair of cold and soft hands and said, "It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't take risks for me next time. It's too dangerous." "Oh, you've grown up and dared to hold my hand." Su Jia scolded, but did not pull out, and asked, "Have you heard the other sentence behind it?" "Ah. I seek revenge all day long." Su Jia narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, "That old dog had no good intentions. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him." Afterwards, Su Jia told Luo Fanchen about the conversation between the 4 priests and Huang Yan in the carriage. People's hearts are treacherous. These superiors treat the people below them as grass and ants. They really deserve to be killed. Luo Fanchen sneered. Su Jia shook her head and said thankfully, "That old dog's strength is unfathomable, and he has the artifact of the Temple of Light on him. Fortunately, I attacked by surprise this time, and he didn't expect me to use a life-threatening technique right from the start. In addition, the old dog wanted to protect his son, so he suffered a great loss at my hands. But if I don't run away in the end, the effect of the life-threatening secret technique will end and I will enter a weak period. He has the artifact in his hand, and I will be the one left behind." "How are you injured?" Luo Fanchen asked with concern. "It's not seriously injured, but you need to rest for a while." Su Jia said, "Now that you have the female pope as your teacher, you have someone to protect you. Besides, the female pope and the 4 priests are obviously not from the same faction, so I can leave without any worries." "What? You want to leave?" Luo Fanchen asked. Su Jia sighed, "I am a soul beast after all. The human world is not my home after all. It is more helpful for my cultivation in a wild environment like Qingqiu. All these years have been spent to allow you to grow up healthily in human society. Now you can be independent. And I have a feeling that my 500,000-year beast tribulation is coming. The tribulation is dangerous and I need to practice in seclusion." "Heavenly tribulation?" Luo Fanchen was puzzled. Su Jia said, "Now that you have awakened your martial spirit, it's time to talk to you about spirit masters." Luo Fanchen concentrated and listened carefully. Su Jia said faintly, "Humans on the soul martial continent temper their bodies before the age of 16 to build their physical foundations, and they can awaken their martial souls when they are 16 years old. When a martial soul is awakened for the first time, all soul powers are at level 1, and they are called soul warriors. Now you are a first-level soul warrior. After cultivating your soul power to level 10, you need to obtain a soul ring to break through to the next level, level 11, soul master." "What is a soul ring?" Luo Fanchen asked doubtfully. Su Jia replied, "After a soul beast dies, it can condense a soul ring in a short period of time. Special soul beasts can also produce soul bones. The soul master can pull the soul ring into himself to complete the breakthrough. You will understand the role of soul bones later." There are many details here, so I won't go into details. Your teacher will definitely teach you tomorrow. You are a civilian now, and it is unreasonable for you to know too much, which will easily expose my existence. Although Luo Fanchen was curious, he could only nod. Su Jiuer continued. Level 11 is a Soul Master, also known as a first-level strongman, and the first level is level 10. The strong ones from the 1st to the 9th level are Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Lord, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Title, and Extraordinary. The Saint Son and Saint Daughter are both 4th-level Soul Masters, but judging by her aura, the Saint Daughter should have just obtained her 4th Soul Ring and completed a breakthrough. And the 4 priests and the female Pope are 9th-order Extraordinary Strongmen who can shatter the void. But the difference in strength between the 9th-level Extraordinary Masters is also huge. After all, level 91 and level 95 are not the same concept. Then what level are you? Luo Fanchen asked. Me. Su Jiuer said, probably equivalent to a human of level 95. As if seeing Luo Fanchen's doubts, Su Jiuer explained. The cultivation of a soul beast is based on age, not level. Ah. Luo Fanchen was surprised. Soul beasts are roughly divided into 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. A 100,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a human level 91 strongman. When it reaches 100,000 years old, it will face a major decision in its life. What choice? Luo Fanchen knew that the knowledge he heard now was definitely not something that ordinary people could understand, and he was particularly interested. It needs to consider whether to continue practicing as a soul beast, or take the opportunity to completely transform into a human body and start practicing from scratch. Su Jiuer's tone became serious. If you practice as a soul beast, you will have to go through a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years, and you will have a very high chance of death. If you cross it, you will live; if you don't, you will die and be reduced to ashes. And this is the path I chose. Luo Fanchen was horrified by what he heard, and secretly wondered why the Soul Beast clan's path of cultivation was so difficult and why they had to face heavenly tribulations. By the way, Auntie, you just said that you will soon face a 500,000-year catastrophe. So you haven't lived for 500,000 years, have you? Are you polite? Su Jiuer glared. I suspect you are offending me, saying that I am an old witch. Su Jiuer couldn't help but stretch out her hand and twist the soft flesh on Luo Fanchen's waist. Hiss. You evil demon, are you murdering your own husband? Bah. Su Jiuer said angrily, let me tell you, the lifespan of soul beasts is equivalent to the level classification of you humans, not the number of years they have lived. If we talk about the number of years of survival, a high-level soul beast only appears once every tens of thousands of years. Wouldn't it have been killed to extinction by successive generations of soul masters in your quest for breakthroughs? I practiced under the protection of my mother, secluded myself in a corner and did not go out to the world. I actually don't know exactly how many years I practiced. The time he spent on cultivation should not be even 1/3 of that of the old demon's 4 priests, otherwise he would have died today. Anyway, I'm young. Su Jiuer spoke each word clearly, glaring at Lan Tong and emphasizing fiercely. The Ice Queen looked so adorable in this state that Luo Fanchen couldn't help but want to rub her a few times, but he held back. Follow your heart. Cherish life. I have basically told you everything. You will have to wait for your Pope teacher to teach you many details. Why do you keep mentioning the Pope? Luo Fanchen teased, Aunt, you're not jealous because the Pope is so pretty. Jealous. Su Jiuer's eyes flashed, and she snorted coldly, jealous of whom? Luo Fanchen inexplicably felt a murderous aura. Come on, little man, answer me, who is prettier, my aunt or the female Pope? Su Jiuer asked with a faint smile. 2 faces suddenly appeared in Luo Fanchen's mind. One is a beauty who is alluring and charming. One look at her can trigger the most primitive desire and make you unable to stop. The other is a beauty that is stunningly beautiful, cold and unparalleled, exuding infinite majesty, which makes people afraid but unable to help but sink into it. Wait. Wake up, you are just daydreaming, you actually got selected. This is not a multiple-choice question. Luo Fanchen was a man who had gone to great heights. He followed his inner guidance and said without hesitation. Then you still need to ask. Of course, my aunt is the most beautiful. No matter how beautiful the Pope and the Saint are, even if they are added together, they can't compete with 1/10,000th of my aunt. Yes. Su Jiu'er nodded with satisfaction. Luo Fanchen secretly complained in his heart, woman, a duplicitous animal, and you said you are not jealous. The corners of Su Jiu'er's lips rose. Forget it this time, I'll ask you again next time in front of your Pope teacher. Luo Fanchen's heart skipped a beat. The most poisonous woman has a heart. If you want me to die, just say it. Why make it so complicated? Giggle. When Su Jiu'er saw Luo Fanchen being humiliated, she smiled coquettishly. Without any disguise, she exuded an amazing and seductive charm. Seeing this made Luo Fanchen's throat dry and he wanted to have a kiss with her. Beautiful, so beautiful. He tried to move his face closer, and thought he would be ruthlessly pushed away again. Unexpectedly, Su Jiu'er said nothing, and just looked at him quietly with her blue eyes. Luo Fanchen cautiously moved closer again. They were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. The faint fragrance lingers at the tip of your nose, making you feel distracted. Su Jiu'er closed her eyes, her curled eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing her owner's inner unrest. The hint is already obvious. This was the first time in 16 years that Su Jiu'er allowed him to have such close contact. People have hinted at it, but you still don't get close to them. Do you have any emotional intelligence? Are you still a human being? But Luo Fanchen's experience as a Sea King in his previous life made him make a cruel decision. Su Jiu'er was nervous. In other aspects, she was a great demon emperor, but she was still a blank slate when it came to matters between men and women. This is her first kiss, how can she not be nervous? What are you doing, little man? The girl is so obvious, she can't be so unromantic. You dogman, what are you waiting for? Su Jiu'er was secretly anxious and pouty. When had the nine-tailed heavenly fox demon emperor ever been so nervous? It was almost as nervous as when he was plotted against by the three-headed dragon 16 years ago. I fear the air being always quiet. Su Jiu'er secretly opened her eyes a little and found that the men did not look impatient and lustful. Looking at her quietly and tenderly. His eyes were clear and without any evil thoughts, as if he was appreciating a work of art. His handsome and elegant mouth was filled with a smile as gentle as jade. This scene took her by surprise. Su Jiu'er was born with a charming figure, and her every frown and smile was incredibly attractive. Every time she appeared in front of people, she would attract countless greedy glances. This is also what she hates the most. But she also understood that every man in the world is lustful. How many men could control their true feelings when seeing a beauty like her? Although I hate sentimentality, I can't avoid it. What's more, she is now offering her sweet lips, looking ready for you to pick them. I'm afraid no one in the world can resist her. But the men in front of him actually did it. Su Jiu'er was full of surprise. What are you doing? Aunt, you are so beautiful, so flawless. If I kiss you, it would be a huge blasphemy. Luo Fanchen praised sincerely without being humble or arrogant. Plop, plop. Su Jiu'er was so frightened that she avoided looking at the men, not daring to meet his bright and sincere eyes. But some people say that I am a witch who brings trouble to the world, a vixen. I'll kill whoever said that. Luo Fanchen's handsome face revealed a fierce look. That's because they are jealous of my aunt's stunning beauty. Men's words are lies. You are greedy for my body, don't think I don't know. There was no murderous intent in Su Jiu'er's words, but rather more like a woman's shy and coquettish tone. Luo Fanchen spread his hands and said innocently, if I had bad intentions, why didn't I kiss her when I clearly had the chance just now? Su Jiu'er was stunned. Yes, why didn't they kiss? Spit. Who said I was going to kiss you? You have no shame, young man. Luo Fanchen said, you closed your eyes. I'm just tired and need to take a rest. Su Jiu'er said stubbornly. Okay. Luo Fanchen raised his hands in surrender and said with a smile, help me take care of the big baby, and I will let you rest. What big baby? After Su Jiu'er asked this question, her pretty face turned red, her beautiful eyes straightened, her beautiful legs and feet kicked out, and the bells rang softly. "2A, you are so young and don't learn your lesson, you are a hooligan." Luo Fanchen was suddenly kicked under the bed. He rubbed his butt and said angrily, "Aunt, why am I a hooligan? You kicked me." Su Jiawer's eyes widened. "I still don't know how much you weigh after all these years. What big treasure can you hide? I want you to help me look at this map." Luo Fanchen stood up and took out the parchment scroll from his arms. "Ah, this." Su Jiawer was immediately speechless. She seemed calm on the surface, but Luo Fanchen saw that her 10 white jade-like toes were curled up under her fox fur, grabbing the bed sheet. She cleared her throat and let out a cold queen's voice. "Bring it here, let me see it." Luo Fanchen realized that this was a trick played by the female fairy to change the subject, and he laughed inwardly, but did not expose it. Su Jiawer took the sheepskin map with a bit of nonchalance. She didn't think Luo Fanchen could take out any big treasure that would surprise her. The result was just a cursory glance, and her delicate body instantly sat up straight, and said in surprise, "How do you have such a detailed map of the Soul Martial Continent? It is impossible for an ordinary person to draw it. The Soul Martial Continent is vast and full of dangers. An ordinary person would never be able to leave the country in his entire life." The more Su Jiawer looked, the more frightened she became. She suddenly raised her head, pointed at a mark on the map, and said with a glare, "Isn't this the route to my house?" "What? The way to your house?" Luo Fanchen was also shocked and a little bit unbelievable. "Wasn't it said to be the path to the treasure land? How to get directly to my mother's house?" Su Jiawer stared at Luo Fanchen as if she had seen a ghost, which made Luo Fanchen feel uneasy. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't it just pointing to your house? Why are you so shocked? Isn't it?" Su Jiawer said excitedly, "Qingqiu is the place where my Sky Fox clan lives in seclusion, a real paradise. Except for the Sky Fox clan, no one knows the location of Qingqiu, and your map is clearly marked. Even when the three-headed dragon betrayed me, Tianhu Meiji didn't dare to reveal the location of Qingqiu because of the oath of secrecy." Luo Fanchen immediately realized how serious this was. "Where did you get this map? Would you believe me if I told you I picked it up?" Luo Fanchen shrugged. Su Jiawer looked at Luo Fanchen deeply, knowing that he didn't want to say it, and didn't force him, but continued to look down and carefully. "The route on this map not only leads to Qingqiu, but the final destination is also my Qingqiu Forbidden Area." Su Jiawer took a breath, shocked. Qingqiu Forbidden Land. Seeing Luo Fanchen's bewildered look, Su Jiawer adjusted her breathing and said, "You are one of us, so it's okay for me to tell you. It is said that the Qingqiu Forbidden Land contains a terrifying existence, and no one from the Fox clan is allowed to enter." "Has no one gone in to take a look?" Luo Fanchen asked. Su Jiawer shook her head. "My Sky Fox clan attaches the most importance to rules and oaths." "Then someone still betrayed us," Luo Fanchen muttered. "You're asking for a fight. You're just bringing up all sorts of issues." Su Jiawer raised her legs and kicked, but her long lotus legs finally rested on Luo Fanchen's chest, and she was reluctant to kick him away. "Is this map important to you?" Luo Fanchen felt that the system had always been quite reliable and it was impossible for it to ask him to die, so he nodded. "Yes, it's very important." "Okay, then when I get back to Qingqiu, I'll find a way to investigate. Be careful, if it doesn't work, forget it. Should I return the map to you?" "No, I've remembered it all." Su Jiawer opened her mouth slightly and said, "Why are you memorizing the map for no reason?" "No." Luo Fanchen said, "I can remember it just by taking a glance." "You are not bragging, are you?" Su Jiawer asked suspiciously. Luo Fanchen then stretched out his fingers and drew lines in the air. With his top-level comprehension, he could now easily remember everything he saw. Su Jiawer was really shocked this time. With the strength of her soul that she has cultivated so far, it is not difficult for her to remember everything she sees. However, for Luo Fanchen, who has just awakened his martial soul, being able to achieve this level is simply a heaven-defying talent. The quality of martial spirit is actually only one aspect. The soul, the body, and the understanding of the various ways of sword and gun all have talents, but people with strong martial souls are generally not too bad in other aspects. Luo Fanchen can now remember everything he sees, which shows that his soul is strong enough to beat his peers. Needless to say, he had a natural talent for physical fitness and he easily reached the peak of body tempering, which shocked Su Jiu at the time. With a special martial spirit that can be upgraded and evolved, plus these talents, the little man is going to be a supernatural being. Su Jiu was secretly shocked. By the way, although you have memorized the map, you probably still don't know where these locations are. Okay, then I'll give you a brief explanation so that it will be easier for you in the future. Su Jiu patiently pointed at the map and explained, there are 4 major gathering places for soul beasts in the Soul Martial Continent. The oasis in the east, the deadly desert in the south, the west coast, and the ice field in the far north. The west coast is a paradise for sea soul beasts. It is unfathomable and few people have ever set foot there. The eastern oasis is the most prosperous and has the most soul beasts, so soul masters who hunt for soul rings will go to the eastern oasis, which is also the closest to us. We are now in the Tsanglong Empire. The White Tiger Empire is in the west, the Shenhuang Empire is in the south, and the Black Tortoise Empire is in the north. The 4 empires are in a 3-way competition and each has its own disputes. The 4 of them also possess the top beast spirits in the Soul Martial Continent. The 10 sects with top-level weapon spirits each have their own supported empires, which are distributed within the territories of the 4 empires, while the temples and other forces are outside the territories. Many secrets are too long to talk about, and you will learn about them later. Luo Fanchen's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if a magnificent and mysterious picture was gradually opening before his eyes. The originally strange world gradually became clear under Su Jiu's explanation. He was eager to try it out and couldn't wait to leave here and go out to explore. Luo Fanchen collected his thoughts and said, "Okay, it's getting late, I won't disturb your aunt's rest. Have you forgotten something?" Su Jiu snorted. "No." Luo Fanchen then quickly left the room. Su Jiu looked at the closed door and bit her lips in anger. "You bastard. You don't even want to kiss me when I offer it to you." She couldn't swallow this. The beautiful eyes moved nimbly. "There is a solution." "Humph, let's see how long you can keep pretending." Su Jiu got out of bed and rummaged through the boxes. Luo Fanchen returned to the room and patted his chest. "Phew, that was close, thanks to my fast running." If the female fairy had shown a little more charm, he really would not have been able to resist the temptation. There was a reason why he resisted the urge to give Su Jiu her first kiss. The other party must be heartbroken because they are about to part ways tomorrow, so she wants him to kiss her, but this kiss is just a one-time deal, and the other party will definitely return to being cold and not allowing him to be touched again. Therefore, the more times like this come, the more you have to endure and find ways to strike while the iron is hot and advance the relationship. Even though he failed to kiss her just now, the other party's feelings for him have clearly warmed up. A monkey in a hurry cannot eat hot tofu. What is this tactic called? It's called playing hard to get. Temporary patience will definitely bring better rewards. Luo Fanchen raised the corner of his mouth. He guessed that Su Jiu felt like she was being scratched by a cat right now, and there was a good chance that she would chase him out. It didn't matter if she didn't look for him. He just had to stay calm. He understands women's minds. Is there anything wrong with doing this? That's right. Luo Fanchen believes that everything he did was just to make their love heat up quickly, and every word he said was sincere, which should be called romantic. Men who only deceive women, are not responsible for women, and make women cry are called scumbags. Luo Fanchen took off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, put aside all distracting thoughts, emptied his mind, and tried to practice the ancestral dragon swallowing the sky art for the first time. Hold head high. In an instant, Luo Fanchen was in a trance. It was as if I saw an indescribable majestic dragon shadow roaming in the void, howling towards the sky and making a long dragon roar. As he opened his mouth and breathed in, the sun, moon, and stars were all taken into his mouth. Swoosh. At the same time, a suction force was generated from Luo Fanchen's body surface, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was drawn in and quickly sank into his body. The spiritual energy traveled through his meridians along a mysterious route, and finally gathered in his dantian. Boom. Boom boom. Special sounds came out from Luo Fanchen's body one after another. After a long time, Luo Fanchen opened his eyes with a look of surprise. There was only one cyclone in his dantian just now, but now 4 more cyclones have appeared. He didn't know what this meant. But it should be a good thing rather than a bad thing. His strength and spirit are obviously several times stronger than before he practiced. This ancestral dragon swallowing the sky art is indeed mysterious and special. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Luo Fanchen's heart moved. Come in, the door is not locked. The moment the carefully dressed Su Jiuer walked in, Luo Fanchen's eyes were filled with amazement and his nose almost bled. When the other party sensed the aura of Luo Fanchen's breakthrough, his mouth opened wide in shock. You. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked at each other and spoke in unison. Hiss. Luo Fanchen swallowed his saliva, thinking that Su Jiuer might come, but he never expected that she would come so violently. The female fairy has changed her previous cold and glamorous look and is now extremely sexy. Cute fox ears and charming facial features. The bright red hip skirt shows off her curvy figure to the fullest, revealing her white and smooth shoulders. Her long and beautiful legs can be seen as the skirt sways. She is even wearing stockings as thin as a cicada's wing, with black stockings on her left leg and white stockings on her right leg. The beautiful feet were wearing strappy high heels, with slender ribbons extending up the calves. Every time she took a step, the bells tied around her ankles made a soft jingle. Su Jiuer on the opposite side stared at Luo Fanchen, who was sitting on the bed, and asked in shock, "What on earth did you do in the room just now?" "I didn't do anything, I just tried to practice." Luo Fanchen wondered, shouldn't he be the one who reacted so intensely? Why was the other person more excited than him? Just try to practice. Su Jiuer's voice was a little hurried. Swish. A fragrant breeze blew, and Luo Fanchen's eyes flashed. Su Jiuer had already flashed in front of him and grabbed his wrist. The thrilling baby granary was so close that Luo Fanchen felt dizzy. Dry mouth and tongue. I'm Zhua, stop making trouble. Using this to test the cadres right from the start, who can withstand it? As if it was unbelievable, Su Jiuer repeatedly used her mental power to sense it several times before letting go. The pair of blue contact lenses made Luo Fanchen feel uneasy. What kind of treasure did you steal? No. Luo Fanchen shook his head, feeling very strange. I just practiced casually for a while. Is it necessary to have such a big reaction? Just practice a little. Su Jiuer's voice suddenly rose, and she reacted violently. Within less than 3 sticks of time since you were separated from me, you have already jumped from the 1st level to the 5th level. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed, do you think it was just a casual practice? Ah, this. Luo Fanchen vaguely understood, are you referring to the cyclone in the dantian? If you mean that, it seems that there are indeed 4 more than before. Su Jiuer opened her red lips. Damn, how could this guy say such words in such a calm tone? Although the Soul Warrior level is the easiest to break through, it shouldn't be this fast. It has only been a short time and he has already broken through the 4th level. It is simply outrageous. It seems that the little man has not realized the seriousness of the problem. You really didn't take any rare and precious supplements? Su Jiuer couldn't help but ask. Luo Fanchen said speechlessly, what's with that suspicious look in your eyes? Can I show you again? Not a suspicion. Before Su Jiuer finished explaining, she saw Luo Fanchen sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Can this be demonstrated? Su Jiuer was stunned, then she held her cheek with her hand and sighed helplessly. Nonsense, breaking through is not easy, you can't just break through if you want to. Huff. Visions occur. The spiritual energy in the room gathered and rushed towards Luo Fanchen, entering his body and flowing into his dantian along the meridians of his limbs. As he sat down, a 6-petal green lotus platform vaguely emerged. The shadow of a small loch-emitting monochrome light opened its mouth above his head and swallowed the spiritual energy. Su Jiuer's beautiful eyes widened. Is this the noise that a young soul practitioner can make? Boom. There was a slight sound, and Su Jiuer's pupils contracted. She saw with her own eyes that Luo Fanchen's soul power aura rose a bit. In such a short period of time, a breakthrough was actually achieved. This guy. Su Jiuer was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Luo Fanchen opened his eyes, and the mysterious green lotus and little loach martial spirit disappeared. He shrugged at Su Jiuer and sighed. "Aunt, you will believe me this time, right?" Su Jiuer was silent. "By the way, Auntie, what did you say just now?" "I was busy practicing and didn't hear clearly." Luo Fanchen scratched his head. "What can't be demonstrated? What's not easy?" Su Jiuer's face turned slightly red, which was very embarrassing. She was wearing red nail polish and her toes wrapped in stockings were scratching the soles of her shoes. Luo Fanchen pointed and said, "Aunt, what are you doing? Stop picking, or the stockings will tear." "Ah. You really want to embarrass me, don't you? You little beast, I'm going to fight you." Su Jiuer gritted her teeth and raised her leg to kick. "Calm down, Miss Qingqiu, please calm down." Luo Fanchen raised his hands and hugged the beautiful legs. This. Luo Fanchen's heart was shaken. "You've become so bold that you dare to molest your aunt." Su Jiuer almost did a standing split, but the demon emperor was so flexible. "You're dressing like this and breaking into a guy's house in the middle of the night. Aren't you waiting to be?" Before Luo Fanchen could finish his muttering, Su Jiuer spun with her long legs, broke free from his control, and kicked him. "Little evil beast, I'm going to kill you." Bang. Luo Fanchen suffered a critical hit on the chest, and fell forward and backward, falling on the bed. "Murdering my own husband." Luo Fanchen covered his chest with his hands, his face full of pain. "Humph, don't pretend." Su Jiuer curled her lips and said, "I only used my toes, not my heels, so nothing will happen." "Hee hee, I knew you wouldn't want to." Luo Fanchen smiled awkwardly and stood up, saying, "It turns out that one more cyclone means one level higher soul power. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known that. So I am now a level 6 soul warrior." Speaking of this, Su Jiuer became excited. It seemed that the little man really knew nothing and didn't even know about soul power cyclones. She looked at Luo Fanchen curiously, wondering what kind of freak this guy was. "Oh, it's indeed a freak, nothing more special than this that fell from the sky." Thinking this way, Su Jiuer seemed to be able to accept it. "Really, I've never seen a breakthrough like yours before," Su Jiuer exclaimed. Luo Fanchen said, "By the way, you are a soul beast, right? How many human soul warriors have you seen?" Su Jiuer rolled her eyes at him. "Who are you looking down on? Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? I have heard about the speed of cultivation of some geniuses. I suspect you scolded me, and I have evidence." Luo Fanchen muttered quietly, thinking that after he practiced hard and became strong, he would definitely restore the power of husbands and make the serfs sing. Su Jiuer suddenly smiled. Her smile was very charming, interpreting what it meant to be a beauty who brings disaster and a beauty in the world. Luo Fanchen's throat moved slightly. "Why are you laughing suddenly?" Su Jiuer pursed her red lips and smiled. "I was wondering what kind of expression the female pope and the saint would have tomorrow when they see that you have broken through to the 6th level of soul warrior overnight. It's not necessarily level 6. This night hasn't passed yet." Luo Fanchen spread his hands. Su Jiuer's smile suddenly stopped and the air fell silent. Looking at the handsome man in front of her who looked like a banished immortal and whose talent had already begun to show, Su Jiuer couldn't help but sigh. When she first picked him up, she just hoped that he wouldn't be too ugly or too weak when he grew up. But she never expected that he would bring her more and more surprises, and even his performance at certain moments made her heart beat fast. Is it really God's mercy and a gift of marriage? Su Jiuer's heart is quietly undergoing subtle changes. "Aunt, did you miss me? That's why you came here so late. Tisk, shameless, stop thinking about beautiful things, who would think of you?" Su Jiuer spat lightly. Okay. Luo Fanchen was not angry when he was interrupted. He thought to himself that this woman said one thing and thought another, and her tsundere problem has been going on for a long time. "No, this is for you." Su Jiuer couldn't stand Luo Fanchen's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Her face flushed, and she took something out of her arms with her jade fingers and threw it out. Luo Fanchen caught it subconsciously. It is a small white fox jade pendant, crystal clear, delicate to the touch, and still warm. It seems to carry a special fragrance. A token of love? Luo Fanchen asked with a smile. Dream. Su Jiuer's pretty face was stern, revealing a cool and aloof demeanor, and she snorted with her lips raised. Don't think too much. You little men are just a level 6 soul warrior, but I am a 9-tailed fox demon emperor. There are too many people chasing after me. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Fanchen nodded, and with just one move he broke the defense of the demon emperor who was pretending to be evil. He picked up the jade pendant, put it to his nose, sniffed it, and let out a tisk. Fragrant. Ah. I'm going to strangle you to death, you bastard, are you being a hooligan? Su Jiuer gritted her teeth and pounced on him. After struggling for a while, Su Jiuer realized something was wrong. Why is this guy getting more and more excited? When he looked down, he saw that she was sitting astride Luo Fanchen's legs in a very intimate posture. It didn't seem like she was committing violence, but more like she was flirting with him. She didn't even dare to use force when pinching her neck, so wouldn't that mean he was taking advantage of her for nothing? Rogue. Su Jiuer quickly stood up and pinched Luo Fanchen's waist viciously. Hiss. You really pinched me. Luo Fanchen felt the pain. You pinched me, and you called me a hooligan. You are unreasonable, woman. This demon emperor is the truth. Su Jiuer raised her pretty face, looking proud and charming. Okay, you are right. Luo Fanchen said seriously, husband and wife are birds of the same forest. They will fly away tomorrow. I am a man, so I will be more generous tonight and give in to you. When Su Jiuer mentioned the separation, her expression darkened, and her voice unconsciously lowered a bit, but she still refused to admit defeat and said. So what if we're separated? I can't wait to go back to my hometown in Qingqiu. Luo Fanchen stared at her and said seriously, I don't know how you are, but I can't bear to leave you. Su Jiuer's delicate body trembled. She thought that the little man would be tough with her this time and say that he had had enough of her. The man's words made the memories that she had suppressed in her heart flood back, and she recalled every detail of their daily life together over the years. In fact, at first she wanted to give her first kiss to the other party to make her feel better, but the other party did not play by the rules and went straight back to the house. This made her feel confused, so she dressed up and chased after him, not believing that he could still pretend. Later, because of her stubbornness, the conversation went off track. Luo Fanchen grabbed the pair of jade hands. This time, Su Jiuer, who had always been strong, did not resist and let him hold her hands. I know you need to recover from your injuries and deal with the calamity, so I won't keep you and make things difficult for you. I also need to train on my own and become a truly strong person so that I can protect the people I care about. I always feel uncomfortable being protected by my own woman. Su Jiuer immediately raised her eyes and said, Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I don't think you are weak. Luo Fanchen smiled and looked out the window, his deep black eyes flashing with a scorching light. Wrong. You are not pressure, you are motivation. Besides, a real man is born in this world. He should be a hero when he is alive and a hero when he is dead. If he lives a life of mediocrity, it is meaningless even if he lives 1,000 years. Grow up. The little boy back then has really grown up. Su Jiuer whispered in her heart, she only felt that Luo Fanchen exuded a charming temperament at this moment. A beauty doesn't necessarily have to be paired with a hero, but she must be paired with a man of courage. How proud and arrogant the demon emperor was. There were countless geniuses in the world, but who could be taken seriously by her? But now, her eyes became increasingly blurred. Mortal world. The starry sky slipped into the wooden house and reflected on the blue stone ground. The beauty whispered softly, bent her delicate body, and moved closer to the men with her rose-petal red lips. Luo Fanchen lowered his head and behaved gently. In the darkness, their first kiss passed away together, but their feelings grew in secret. Don't leave tonight, okay? Although Luo Fanchen was asking, he held the woman's hand tightly with a bit of domineering attitude that would not refrain from rejection. Su Jiuer straightened her body at first, and wanted to fight back, but finally softened. Okay, I won't leave. Luo Fanchen's eyes suddenly became hotter. Su Jiuer pressed her red skirt tightly with her soft hands, biting her moist lips with her pearly teeth, and whispered, "You can touch my legs. But, nothing else will work, or you'll get into trouble. I'm in good health and can bear it." Luo Fanchen said. "That's definitely not possible." Su Jiuer's always sharp, icy blue eyes now had a hint of pleading in them. "When you reach level 70 and become a 7th rank soul saint, that will be enough." Luo Fanchen whispered, "Level 70. How long will it take? You have cheated me of my first kiss, so what else doesn't belong to you? With your talent, it will be very fast for you to cultivate to level 70. It will probably only take 15 to 20 years. Su Jiuer comforted him. "What? Is this fast?" Luo Fanchen was suddenly awakened as if he was splashed with a basin of ice water. "It takes that long?" Su Jiuer rolled her eyes. "This is already rapid progress, okay. Soul force breakthroughs become more and more difficult as time goes by. A 7th level soul saint is already considered a strong person who has entered the hall. I won't be a eunuch for 20 years, will I?" Luo Fanchen touched the black silk stockings with his big hand, his face full of pain. Su Jiuer bit her lip hard. "Auntie, I can't do that. But you can find another woman." "What?" Luo Fanchen was stunned by her beauty, looking at her in disbelief. Could he find someone like her again? Su Jiuer snorted, "Why are you so surprised? Isn't it normal for the emperor of the Soul Martial Continent to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? The Soul Beast clan does not practice monogamy. Strong males even have the right to reproduce in a clan. I'm not afraid of you looking for it, I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability and no one is willing to follow you." Ahem. Luo Fanchen coughed continuously, feeling that his 3 views were severely impacted, but think about it, this is not the Earth. Even if the Earth is not mentioned. To become stronger, you must become stronger, your martial soul must be upgraded, and your strength must be enhanced. 20 years is too long, we must seize the day. Luo Fanchen clenched his fists and once again deeply realized the reality of this world. It was obviously a world where the strong eat meat and the weak eat alligay. Go away, you are so dishonest. How can you take something like this as your goal? Su Jiuer pouted and kicked out shyly, but Luo Fanchen was quick-witted and caught her jade feet with his bare hands. Black stockings on the left, white stockings on the right, and my nose almost bled. Su Jiuer originally thought that this guy was going to keep messing around, but she never expected that Luo Fanchen would sit upright and actually start practicing again. Stunned with shock. "Are you working so hard?" Su Jiuer touched her beautiful face that was as beautiful as a disaster and felt a little doubtful about her life. Could she be so unattractive? How could she know that Luo Fanchen really couldn't stand the pain of only being able to watch but not eat, so he might as well concentrate on practicing? Boom boom. After a sleepless night, the sounds of breakthroughs were heard one after another. Su Jiuer's mouth opened wider and wider, then she turned a blind eye and remained calm, and she crossed her beautiful legs to recover from her injuries. The next morning, it was still dark. Luo Fanchen stood up, his bones crackling. "Hurry up and wash up, get ready for dinner, Luo Fanchen." Su Jiuer was wearing an apron around her slim waist, dressed like a cook. The table was filled with exquisite side dishes, white porridge, and soft and glutinous steamed buns. So early? Luo Fanchen was surprised. He opened his eyes much earlier than usual today. After all, it is the first day to meet the teacher formally. It is polite to go early. You can't keep others waiting for you. Unexpectedly, Su Jiuer also got up and prepared the meal in advance. At the dinner table, Luo Fanchen felt a little uncomfortable as a pair of beautiful eyes opposite him stared straight at him. "What do you think of the monster?" "Yeah." Su Jiuer held her cheek and said in amazement, "When you meet the female pope later, you will probably scare them." TSK. I'm already looking forward to their expressions. You think too much. It won't happen. They must have seen a lot of geniuses and evildoers in the temple. Luo Fanchen didn't care and calmly took a bite of the white steamed bun. Su Jiuer shook her head. It seems that this kid doesn't know how abnormal his cultivation speed is compared to others. She was really shocked last night. By the way, Auntie, what is this for? You forgot to tell me yesterday. After dinner, Luo Fanchen took out the white fox jade pendant from his arms and asked. You'll know if you try it with a drop of blood. Su Jiuer said. Good. Luo Fanchen stretched out his finger. Su Jiuer stared. Ding, what is this for? Give me a bite. Go away. Su Jiuer curled her red lips and said disdainfully, It's so dirty, I don't want it. Luo Fanchen provoked her. Actually, I also dislike your saliva, but who can blame the fox for having sharp teeth? I can't swallow it myself. Who are you mocking? Su Jiuer was so angry that she grabbed Luo Fanchen's finger and bit it with her mouth. The humidity hits. Hiss. It's broken, it's going to break. Luo Fanchen grimaced in pain. This woman had no good intentions and she really wanted to bite him this time. You want to take advantage? No way. Su Jiuer sneered arrogantly and wiped the blood stains from the corner of her lips, making her already rosy lips look even more seductive and evil. Luo Fanchen dripped blood on the white fox jade pendant. The blood seeped into it and quickly disappeared. The entire jade pendant emitted a faint light. Luo Fanchen could feel that he had established a special connection with the jade pendant. Urge soul power to infuse it. Swish. Luo Fanchen sensed that there was a special space inside the jade pendant, which was at least the size of a warehouse. There was only a bronze box in the space, and no one knew what was inside it. A thought occurred to him. Bang. The bronze box crashed across the room. This. Luo Fanchen was surprised. Isn't this the legendary storage space? Su Jiuer smiled and said, You have a good understanding. You got the hang of it so quickly. This is a treasure of my Qingqiu Fox clan. It contains a space for storage. Even a 7th-level soul saint would break his head to get this treasure. It is a treasure handed down from ancient times. Few people can make it nowadays, so you must be careful when using it. It's indeed a good thing. Luo Fanchen nodded. He liked the pendant very much, but he still handed it back. A gentleman does not take away what others love. I'm afraid you only have one such treasure. I can't accept it. Su Jiuer was a little surprised. Ordinary people would probably take it for themselves immediately after hearing that it was a treasure, so how could they return it to you? The corners of her lips curled up, she was in a good mood, and shook her head. You are my little lover, I am happy to give you something. I know you are poor now, so wait until you have the ability in the future and then give me a good treasure in return. And Su Jiuer pouted at the bronze box on the ground and said, There is no storage space. You can't take this thing away. What is this? Luo Fanchen was curious. Su Jiuer explained. I used special means to seal 2 spirit rings and spirit bones, but their levels are too high. You can't absorb them now. Wait until you have the ability to break the seal of this box before using them. Luo Fanchen immediately remembered the 3-headed demon dragon and the beautiful fox who were killed when he turned into golden thunder and descended to the world. These should be the legacy of these 2 great enemies. Come, I'll bring it to you. Su Jiuer pulled up several strands of long black hair, twisted them together, passed them through the hole of the pendant, and hung them around Luo Fanchen's neck with her own hands. Auntie, Luo Fanchen called softly. In the 16 years since he came to this strange world, it was Su Jiuer who had always been with him day and night. Now that we are parting, I naturally feel reluctant. I have told you so many times, call me auntie outside and call me wife when I get home. Su Jiuer corrected fiercely, and finally bit her lip and kept silent. Luo Fanchen was about to speak. It's time for you to go. Su Jiuer suddenly stood up, with a cold face, and ruthlessly pushed Luo Fanchen out, and the bronze box was also thrown out. Bang. The door is closed. Outside the door, Luo Fanchen stood silently, his eyes looking far away. After a long time, he bent down to put away the bronze box, and carefully placed the jade pendant around his neck and his arms. Turn around and leave. He officially stepped into the cruel world outside, where powerful men stood in rows. Each step was firm, as if he was hiding a determination to reach the top. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything. Inside the door, Sujiwar covered her face with her hands, her beautiful eyes flushed red. Watching the man's back disappear at the end of the path, Sujiwar opened the door and whispered softly. Keep going. Little man. If it weren't for the need to recuperate and prepare for the heavenly tribulation, Sujiwar really wouldn't want to leave, and she was not sure whether she could survive the 500,000-year heavenly tribulation from the ferocious beast. She was only 50% sure, so she naturally felt reluctant. She didn't dare tell Luo Fanchen about this, and even if she did, it would only cause him more troubles and would not be of any help. The sky gradually brightened and the sun rose. A ray of morning light fell on the banished immortal young man as he walked towards the square at the entrance of the village. Buzz. The soul light surged, and the six-petal green lotus martial soul automatically emerged. Luo Fanchen stopped, a little surprised. The green lotus martial spirit was seen spinning around, exuding a refreshing fragrance. A ray of green light flew out from the petals and landed on his fingertips. Luo Fanchen looked down and saw that the finger that had been bitten was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye in the green light. Soon, his fingers recovered and there was no visible scar. This healing ability is really amazing. Luo Fanchen exclaimed in admiration, and at the same time realized that his soul power was being consumed. It seemed that this healing light was not endless, but was related to his own soul power reserves. He put away his martial spirit and was about to walk to the village entrance when he suddenly froze. On both sides of the dirt road ahead, villagers from Yun village were gathered together, and familiar and simple faces came into view. Even if not all the villagers came out, at least 70 to 80% of them came out, and it was obvious that they had been waiting here for a long time. Village chief, what are you and everyone else doing? Luo Fanchen saw the old village chief Lu Ren, standing hunched in the middle of the road, his cracked and wrinkled hands tightly clutching two packages. Good boy, you have really grown up. Lu Ren's weather-beaten face showed a kind and relieved smile. Everyone knows that you are leaving, and they are all here to see you off. Luo Fanchen looked around and said, Fanchen would like to thank everyone for their care over the years. Village chief Lu Ren shook his head. Good boy, you have owed the village nothing over the years. It is everyone who owes you. You have always been the one helping the village by going out hunting. This is a little gift from everyone, please accept it. The village chief stuffed the two packages in his hand to Luo Fanchen. The moment his right hand touched one of the packages, Luo Fanchen suddenly felt the green lotus martial soul in his body vibrate, and a feeling of desire came over him. Luo Fanchen asked, Village chief, this is? The village chief said, the money on the left is from everyone. We are poor but rich. Our children should not be too poor when they go out. The package on the right contains a piece of black stone that I picked up 30 years ago. Even a knife or an axe can't leave a scratch on it. I thought you might be able to use it, so I brought it here for you. Village head. The village chief said stubbornly, you must accept it, otherwise everyone will be sad. We have accepted your sharing of prey many times. Luo Fanchen was holding the two packages and was moved. He was an orphan in his previous life and grew up alone in an orphanage. Perhaps because he was lonely and lacked love since childhood, he attracted many girls. Now in another world, I feel the care from my elders. The village chief patted him on the shoulder and said, work hard, fly as high as possible, and try not to return to this barren land again. You have great potential, and Yun village is proud of you. Go quickly. We are too shabby to take you to the square, for fear that the important people might see us and be an eyesore. It's not an eyesore. Luo Fanchen said seriously, and at the same time kept in mind all the pairs of simple and dark faces present. In the end, the village chief and the villagers refused to follow and watched Luo Fanchen leave the village. Luo Fanchen came to the square. Rip. The space is torn apart and the darkness is endless. A majestic female pope in golden palace dress stepped out, followed by a beautiful saint, with her slender pink legs and black boots and her purple ponytail swaying slightly. Saint Baiying Yue raised her hand and shook it gently, blinking her beautiful eyes. Good morning, handsome little brother. It seems you are quite popular. So many villagers came out to see you off. So charming. The usually serious female pope also nodded slightly. It's good to have talent but not be arrogant, to respect the weak and to win the hearts of the people. Luo Fanchen muttered to himself. The two women had clearly just arrived, but they seemed to have witnessed the scene at the village entrance with their own eyes. Let's go, Di Weiyang said calmly. But when her eyes fell on Luo Fanchen and looked at him carefully, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. No longer as calm as before. What's wrong, teacher? Is there any problem, little brother? Bai Yue understood the Pope very well. There were very few things that could make her show surprise. Di Weiyang looked at Luo Fanchen and asked in surprise, "You broke through?" Luo Fanchen nodded in agreement. Teacher has a keen eye. Bai Yue chuckled and said, "Not bad, little brother. You've made a breakthrough in just one night." Not bad. Luo Fanchen smiled modestly. The cold and majestic aura of the Pope made people feel somewhat restrained, but Bai Yue's lively personality made Luo Fanchen feel much more relaxed and natural. Bai Yue looked at the Pope in some surprise, and said puzzledly, "Teacher, it's not a big deal for junior brother to break through. It shouldn't surprise you so much." The Pope glanced at her with her beautiful eyes, and her red lips parted slightly, her voice like a phoenix. "It's really not a big deal, it's just a 9-level promotion overnight." "Oh, 9 levels in a row." Bai Yue nodded subconsciously, then suddenly looked up. Cazalin's big eyes widened with surprise. "That's impossible. 9 levels in a row. You're not saying that junior brother has advanced from the first level of Soul Master to the 10th level of Soul Master overnight?" Di Weiyang turned his head and said, "Fan Chen, release your soul energy." Swish. Luo Fanchen released his restrained soul power. The momentum was not strong, but it made Bai Yue's cherry mouth open so wide that it seemed like a banana could fit in it. "Why is it rising so fast?" "That's too much, little brother. Are you taking drugs?" "No." Before Luo Fanchen could speak, Di Weiyang answered affirmatively. "There is no trace of spiritual medicine left on him." "Wow. That junior brother is much better than I was back then." Bai Yue was not jealous. She put her finger on her lips and recalled, "After I awakened, I only broke through 5 realms in one night. If the 4 priests and the Holy Sun knew that our junior brother had such a talent, they would regret it to death." Luo Fanchen shook his head, thinking that they probably wouldn't regret not accepting me as their disciple, but would only regret not killing me with one punch. Bai Yue waved her fist and said, "Come on, little senior brother. Try to accompany me to beat up the Holy Sun and the worshipful dog head one day." The corner of Luo Fanchen's mouth twitched. He realized that the saint of the temple was actually a chatterbox. However, she was not annoying at all. She was a beautiful and lovely chatterbox. He couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, you are a saint girl in the temple, and you always say you want to beat up the worshippers and the saint's son. Is this reasonable?" Bai Yue snorted softly. "These 2 bastards, one is scheming against the teacher, the other wants to marry me. Neither of them is a good person. They both think I am a naive person, but in fact, I have sharp eyes. It seems that the temple is not a monolithic entity." Luo Fanchen said thoughtfully. "Of course, where there is power and interests, there will be struggle. It's so annoying." Bai Yue pouted her red lips and rolled her beautiful eyes up, revealing a playful and lively youthful aura. "But you, little brother, are so brave to practice on your own without any guidance." Luo Fanchen scratched his head and smiled shyly. "I just sucked in the spiritual energy from the outside world and collected it in my dantian. When I took a final look, it seemed that all the spiritual energy I had sucked in had turned into cyclones. I was originally worried about what I was doing wrong, but now after hearing what the teacher and the senior sister said, I feel relieved. It turns out that one more cyclone means one more level." Bai Yue felt numb. Is cultivation so easy? It's just a matter of inhaling, taking in, and breaking through. But if you think about it carefully, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what he said. But although the truth is simple, yours is too simple. Are you sure you won't go crazy if you suck in the wrong place? Fan Chen, there were 2 unusual movements of heaven and earth around here the day before yesterday and yesterday respectively. They must have been caused by you." Di Weiyang suddenly asked at this time, which scared Luo Fanchen. "After thinking it over carefully, I admitted it generously. It was because of me." The first time a golden light came from the sky, it went directly into my body, but I didn't feel anything. When I awakened my martial spirit for the second time, a thunderbolt struck me. It was very painful at the time, but afterwards, there was no damage on my body. Interesting. Di Weiyang raised the corners of his lips. Buying Yue couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, the thunder has entered his body, will the little brother be okay?" Tramp. As Di Weiyang's skirt swayed, her beautiful legs in long golden boots moved alternately as she walked in front of Luo Fanchen and held his wrist, giving him a cool and smooth touch. He shook his head after sensing it. There is no hidden danger. Your junior brother is in very good physical condition, even better than ordinary people. It's not junior brother, it's junior brother, Teacher Pope. Buying Yue pouted her lips to correct him, then hesitated and said, "Then what about his two visions? I have never heard of them before." Di Weiyang shook his head, "I don't know either." "Ah. Even you, teacher, don't know." Buying Yue was surprised. The world is so vast that nothing is impossible, so people should never be complacent. After Di Weiyang warned his apprentice, he analyzed, "I couldn't have guessed the first strange phenomenon. The second thunderbolt should be because Fan Chen's martial soul was too rebellious to heaven, or even shouldn't exist in the world, so it attracted heaven's punishment. However, fortunately, Fan Chen's martial soul foundation has not been destroyed. Obviously, there is still a chance for evolution. I just don't know to what level it will evolve in the future." Buying Yue was overwhelmed with curiosity and wanted to ask Luo Fanchen a few more questions, but was stopped by the Pope. Everyone should have their own opportunities and secrets. Don't ask too many questions or delve too deeply into them. After saying that, Di Weiyang looked at Luo Fanchen deeply, not caring how much truth or falsehood he said. Luo Fanchen felt fortunate in his heart. It seemed that he was very lucky. The character of the Pope and the saint he met was beyond doubt. "Oh, it seems like I have been blessed with a golden dragon of fortune, and I am extremely blessed." "That's okay. Let's go," Di Weiyang said. Luo Fanchen asked curiously, "Teacher, where are we going?" A hint of helplessness flashed across Di Weiyang's quiet and beautiful eyes at this moment. She had not expected Luo Fanchen to be such a monster, and her original plan was directly disrupted. "I had planned to explain the basics of cultivation to you first, and then start practicing. Now the words. I need to take you to get your first spirit ring first." "So fast?" Luo Fanchen was a little surprised. "What else?" Di Weiyang asked back. For the first time, Luo Fanchen experienced the Pope's vigorous and decisive style of doing things. Rip. The space was torn apart, revealing a dark space. Luo Fanchen hesitated for a moment and did not dare to grab the Pope's hand rashly, for fear of being beaten to death. He stretched out his empty hand to hold Buying Yue's. The three of them entered together, and Luo Fanchen felt a golden shield covering them, moving through the darkness. Buying Yue blushed and said coquettishly, "No need to hold the lead, the teacher can just lead us away." "Ah." Luo Fanchen retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, raised his head to meet the cold eyes of the Pope, and tapped his toes on the ground in embarrassment. "Then why don't you hide?" Buying Yue said aggrievedly, "I am afraid that if I hide from you, you will be embarrassed. It will hurt the friendship between brothers and sisters. It's not good. Listen to me, thank you." Luo Fanchen's mouth twitched, this made him even more embarrassed. "This is the first time a man holds my hand." Buying Yue muttered softly. She didn't know what was wrong, but she always felt that this junior brother was not only handsome, but also exuded a special charm that made her unconsciously want to get close to him. She was not repulsive at all and somehow let him hold her hand. "No way, my father always held my hand when I was a child." Luo Fanchen was surprised. The girl had never even held his hand, which seemed unbelievable to him in his previous life. He should have been lucky that he had never kissed her. Buying Yue shook her head and her ponytail swayed slightly. "I don't have a father. I'm an orphan and was picked up by a teacher." "Is that so?" Luo Fanchen nodded. Buying Yue said angrily, "Doesn't your conscience hurt? I'm in such a miserable state, and you can't even say a word of comfort." "I am an orphan too." Luo Fanchen added in his heart, not only in this life, but also in the previous life. Being an orphan for 2 lifetimes, is that miserable enough? He pondered in his heart, could this be the legendary? Parents offer sacrifices to the heavens, do they have infinite power? Buying Yue held it in for a moment, then said distressedly, that little senior brother is much more pitiful than me. At least I still have a teacher who loves me. In the future, my sister hurts you, who bullies you, I will help you beat him. Holy Son. Luo Fanchen said. This. Buying Yue was silent for a few seconds, and then said angrily. Hey. I'm your junior sister, not your senior sister. Junior sisters are meant to be loved. How can you really use them as thugs? Okay, I see you can't beat him. Luo Fanchen said honestly. Ah. Buying Yue looked at the female pope and pointed at Luo Fanchen like she was going crazy. Teacher, is it too late for me to strangle him to death now? This is so infuriating. The female pope said calmly, I have to get along with the little brother I chose myself, even if it means crying. Buying Yue was struck by lightning. She covered her chest with her hands, feeling heartbroken. Luo Fanchen was also stunned. He didn't expect that the Pope was also good at dry humor. Arrive. The space was torn apart again, and Di Weiyang flew out of the darkness with a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Luo Fanchen exclaimed in surprise, and there was nothing around him. Look down there, little brother. Buying Yue said crisply. Luo Fanchen lowered his head, his heart trembling. He was actually 1,000 meters in the air, his body held up by an invisible force, and all he could see below was green. The endless primeval forest is right at your feet. Buying Yue explained. Junior brother, this is the Eastern Oasis, the largest gathering place for soul beasts in the entire Soul Martial continent. I obtained my 4th spirit ring here a few days ago. Now it's your turn. Luo Fanchen took a long breath, his eyes flashing with shock. Can such a large-scale jungle be called an oasis? Judging from the area it covers, it is probably larger than a country in my previous life. Swish. Di Weiyang led the 2 of them to fly downwards, and Buying Yue continued to explain, Teacher is going to take us to the outskirts of the oasis to hunt. What's the story about the inner and outer circles? Luo Fanchen asked with interest. Buying Yue said patiently, the spirit beasts living in the outer circle of the oasis are all weak. The more you go inward, the more abundant the spiritual energy is, and the stronger the spirit beasts become. The outer ring is basically made up of 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, while the weakest ones in the inner ring are 10,000-year soul beasts. The center of the inner circle is called the core area, an absolute restricted area for humans. Buying Yue paused, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of fear. Because there are 8 great soul beast kings, each of them is a peerless beast that is more than 100,000 years old. Who are the emperors? Luo Fanchen asked curiously. Buying Yue chuckled and said, such a powerful being is too far away from us now, so forget about it. Luo Fanchen said silently in his heart. Is it very far away? We have kissed, now the only thing left is negative distance. No, our own demon emperor is not from Oasis, but I think his strength should be about the same. Di Weiyang suddenly said, now it should be the 7 soul beast emperors. The old 8th demon emperor has disappeared for more than 10 years without a trace. The human leaders suspect that the demon emperor has died. Buying Yue opened her red lips and said in shock, I remember that the 3-headed dragon was a huge beast worth 400,000 tons. Who has such great ability to kill the demon emperor without making any noise? His cultivation is simply incredible. A strange look flashed across Luo Fanchen's eyes, and he said secretly. No way. It couldn't be the big villain he smashed to death that year. That's right, you're talking about a master. It's me. Di Weiyang frowned and said solemnly. The demon emperor is dead, and the 400,000-year-old soul bones and soul rings he left behind are top-level treasures. If a level 90 soul master were to absorb them, it would definitely create a terrifying level 9 transcendental with endless potential. If an evil soul master absorbs this treasure, all living things will be devastated. Buying Yue's bright smile immediately disappeared from her face and she became serious. Luo Fanchen had a strange expression. Through the performance of the Pope and the Saint, he realized that the soul ring and soul bone in the pendant were 100 times more precious than he had imagined. He had no doubt that if he took the demon emperor's soul bone out of the pendant now, it would probably scare the two women. But this kind of thing should just be thought about in the mind. If he really brings it out, it would not be pretense, but idiocy, even more unjust than that demon emperor. Bai Yue naturally noticed the change in Luo Fanchen's expression, but she didn't think too much about it. The level of the demon emperor is so high. What special news could my senior brother, who just came out of a poor mountain village, know? Junior brother, I'm afraid you still don't understand what spirit rings and spirit bones are. Let me explain them to you. Towering ancient trees block out the sun. Luo Fanchen followed Di Weiyang and walked on the outskirts of the Soul Beast Oasis. The bushes under their feet made a rustling sound. After Bai Yue's explanation just now, he no longer had a vague understanding of spirit rings and spirit bones. After a soul master has cultivated to the 10th level of each stage, he must absorb soul rings to complete the breakthrough. And a soul ring will definitely appear after the soul beast dies. 100 years is yellow, 1,000 years is purple, 10,000 years is black, and 100,000 years is red. Bai Yue didn't know what color the level above 100,000 years was because it was too rare. The Pope probably thought that this level was too far away for Luo Fanchen, so she didn't say anything. But Luo Fanchen had already guessed it. Orange-red. Because the demon emperor's soul ring is orange-red. It seems that Tian Hu Meiji should be a 100,000-year-old soul beast with a red soul ring. However, according to Bai Yue, the absorption of spirit rings is also related to strength and physique. Spirit masters of different levels can withstand different spirit ring years. A soul ring of more than 100,000 years can only be supported by the physique of a level 90 warrior. There is only one outcome for a low-level soul master who rashly absorbs the spirit. Collapse. Exploded and died. Luo Fanchen now understood Su Jiuer's good intentions and why she wanted to seal the demon emperor's soul bones and soul rings. As for soul rings, in addition to helping soul masters break through, there is another benefit, that is, soul rings will give soul masters a usable skill, thereby enhancing the soul master's combat power. But this skill is not random, but is related to the soul beast's innate skills during its lifetime. Therefore, soul masters are particularly cautious when choosing soul rings, and try their best to hunt soul beasts that match the attributes of their own martial souls. And the age cannot be too high, otherwise the body cannot bear it. It's too low, the skills obtained are too weak, and it's a waste of talent. Now Di Weiyang took him to search in the forest, looking for a soul beast suitable for him to hunt. When soul bones were mentioned earlier, Bai Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled. It is no exaggeration to say that soul bones are the most precious treasure in the soul martial continent. They can be absorbed by soul masters and integrated with their own bones. It greatly improves physical strength and soul power, and the soul bone will also come with a soul skill for the soul master to use. However, soul bones are different from soul rings. Although they are also separated after the death of soul beasts, the key point is that soul bones are produced randomly. The probability of a 100-year or 1,000-year-old soul beast producing soul bones is almost zero, only 1 in 10,000. The probability of a 10,000-year-old soul beast is a little higher, but it is rare within 1,000 miles. There is not a single soul beast over 50,000 years old within 100 miles. What's special is that a 100,000-year soul beast will definitely produce soul bones, and these soul bones are far stronger than those of ordinary soul beasts. Luo Fanchen understood it very well. The reason why this soul bone was so precious and rare was because strong soul beasts were difficult to kill, and the drop rate of weak soul beasts was low, so one had to rely on luck to obtain it. When it comes to luck, Luo Fanchen's expression became a little unnatural. If you say this, he will not be sleepy anymore. The Duck King and the famous chicken, isn't this a pure professional match? At this moment, a European emperor couldn't help but reveal his handsome smile. Roar. A sharp roar startled Luo Fanchen, who was thinking. Swish. A dark shadow jumped out of the bushes. Iron-backed wolf. Bai Yue's voice came from the side, and Luo Fanchen looked over carefully. A vicious wolf blocked the road ahead, its green eyes flickering with a faint light, saliva dripping from between its sharp teeth onto the ground. its body covered with gray wolf hair like steel needles, but its back was particularly special, the color of iron and lead, emitting a solid black light. The wolf had not tasted human food for a long time. When it sensed the soul power of the 3 weak humans, it immediately tracked them down. "Fan Chen, you go," Di Weiyang said. "Good." Luo Fanchen agreed too readily, without any fear on his face, which surprised Di Weiyang and Buying Yue. Buying Yue couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, this iron-backed gray wolf looks like it has been cultivating for 200 years, which is equivalent to a peak soul warrior. Aren't you afraid?" Luo Fanchen put down the 2 packages given by the village chief, rolled up his sleeves and walked forward, smiling. "Teacher Pope asked me to go. Of course there is a reason, and I often go to the mountains to hunt when I was in the village. I'm used to it." Buying Yue was stunned. Has her junior brother been so wild since he was a child? She reminded hurriedly. "Don't be careless, this is not an ordinary beast like those in the village, but a soul beast that has cultivated soul power for 200 years. Swish. Luo Fanchen had already rushed out. The iron-backed wolf did not expect that the weak human with a faint aura would not only not run away, but actually dare to take the initiative to attack. He immediately roared back. Buying Yue said, "Teacher, you let junior brother deal with the 200-year-old soul beast right away. Isn't it too hasty? And this is too reckless, little brother. You will suffer for it." Di Weiyang looked at her with her phoenix eyes and said coldly, "I don't ask for victory. I just want to use this wolf to test his foundation and find out where his limit is. If I'm here, will he be in trouble?" This sentence seemed to be saying, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Buying Yue stuck out her tongue and turned her attention to the battlefield. "It doesn't matter if you don't look at the result, but you'll be shocked when you do." The wolf jumped high and rushed to bite the throat. Luo Fanchen looked sharp and slid to attack. He came to the bottom of the iron-backed wolf and punched upward with great force. Pound the wolf's soft belly. Bang. The wolf howled and fell to the ground. Luo Fanchen chased after him, pushing Canglong's jaw with one hand and hitting his neck with the other. "Teacher, this is too exaggerated." In the distance, Buying Yue covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Killing a 200-year-old soul beast was easy for her, but it was simply a fantasy for a rookie who had just awakened his martial soul one day. As a result, Luo Fanchen slapped her in the face on the spot and showed her what a real operation was. The movements are indeed very crude, without any rules, and are all country style, but they are fast, fierce, accurate and very practical. No, it's not just a matter of strength. Buying Yue thought to herself that this junior brother had a sharp eye as well, as he deliberately avoided attacking the wolf's hardest parts, the head and back. "Don't do anything hard, just target the soft ones." She glanced at the teacher and found that the Pope's cold eyes paused for a moment. Obviously it was also very surprising and unexpected. Soon, Luo Fanchen walked over dragging one of the iron-backed wolf's legs with one hand. The violent old wolf was now dying. "Done, sensei. Junior sister is right. This beast is indeed more difficult to deal with than the ordinary wild beasts in the village." Seeing Luo Fanchen shaking his head and sighing, Buying Yue was so angry that she wanted to hit him. "Brother, we can already fight 200-year-old soul beasts as soon as we awaken our martial spirit. You are so vigorous, aren't you satisfied?" Buying Yue couldn't help but say. "You call this difficult to deal with? I don't have any injuries on my body." Luo Fanchen shook his head. "I used to kill in seconds when I went hunting in the mountains, but now it's too tiring." Buying Yue stared, thinking that your difficulty means you can't kill instantly. What kind of insane logic is this? Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes flickered and she said, "You have a very solid foundation. You have accumulated a lot of combat experience. If you didn't have any combat skills, I would even wonder if you were specially trained by a strong person. Many people don't pay attention to the body tempering before awakening the martial soul. They think that soul power is king, but you should have reached the peak of body tempering. This is good. You will know the benefits of continuous physical training in the future." Luo Fanchen was shocked. She was worthy of being a female pope. Her eyes were indeed vicious and she hit the mark. He even suspected that the female pope just didn't want to inquire into his secrets, so she didn't inquire into it in detail. She was really broad-minded. Di Weiyang continued. What Ing Yue told you before was not specific enough. The first spirit ring a spirit master obtains can only be absorbed within 400 years. If it exceeds this period, there is a risk of the body exploding. How to determine the limit? Luo Fanchen asked. Di Weiyang explained. Through combat, without the aid of external objects, you can absorb a spirit ring as strong as the spirit beast you can defeat. I wanted to use this wolf to test your background. If your foundation is not solid, you will need to spend time polishing it before making a breakthrough. My disciple, the first spirit ring must be a 400-year spirit ring to build the strongest foundation. Luo Fanchen asked tentatively, is it possible for the first soul ring to exceed 400 years? Yes. The Pope nodded, there is no shortage of geniuses with special opportunities in the world. Such people are often the monsters among geniuses and can break through the limits. From ancient times to the present, the longest recorded age of a first spirit ring is over 600 years. It's only 200 years more, that's not a lot more. Luo Fanchen muttered subconsciously. The female pope's expression remained unchanged, while Bai Yue at the side bared her fangs in anger. Do you know what you are talking about? 200 years is not enough. This is half of the original time. Just like when you reach your running limit, holding on for one more breath is like hellish torture, the same is true for the burden placed on the human body after breaking through the spirit ring limit for one more year. Luo Fanchen immediately realized the key. This is only the first spirit ring, and it's half more. If each subsequent spirit ring is half more than the limit of others, the increase in overall strength will be too terrifying. After all, the spirit rings behind us can easily be thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. Being half a year ahead of others is a lot. Hey, you reacted quickly. Bai Yue nodded, that's right. For example, when you reach level 90, you have 9 spirit rings. The previous spirit rings are actually just auxiliary. The real reliance is on the 9th spirit ring. If you are 100,000 years old and he is 150,000 years old, the power of the difference is too terrifying. Luo Fanchen realized. In that case, if the spirit ring absorbed earlier is too young, it will also affect the age of the spirit ring absorbed later. Yes. Bai Yue nodded, in fact, there are 10-year soul beasts whose soul rings are white, but if the first soul ring is attached with white, there is no hope of breaking through to level 20 in this lifetime. Luo Fanchen asked. Then I can spend more time at level 10, focusing on refining my physique until I can defeat soul beasts that are 700 or 800 years old. Then, can't I absorb a superlimit soul ring? This question made Bai Yue completely confused. When she was practicing, she always followed the teacher's instructions and didn't have so many problems. Di Weiyang spoke. When the bottle is full of water, it can no longer hold any more. The human body is like a bottle. Either you get a special opportunity to expand the bottle, or you break through to the next level. The bottle's water storage limit will not increase just because of your efforts, so you have to break through when it's time. People with good talents are born with big bottles. If the first soul ring is 300 years old, it is considered a genius in the top forces, and 400 years is the level of a U.S. saint. Looking at your cultivation speed and the physical strength you showed in battle, I think you can challenge the limit. It would be very difficult to exceed the limit by 500 years. 600 years would be a record-breaking achievement. 700 or 800 years. The Pope couldn't help but shake her head, the meaning was very clear. Luo Fanchen received high praise from the Pope, and Bai Yue also agreed. I feel that this handsome young man who came from a mountain village often surprises and unexpectedly shows us things. Bai Yue said. Little senior brother, you may think that some things are nothing because you came into contact with me and the teacher, who are at the top level right from the start. When you come into contact with spirit masters outside, you will know how special you are. In many spirit master academies outside, those who have had their first spirit ring for more than 200 years are considered to be sought-after geniuses. Besides, even my teacher and I are amazed at your talent. When you really go out into the world, you will definitely become famous and scare a lot of people. Am I such a pervert? Luo Fanchen thought about it carefully and realized that he was not pretending to be cool on purpose. It was just that he had come into contact with too few soul masters and had no idea about their strength and talent. Surrounded by big guys like the demon emperor, priests, and the pope, I always feel so weak. He has begun to look forward to the day of leaving the mountain. Swish. A light yellow soul ring condensed on the surface of the iron-backed wolf. The 2 women and 1 man discussed for too long, and the old wolf finally died. Let's go. Di Weiyang said. Luo Fanchen nodded, and just as he bent down to pick up the package on the ground, the 2 martial souls in his body suddenly moved almost at the same time, and showed excitement. The little loach martial spirit even emerged directly. Having absorbed the poison of the resentful dragon before, it has grown from the size of a palm to the length of a forearm, with scales growing on its body, making it look more like a small snake. It flew rapidly towards the dead iron-backed wolf, creating suction out of thin air as it opened its mouth. Swish. The wolf's corpse shook, and red blood gushed out, flying into the little loach's mouth along with the yellow soul ring. This. Luo Fanchen felt that the scene before him was familiar. He remembered that the last time little loach did this was the last time. The holy maiden of the Pope was stunned and was about to leave. She didn't expect Luo Fanchen's martial soul to suddenly move. Seeing the little loach swallow the soul ring into its mouth, Buying Yue said anxiously. Not good. Little senior brother, quickly control your martial spirit and stop. If you attach this 200-year spirit ring, your talent will be wasted. It's too late. Di Weiyang sighed. The little loach swallowed it so fast that even she didn't have time to react. It seems that Luo Fanchen can only add a soul ring that lasts for 200 years. Swish. The little loach emits a monochromatic light all over its body. The light became stronger and deeper, its body expanded rapidly, the scales on its surface continued to grow, and its status rose. Buying Yue was surprised and said, "This is not the sound of adding a spirit ring." Di Weiyang stared with her phoenix eyes. Boom. The little loach's body has expanded to twice its previous size as an arm, now at least 1 meter long. It looked much more majestic than before. It was no longer a small loach, but a small green-scaled snake. Its body surface emitted a 2-color glow, instead of the previous single color. Luo Fanchen could clearly sense the joy coming from the green-scaled snake, and an epiphany arose in his heart. It grew longer and stronger. But you are such a dishonest little brother. You eat your own food without even sharing a bite with your master. Buying Yue was shocked and said, "My martial spirit can actually continue to evolve, and the speed of evolution is too fast." Interesting. Di Weiyang raised the corner of his lips and nodded, "There are such martial spirits in the world. I wonder where the end of evolution is." Junior sister, what did you say? Luo Fanchen had just been concentrating on Xiao Niu's promotion. Oh my. Buying Yue's pretty face showed regret. Your martial soul can continue to evolve, and your potential is amazing. It's a pity that the first soul ring is only attached for 200 years. Luo Fanchen sensed it and shook his head. No, I didn't sense the spirit ring you mentioned. How could there not be? Buying Yue stomped her beautiful legs in black boots and demonstrated it herself. A cold purple moon rose behind her, and the cold air spread, and the temperature around her dropped suddenly. Luo Fanchen's hands and feet were cold, and he thought to himself that this martial soul was extraordinary. Buying Yue was obviously restraining her aura, but it still made him feel chills. Swish. Yellow and purple, 4 halos emerged from the interior of the purple moon, moving rhythmically up and down. Buying Yue explained, "Look, this is my 9th grade top-level martial soul, Taiyin Yueying, which has 4 soul rings attached to it." Luo Fanchen followed suit and activated his soul power. The green-scaled snake swam in the air, but no soul ring appeared. He said with certainty, "Indeed not, the spirit ring should have been digested by my martial spirit as nutrients." Buying Yue exclaimed. "How is this possible? It is generally acknowledged that spirit rings can only be attached to martial spirits and cannot be absorbed into personal strength." Di Weiyang said, "Fan Chen's martial soul has indeed not yet been attached with a spirit ring, and there is no aura of the iron-backed grey wolf spirit ring inside the martial soul." "Did you really absorb the soul ring as nutrients?" Bai Yue's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Many monsters are born to break common sense. You are a saint, so you should be steady. Di Weiyang couldn't help but shook her head. I feel that this girl is too cheerful and doesn't look like a saint at all. But Bai Yue turned her head and saw Luo Fanchen still standing there as steady as an old dog, and she felt like going crazy. She really wanted to grab the other person by the collar and roar loudly. Hello. Hello. Do you know how abnormal your martial soul is? If this gets out, it will scare people to death. After others have added spirit rings, it will be useless no matter how many spirit beasts you hunt. He could only watch helplessly as the soul rings eventually dissipated between heaven and earth, but Luo Fanchen's martial soul was good and did not waste any resources at all. It sucked in everything randomly, accepting all that came to it, and was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it's probably not just that. With Bai Yue's saint-level eyesight, it's easy to tell that Luo Fanchen's martial soul needs energy to evolve. If a martial soul evolves to the ultimate level, can it feed back the absorbed power to its master and speed up the master's practice? Other strong people can only absorb spiritual energy to practice, and their methods of practice are limited. Luo Fanchen can not only absorb spiritual energy, but also use his martial soul to crazily absorb soul rings for cultivation. Hiss. Thinking of this, Bai Yue took a breath and stared at the handsome junior brother as if he were a monster. This is going to go against the will of heaven. Luo Fanchen didn't think too much about it. He put away his martial spirit and picked up the 2 packages from the ground. The green lotus martial spirit was still moving strangely. It had no feeling towards the iron-backed wolf that little Loach liked, but it was extremely hungry for the things in the package. But he decided not to open it for now, otherwise if any special situation arises, he really won't be able to explain it. When he looked up, he found that Bai Yue and Di Weiyang were silent, frowning, and staring in the same direction. Luo Fanchen followed their gaze. The pupils shrank. The previously majestic iron-backed wolf now looked like a mummy, as if all the blood and energy had been drained from its body, leaving it shriveled and withered. Luo Fanchen's heart trembled. The Pope cannot treat herself as an evil demon and strangle her in the cradle. Even if we don't mention how the scripts in the previous life always played out this way, to be honest, if he stood from the perspective of a passerby, he would feel a chill and the urge to kill himself. He looked at the 2 women cautiously, paying attention to their changes in expression. The Saint Junior Sister White Python swung her beautiful legs, jumped over, and smiled sweetly. Junior brother, I almost forgot that your martial spirit can not only absorb spirit rings to evolve, but also absorb blood energy. Yes. Luo Fanchen nodded, and his nervous mood eased a little. He was really afraid that his junior sister would shout, "Destroy you on behalf of the moon." But he was sharp-minded and noticed that there was a hint of unnaturalness in the other person's beautiful eyes. Let's go. Di Weiyang's expression was still as solid as an iceberg, without any movement. She moved her feet and walked into the forest. Let's go, little brother. Bai Yue waved her hand. Luo Fanchen really didn't expect that even after all this, the Pope didn't even ask any questions and gave him enough trust. Rustle. In the jungle, Luo Fanchen was confronting a praying mantis that was half a man's height. He had never thought that a praying mantis could grow so big. The mantis's pair of sickle-like forearms sparkled with diamond-like crystal light, beautiful yet full of murderous intent. Bai Yue in the distance said worriedly, "Teacher, you are asking our little brother to fight a 400-year-old diamond mantis. Isn't it too difficult for him?" "That's not what you taught me before." Di Weiyang said calmly. "Inferior teachers teach recklessly and mislead students. Ordinary teachers stick to the old ways of teaching and can only produce mediocre people. As a teacher, teach students in accordance with their aptitude, and great things will come out of them. You two have different talents, so the directions of your training are naturally different." Bai Yue nodded, but the anxious look on her face did not fade. She understood the principle, but it was still too much to ask someone who had just awakened his martial spirit for one day to fight a 400-year-old soul beast. Especially the special combat skills of soul masters have not been taught to Luo Fanchen yet. She didn't think the teacher could forget such a thing. It must have been intentional, but she didn't know what the purpose was. Humph. Luo Fanchen avoided the attack, moved aside, and grinned. It hurt so much. The beast was ferocious and cut at least 4 or 5 wounds on his body, but fortunately the wounds were avoided. He had no doubt that if the iron-backed wolf had come here, it would have been chopped to pieces by the diamond mantis sickle. Just now, I tried to control the little loach spirit to attack, but it was obviously unable to absorb living things, and there was also a fatal flaw. That was because he was distracted by controlling the little loach to attack, and his main body's movements became slow, and he was almost cut in half by a sweeping blow from the diamond mantis. Seeing the diamond mantis attacking again, Luo Fanchen gritted his teeth and met it, while summoning the green lotus martial soul. The 6-petal green lotus spun, emitting a fragrant scent. A beam of green light flew out and hit Luo Fanchen, causing his wounds to heal quickly in an instant. Boom boom boom. Seeing that the treatment was working, Luo Fanchen resorted to a violent attack strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries, punching the diamond mantis hard and hitting its abdomen and head. In the distance, Buying Yue saw that the diamond mantis's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Luo Fanchen hit it harder and harder, and its rosy little mouth could northwest longer close. Are you really going to take it? A 400-year-old diamond mantis. Junior brother still hasn't mastered the true combat skills of controlling his martial spirit. And the healing ability of his Azure Lotus martial soul is a bit too abnormal. Isn't this the qualification of a top-level auxiliary soul master? Collapse. A loud noise was heard, and Luo Fanchen punched the diamond mantis's entire head into the soil, blowing it off in the head, and then he kept finishing it off. Fear of resurrection from the dead. Buying Yue closed her lips tightly and never mentioned the word assistance again. Although this guy looks extremely handsome, his attacks are actually as violent as a humanoid beast every time. He is nothing like those weak and fragile supports who hide in the rear to heal people. Huff. Luo Fanchen stood up panting. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, but there were no wounds on his body. The price is to activate the green lotus martial soul, which consumes most of the soul power in the body. Swish. A bright yellow soul ring emerged from the surface of the diamond mantis corpse. The little loach flew up quickly, opened its mouth and swallowed. The yellow soul ring and wisps of blood were attracted and quickly entered its mouth. Luo Fanchen laughed and scolded. You're unreliable in a fight, but you rush very fast when picking off kills. Boom. The little loach expanded in size and evolved again. The 1-meter-long body grew to 1.3 meters, and was as thick as a fist, with green scales flashing with a faint light. The 2-color light emitted becomes deeper and deeper. Luo Fanchen observed carefully. Logically speaking, the soul beast that had absorbed energy for 400 years would definitely grow more than the soul beast that had absorbed energy for 200 years. But it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that it becomes more difficult to grow as time goes by, but the speed of evolution is also very fast. Finally, the mantis's corpse shriveled up, and its shining diamond forearms became as dull as stone. Swish. As soon as the little loach became quiet, the green lotus martial spirit flew out. It hovered above one of the packages, spinning around. What's going on? Buying Yue was stunned. It was special enough that her senior brother's little loach martial soul was special, but what about this green lotus martial soul? Di Weiyang's expression was obviously surprised. Luo Fanchen was speechless. 2 rebellious sons, what rebellious sons? Neither of them makes me worry. I know you are hungry and thirsty, but can't you just be patient and wait until we are somewhere where there is no one around and then give it to you? Never mind. Luo Fanchen could sense that the martial spirit was only reacting instinctively to the host's advantage. It had no intelligence and could not be blamed. He walked up, no longer hiding anything, and opened the package that Qing Lian Wuhuan had been thinking about. The package was opened, revealing a stone as black as ink, the size of a fist. Luo Fanchen looked at it carefully and wondered if this was the indestructible rock that the village chief had mentioned. Originium. Buying Yue next to him looked surprised and obviously recognized the origin of the strange rock. Without waiting for Luo Fanchen to ask, the 6-petal green lotus martial spirit quickly fell down, with its base attached to the strange rock. Swish. The green lotus martial spirit glowed with a soft light, and a refreshing fragrance spread. As the dark color of the strange rock quickly faded, streams of rich spiritual energy poured into the Qinglian martial soul. The Pope, the Saint, and Luo Fanchen all stared with eyes wide open. An astonishing scene appeared. The green lotus martial soul originally had only 6 petals. With the nourishment of spiritual energy, new petals actually grew between the 6 petals. The 7th petal. The 8th petal. When it grew to the 9th petal, the growth rate of the green lotus slowed down significantly because the black color on the surface of the strange rock had become very light. Buying Yue was shocked. It's amazing. Isn't a martial spirit a dead thing? Junior Senior Brother's green lotus is actually growing like a plant. The 10th petal. Crack. The strange rock at the bottom of the green lotus turned gray, and eventually white, and cracked on the spot. Shwa. Luo Fanchen raised his hand, and the green lotus martial spirit quickly shrank in size, fell into his palm, and spun around. The original 6 petals are still sky blue, full of vitality. The 4 newly formed petals are green with a hint of red mixed in, faintly emitting heat. It looks so special. Has there been any changes? Buying Yue came closer like a curious baby, and Kazalin's big eyes blinked. I'll try. Luo Fanchen activated the green lotus martial soul, and the 6 green petals emitted healing light, while the 4 newly appeared petals showed no reaction at all. Strange, I can't control these 4 newly generated petals. Luo Fanchen hesitated. How could that be? Buying Yue was also puzzled. Di Weiyang, who had been observing, said, your newly generated 4 petals clearly contain a different power than the previous 6 petals. Perhaps it is not fully generated, so it cannot be controlled. Buying Yue's eyes flashed. Teacher, what you mean is that the first 6 petals of my martial arts spirit have healing abilities, but the last 4 petals don't. It must be fully grown before it can be used. Di Weiyang nodded. Maybe, this is just my guess. Buying Yue couldn't help but sigh. Young master's 2 martial spirits are really weirder than each other. They don't follow the ordinary path at all. They are too special. Luo Fanchen was thoughtful after hearing this. He could indeed vaguely sense that his current Qinglian martial soul had a sense of incompleteness. Previously, one had to have 6 petals to use the healing ability. Does that mean that one has to grow 6 new petals to develop new abilities? Yes, it is very possible. The previous system introduction also indicated that the Qinglian martial spirit was incomplete and needed to be repaired. In this case, we just need to find a way to make the green lotus grow 2 more petals to verify this hypothesis. And the stone that can make the green lotus move strangely is the key. Luo Fanchen cast his eyes towards the ground. The previously indestructible black stone had now turned into ordinary rubble. Obviously drained. He looked up and asked, Junior sister, do you recognize this stone? Buying Yue nodded and did not keep the question secret. She patiently answered, this thing is a source stone. It contains concentrated spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can help soul masters to cultivate. Where can I get this in large quantities? Luo Fanchen asked further. It was easy for the little loach to absorb blood and soul rings, but the Qinglian martial soul obviously needed to absorb a large amount of source stones to advance. A lot. Buying Yue's beautiful eyes rolled up and she snorted, let alone a large amount, even if 1 or 2 pieces appeared at major auctions, they would cause competition. Ah. No way. Luo Fanchen was very surprised. Saint Yue rolled her eyes and said, you don't think this thing can be found everywhere like iron ore? Until now, no one has figured out how this thing is produced and where it comes from. Occasionally, a lucky spirit master will absorb it immediately after getting it, and will not let others have it. Do you know how much the cultivation level of an ordinary soul master can be improved by absorbing that piece of source stone just now? Luo Fanchen shook his head. Buying Yue said, it increases the soul power by at least 25 levels, and it is not a low-level soul power like a soul warrior. So much. Luo Fanchen was stunned for a moment, then felt a pang of pain in his flesh. This green lotus martial spirit was too wasteful. It was not at all like a little loach that was easy to feed and not picky about food. But he is still a heartless and rebellious son. He sucked so much and didn't leave any for his father. Junior brother, your village chief is either ignorant of the value of things or too generous to be willing to give you such a treasure. Bai Yue exclaimed in surprise. Luo Fanshen's body shook and his mind was touched. He would not be so naive as to think that the village chief gave it to him because he did not know its value. If he really did not know its value, then why did he give it to him after hiding it for 30 years and no one gave it to him? Maybe the village chief doesn't know that this thing is called originium, but you can tell how rare it is if it can't be scratched by a knife or an axe. In the end, it was given to him as a farewell gift for nothing. Luo Fanshen looked up into the distance with a distant gaze. This kindness will never be forgotten, and cannot be forgotten. He, Luo Fanshen, will avenge his enemies and repay his kindness. If you have the chance, you can also ask the village chief where he picked up the source stone. In fact, what he didn't know was that the reason why the village chief was willing to give him the treasure was because he had a good impression of this handsome young man. Second, the village chief had no children, and Luo Fanshen had seen that he was old over the years, so he would occasionally help him hunting and farming. People are all made of flesh and blood. The old man Lu Ren never thought about talent or rewards. He just hoped that Luo Fanshen could make great progress. Luo Fanshen picked up the cloth wrapped around the stone and did not throw it away. Bai Yue asked curiously, "Young master, the source stone is gone, why are you still keeping this rag?" Luo Fanshen shook his head and folded the cloth neatly. Originium has a price, but friendship is priceless. Bai Yue's body shuddered, and she stared blankly at the handsome junior brother. She found that this man was far more attractive than she had imagined after actually getting to know him. He is handsome, talented, and values friendship. If a man like this were to come out, he would fascinate many women. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Di Weiyang's beautiful and cold face remained unchanged, but a gleam of approval and recognition flashed in the depths of her phoenix eyes. She said, "Fan Chen, defeat a 500-year-old soul beast before the sun sets today." Luo Fanshen's body trembled. What? This progress is a bit too fast. He almost died when fighting against a 400-year-old diamond mantis, so a 500-year-old soul beast would make it difficult for me, fat tiger. Puff. Seeing Luo Fanshen's hesitation, Bai Yue smiled and said, "I thought that after the teacher said that you were going to pick up a knife and search the mountains for 500-year-old soul beasts, it seems that you are not a reckless man." Luo Fanshen rolled his eyes at her and asked, "What gave you the illusion that I'm a reckless man?" "I am tough, not a tiger. Don't do anything that is obviously asking for death." Di Weiyang said coldly, "Okay Yue, stop teasing your senior brother and tell him the real way to control the martial spirit in battle." "The real way to control the martial spirit in battle?" Luo Fanshen asked in surprise, with a strong curiosity on his face. "Right. When it comes to serious matters," Bai Yue put away her playful attitude and looked serious. "Martial spirits require correct control techniques to display their true power. I guess you must have experienced this when you were fighting just now." Luo Fanshen nodded. "Indeed, I was fine when I used the healing ability of the Azure Lotus Spirit just now, but I was distracted when controlling the little loach to attack at the same time in the battle, and I felt that it was of no help." Bai Yue answered. "Brother, this Azure Lotus is a weapon spirit, so you only need to think about it to control it. But Little Loach is a beast spirit, so it can't show its true power when it's fighting." "Qing Lian is a weapon spirit?" Luo Fanshen asked in surprise, "Shouldn't it be a plant spirit?" Bai Yue said patiently. "Grass, wood, vine, and lotus are indeed plant spirits. Sun, moon, thunder, and lightning are celestial spirits. There are so many kinds of spirits in the world. If you break it down, there are too many types to distinguish. But if we distinguish them from their essence, there are actually only two kinds of martial spirits in the world." "Which two?" Luo Fanshen asked. Bai Yue replied, "Beast martial soul and weapon martial soul. The martial soul that can merge with the soul master is the beast martial soul. The one who can't is the weapon spirit. How about it? It's easy to tell the difference this way, right?" Bai Yue felt that she might have spoken too harshly, and stuck out her tongue awkwardly. "Well, don't be afraid, little senior brother. I subconsciously tend to be more serious when I'm doing serious things, hee. It's okay, just continue." Luo Fanshen shook his head and didn't care about it at all. The knowledge possessed by the holy maiden of the temple must be the valuable experience summarized by countless powerful predecessors. Standing on the shoulders of great men is always a lot faster than improving your own abilities. Speaking of the unity of man and soul, he already had some insights and guesses in his heart, as if the door to a new world was about to open. Just one final push away. Bai Yue regained her seriousness and continued. To put it simply, the fusion of human and soul means to lead the soul into the body, allowing your beast martial soul to possess it and merge with your body. Greatly increase your strength. Swish. A purple moon rose behind Bai Yue, and she let out a soft moan. Martial spirit, possess. The purple moon instantly expanded to the height of a person, overlapping with Bai Yue's delicate body, and the two became one. Boom. Purple light was lingering on Bai Yue's body, a purple moon appeared between her eyebrows, her eyelashes were covered with frost, and her fair skin exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Her already gorgeous face has even more enchanting and cold charm, and her amazing allure is hard to resist. The saint's words and deeds were like a flash of lightning that cut through the fog in Luo Fanchen's mind, and he instantly understood. The unity of man and soul is the right way. Wrong, wrong. He had previously blamed the little loach for being useless, but it turned out that he had handled it improperly. How could it work if he let the little loach out to bite people like a dog? Luo Fanchen observed the beautiful and freezing saint whose delicate body was constantly emitting cold air, and murmured. Since spirit possession can increase the host's strength, then do different types of spirit possession increase the host's strength in different directions? Bai Yue was surprised, as if she didn't expect Luo Fanchen to understand everything so quickly and react so quickly. Nodding his head in affirmation. Yes, after my Taiyin Yueying martial spirit possesses me, it can greatly increase my resistance to water and ice attribute attacks. At the same time, it enhances my control over the three powers of water, ice, and moon. Brother, you will have to wait until you possess my body to feel which aspect of the power you have gained. Luo Fanchen was surprised and asked, so your combat power will be greatly enhanced if you fight in a place with ice, water, and moonlight. Right. After getting Bai Yue's affirmation, Luo Fanchen secretly smacked his lips in amazement. What a perverted martial soul. Where is there no moonlight when night falls? Etc. Luo Fanchen quickly realized a problem. It seemed that the damn Saint Sun seemed to have a martial soul called Great Sun Candle. Wouldn't it be that in the flames and under the sun, the combat power would be infinitely increased? This is just one of his martial spirits. No wonder this bastard looks so arrogant. He does have the right to be arrogant. Luo Fanchen secretly thought it was a pity. It would be a pity to give such a magnificent martial spirit to that guy. It would be better to give it to him. He is a perfect match for junior sister, the moon. What the hell am I thinking? Luo Fanchen shook his head secretly. What was he thinking about? How could someone else's martial spirit become his? It's impossible. But he can practice hard and defeat his opponent. Luo Fanchen clenched his fists and became more eager to improve his strength. In the following period of time, the female emperor Wei Yang disappeared and no one knew where she was going. In the green grass, a handsome man and a beautiful woman sat opposite each other. Bai Yue taught Luo Fanchen on behalf of her master, how to guide the soul into the body and achieve the unity of man and soul. Okay, you know the details now. It's not particularly difficult, but it will take a long time to master the trick. Bai Yue stretched lazily, looking relaxed, the fullness of her breasts clearly visible. It was hard for Luo Fanchen not to notice it. He secretly exclaimed that it was amazing. How did she develop like this? It was outrageous that a young girl could reach this level. Is it pretty? A faint voice sounded beside his ears. Luo Fanchen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained steady as an old dog. He raised his eyes and looked at the delicate face that showed no emotion. He said, Junior sister is naturally beautiful, her icy figure and snowy skin are naturally very beautiful. Bai Yue said with a smile, little senior brother, don't lie. It seemed like you were staring at my face just now. I was just thinking about the details of the spirit possession. Luo Fanchen looked at the saint without blushing or panting. Are you kidding? How could he, who was the king of the sea in his previous life, show weakness in front of this girl? Brother, just tell the truth. Inoue won't mind. It grows for people to see. But Inoue doesn't like it when others see it. Brother, if you like to watch, Inoue will naturally agree. If you want to touch it. Inoue's expression was ambiguous and her words were full of seduction. Luo Fanchen was about to admit it subconsciously, but after noticing a hint of cunning in the depths of her beautiful eyes, his heart was shocked. It was a close call. I almost fell into this girl's trap. Opening a certain Aquaman's diary of picking up girls, the first entry is that when a man and a woman are together, the most taboo thing is for the other party to control the rhythm. You need to mobilize and control the other person's emotions instead of being controlled by them. A weak country has no diplomacy, and a weak man has no diplomacy. Women often have special feelings for men who can arouse their emotions. Luo Fanchen's principle is that you can be sincere when dealing with women, but you must not be too honest. Inoue. Luo Fanchen showed a serious and mature look of a young man, which made Inoue, who thought that her evil plan was about to succeed, stunned. She originally planned to wait for Luo Fanchen to admit it and then use it as a small handle. If you don't obey, I will tell the teacher that you teased me. She definitely didn't have bad intentions. Which girl doesn't like to play tricks on people? And she usually wants to play tricks on someone she likes. Just like when we were in school, some boys would always pull the braids of the girls in the front row, or tease them. Luo Fanchen said, "You call me senior brother, and I call you junior sister. Our relationship is innocent, but how can you seduce senior brother now?" Who? Who is trying to seduce you? Inoue's beautiful eyes widened. Luo Fanchen said innocently, "Senior brother is devoted to cultivation and doesn't want to look at those useless things, but you insisted on letting him look at them." Useless things. Inoue was struck by lightning. How can this be turned around? You didn't look like a saint when your eyes were about to pop out just now. Inoue was so angry that she was scratching her head. Ah. You men, you are so hateful. Inoue didn't want to tease anymore, so she opened her cherry lips and was about to fight back, but was interrupted by Luo Fanchen. "Junior sister, you don't want master to know about this, right? Don't mention it again, senior brother is a gentleman." Ha! Isn't this her ultimate goal? Inoue was confused. She didn't understand why she was killed when she had made such a good plan in her mind. "I'm going to try to merge my soul into one." Luo Fanchen was full of righteousness. He stood up and strode away. In just a few words, the offensive and defensive situation between the two changed. Inoue looked at the handsome figure, gritted her teeth in anger, and grabbed a piece of green grass and broke it in the middle. Bah, a man who says one thing and means another. Big pig's hoof. I believe everything else, but I don't believe that you are not lustful. Just wait, I'm going to expose your lustful side. Inoue puffed out her cheeks, her face full of dissatisfaction. Practice now. You're going to tire yourself out, you stinky senior brother. You won't be able to practice for at least 2 hours. Inoue is not shooting in the dark. Not to mention that she herself spent 4 hours, even the holy Sun Huang Yen, who had such an incredible comprehension, still spent more than 2 hours to fully master the martial spirit possession. Boom. A roar in the distance interrupted her thoughts. Inoue looked over there, her cherry lips opened wide in an instant, and the tip of her tongue froze. In the distant jungle, Luo Fanchen's aura suddenly increased, and his handsome and masculine appearance was filled with an evil and noble temperament. The charm is even more amazing. The exposed skin was covered with a layer of crystal green scales, blood was steaming all over his body, and his aura was more than twice as strong as before. No way. How come it's so fast? Inoue was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue. This was clearly a sign that her martial spirit possession was successful. But this is a bit too fast. I had just finished explaining the key points to him, and he had already completed it. We agreed on at least 2 hours. For a moment, Inoue was a little dazed. As the saint of the temple, she has a noble status and profound knowledge, so she shouldn't be so uneasy so often. But this guy is simply a peerless monster. He never plays by the rules every time, which is really shocking. Boom. While Inoue was stunned, her beautiful eyes reflected the distant Luo Fanchen, who suddenly rushed over like a cannonball and knocked her into the grass, pinning her down. Ah! Brother, what are you going to do? Bai Yue's face was covered with a layer of red mist. As she gritted her teeth and shouted, the soul power in her body surged. Junior sister, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it. Luo Fanchen hurriedly explained. You threw me down, and you did it on purpose. Bai Yue was trembling with anger as she looked at Luo Fanchen, who was pressing on her. Although I have a good impression of the handsome junior brother, this progress is a bit too fast. You listen to my excuses, no, you listen to my explanations. Luo Fanchen is also very confused now and speaks incoherently. He just wanted to bounce over and let Bai Yue see if there was any problem with his martial spirit possession. As a result, as soon as he pushed off the ground, his body rushed forward and he couldn't stop the car at all. He tried to stand up, but ended up touching Bai Yue's pair of long white python legs wearing black leather boots. Luo Fanchen's heart sank. It's over, this can't be explained clearly. Pressure is not enough, you want to touch it too. Bai Yue widened her beautiful eyes, looking at the evil, noble, and handsome face in disbelief. It was as if to say, you, the senior brother with thick eyebrows and big eyes, look like a gentleman, but I didn't expect that you would be so ruthless when you touch me. Hurry up and get up, the teacher may be back soon. Bai Yue was so angry that she wanted to explode her soul power to blow Luo Fanchen away, but in the end she softened her heart and turned into quick and coquettish words. Yes. A cold and royal sister's voice came from the side. Luo Fanchen and Bai Yue trembled, and their expressions froze instantly. Click, click. The senior and junior brothers turned their heads like wooden men and looked in the direction of the voice. On the top of a thick tree, the female Emperor Wei Yang hugged her shoulders, looking down at the two people stacked on top of each other. I don't know how long I've been watching it. Luo Fanchen is dead, master, please don't think that we are beasts. Bai Yue was numb. I thought the teacher wouldn't think I was throwing myself at him. I was trying to resist. It's okay, you guys continue. The Pope spoke again, pushing the embarrassment of Luo Fanchen and Bai Yue to its peak. The two separated like lightning. There were still grass scraps on Bai Yue's pink legs, and she blushed as she said, Teacher, it was my senior brother. He rushed over first. Yes, I rushed over first. Luo Fanchen nodded first, then shook his head and said, but I didn't mean to do that. I understand. No need to explain. The female Pope said slowly, it's normal for Fanchen to be unable to control his power when his martial spirit possesses him for the first time. Bai Yue suddenly realized what was happening when she heard this. How could she have forgotten about this? She almost thought that her senior brother's martial spirit had taken over and his bestial nature had gone awry. Luo Fanchen was almost in tears, thanks to the Pope's fair words, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. No, he suddenly realized that the Pope was also a sinister person. She might have returned a long time ago and had been watching the fun. Luo Fanchen asked, Teacher, is there any problem with my soul merging into one? What could be the problem? Bai Yue curled her lips and said, although she understood Luo Fanchen's behavior just now, she still felt angry when Bai touched her thigh. What a loss. No, she will find a chance to retaliate. Luo Fanchen hesitated and said. Junior sister said it would take at least half a day to master the unity of man and soul, but I tried it once and it was like this. I'm worried that this quick-made product might have some flaws. Bai Yue was shocked. Did you listen to what others said? Don't be so irritating when you speak. There's no need to chase after people and slap them in the face. Di Weiyang shook his head and said in approval, no flaws, you understand very quickly. She understands genius, but she doesn't understand you. Bai Yue's pretty face drooped, and her beautiful eyes showed resentment. Dear Pope Teacher. There's really no need to pull one down and put one down. Have I fallen out of favor? Woohoo. Luo Fanchen only then had time to carefully feel the changes after the martial spirit possessed him, and felt a surge of strength all over his body. The strength is at least 3 or 4 times higher than normal. His fingers gently tapped the crystal green scales covering his skin, which felt as hard as diamonds, and his defense was obviously greatly enhanced. The soul power accumulated in the dantian is continuously being consumed, but the consumption rate is not very terrifying, which means that the martial soul possession should be able to last for a few incense sticks without any problems. Bai Yue jumped over again and looked at Luo Fanchen like a curious baby. Tisk, little brother. I've seen other snake spirit masters possessed by their martial spirits. After possessing, they turned into snakes, which were ugly and eerie like ghosts. But you are different. Like a dead ghost. Luo Fanchen rolled his eyes. No, no, no. Bai Yue shook her head and said with a smile, very handsome. Really very handsome. Luo Fanchen suddenly felt a little admiration for Bai Yue. She was so depressed that she seemed about to cry just now, but now she was smiling again. Youthful, lively, beautiful, and charming. Your senior brother is more like a dragon, and there is no trace of snake spirit on him. The female pope said from the side, Fan Chen, your martial soul has not yet evolved completely, it is still in the early stages, so the physical changes after the martial soul possesses you are not that big. In the future, the stronger your martial soul becomes, the greater your body's transformation into a dragon will be, and the added strength will naturally become greater. I understand, teacher. Luo Fanchen nodded, then asked curiously, Teacher, why did you leave just now? Di Weiyang's eyes moved slightly. It's time. Ah. Luo Fanchen was puzzled at first, then a rustling sound came from the jungle, followed by 3 animal shadows rushing out. There were 3 diamond mantises that were half the height of a human, and their size was similar to the diamond mantis that had fought hard for 400 years and died. Violent, violent. The diamond mantis let out a sharp scream, and its eyes turned scarlet. Luo Fanchen finally realized that the Pope had done nothing for such a long time and was only looking for monsters to attract hatred from him. Fighting is the best way to test your breakthrough. Go to the mortal world, said the Pope. Shua. Before Luo Fanchen could go up, 3 diamond mantises swung their sickles and cut over, forming a triangular encirclement. I plan to kill this annoying male first, and then kill the 2 females. Well done. Luo Fanchen raised the corner of his mouth. After mastering the unity of man and soul, he felt full of energy but had no place to vent it. The Pope gave him his chance. Boom. He leaped up and rushed forward, waving his fist. Ding ding ding. The sickle scratched across his scaly skin, creating sparks, and he turned over and punched out, smashing the head of one of the diamond mantises. Cool. Luo Fanchen's punch was extremely satisfying. The way he dealt with the mantis half a day ago was really frustrating. Bai Yue, who came to the side of the female pope to watch the battle, sighed and said, Young master's speed in mastering the new fighting method is too fast. The pope glanced at her and asked, Are you still not used to it? Bai Yue opened her mouth. Is this something she can get used to? She is also a rare genius, but she has never seen such a monster before. I thought you were used to it. The Pope's words almost broke Bai Yue's defense. She sighed silently in her heart, she was getting used to it, she was already getting used to it. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was over. Luo Fanchen punched out and buried the 3 mantises. All 3 were hammered into the moist soil. 3 bright yellow soul rings emerged. Call. Luo Fanchen panted and said it was refreshing. It has only been a short time, less than half a day, and he can now easily kill 3 diamond mantises that previously required all his strength to kill. It is a rapid progress. The martial spirit's possession was lifted, and the little loach ran excitedly towards the 3 trophies. Swoosh. While swallowing, the little loach grew in size again, from a 1 meter 3 meter body to a full 1 meter 8. Its thickness was as thick as a small tree. The green scales on its body grew larger and became denser, more like dragon scales. The 2-color light on the surface is more intense. Luo Fanchen looked at the little loach that flew back. It no longer looked as dark and ugly as it did when it first awakened. It now looked taller and more majestic. However, he also keenly realized that the power boost given to the little loach by soul beasts of the same level was getting smaller and smaller. The Pope said, Let's go, the sun is about to set. Luo Fanchen did not forget the task assigned by his teacher, which was to kill a 500-year-old soul beast before sunset, which he had thought impossible before. Now, he is full of confidence. Luo Fanchen didn't notice. Before leaving, Di Weiyang and Bai Yue both looked at the 3 dried mantis corpses secretly. Their eyes were solemn and flashing with strange colors. Moo. The jungle shook and the soul beasts roared. A thin young man was fighting with a wild bull. The wild bull exudes a fierce aura and has a sturdy body. Its pair of horns sparkle with pure golden light in the sunset, as if they were cast in gold. A 500-year-old soul beast, the golden bull, with unrivaled strength in its class. Tap tap tap. The wild bull's eyes turned red, and it stomped on all fours, charging forward with a pair of golden horns. Hey! Luo Fanchen let out a low roar, his blood steaming, and his hands covered with green scales suddenly stretched out and instantly grabbed the bull's horns. Bang! The impact force of the golden bull was amazing. Luo Fanchen had to plow the ground with his feet for several meters before he resolved the impact and fell into a stalemate. Moo! The golden bull roared fiercely, as if mocking the tiny human who overestimated his own abilities and dared to wrestle with the bull, which was what it was best at. Isn't it that the little brother is swollen? Bai Yue, who was watching the fight on the tree, tensed her body, ready to rescue at any time. She didn't expect Luo Fanchen to be so reckless. No roundabout way at all, just a direct and head-on confrontation. The Pope's eyes were calm, and she watched with interest, with no intention of rescuing him at all. Swish. The 2 sides are at a stalemate. Luo Fanchen's eyes were shining brightly, and a vortex appeared in his hands holding the golden ox horns, and suction was generated. Its strength decreases, while his strength increases. The wild bull was no longer complacent. It let out a terrified roar and shook its head desperately to break free from the restraints. Just discovered. It's too late. Get up. Luo Fanchen tightly grasped the bull's horns, bent his knees and sank down, and forcibly lifted up the bull that weighed 1,000 pounds and slammed it to the ground. The ground shook. The last ray of sunset came from the western sky, shining on his resolute profile. Night falls. The 500-year-old golden bull is dead. Bai Yue shook her head. She was so mesmerized just now. How could a saint easily be tempted by such a mortal? This man is definitely poisonous. After releasing the spirit's possession, the little loach rushed towards the bull's corpse and opened its mouth to swallow. Junior brother, what was that method you used just now? Bai Yue recalled the scene when she saw whirlpools appearing in Luo Fanchen's hands. Luo Fanchen said, when I was fighting just now, I found that I can also use the swallowing ability of the little loach after the martial spirit possesses me. Absorb the opponent's qi and blood, and use it for your own benefit. This will increase the gain while the loss will increase the gain. Luo Fanchen had a special physique and could see at night. He saw that after Bai Yue heard about this magical skill, she was not happy at all. Instead, her body trembled, her face turned pale, and she looked cautiously at the female pope on the side. This. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Junior brother, look at your martial spirit. Bai Yue pointed in the direction of the wild bull's corpse and couldn't help but exclaimed. What's the problem? When Luo Fanchen heard Bai Yue's exclamation, he was puzzled and turned his head to look. His pupils suddenly contracted and he was shocked. The little loach's originally 1.8-meter tall slender body is now exaggeratedly swollen, like a balloon that has been inflated to the extreme and may explode at any time. The 2-colored soul light on the surface of the body flickered, and the breath was extremely disordered. Luo Fanchen was so frightened that his scalp went numb. Brother, you are not trying to evolve, you are just trying to explode. Do you want to take me with you? Di Weiyang's solemn voice came from behind. It's a problem. Your martial soul has absorbed too much blood and spirit rings and can't digest them anymore. Luo Fanchen glanced at the whole dried bull on the ground and the corners of his mouth twitched. Even if I'm greedy, I can't eat a big fat guy in one bite. The snake swallowing the elephant is simply courting death. However, he quickly realized that the little loach had no intelligence, so it was impossible for it to have the concept of moderation. It required conscious control from its master, him. He was too careless. Teacher, what should I do in this situation? Bai Yue asked hurriedly, biting her cherry lips with her pearly teeth. Di Weiyang remained calm and said calmly, No one else can help him with his martial spirit. He can only handle it by himself. The only way is to use the main body to help the martial soul share the absorption pressure, but the crisis will be transferred accordingly. If you don't have this kind of self-sacrificing courage, you can only let this martial spirit fend for itself. Understood. After listening to this, Luo Fanchen nodded and rushed forward in one step. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he pressed his palm on the little Loach's body that was about to explode. The little Loach was the capital for his rise and also his martial soul, so how could he just leave it alone? Surges of blood and soul power quickly flowed into his body along the meridians in his palms. The little Loach's swollen body was shrinking and the explosion crisis was resolved, but Luo Fanchen's body was swelling up and his soul power was disordered. Cough. Luo Fanchen groaned, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, foreign blood and energy running wildly in his tendons and bones, and excess soul power surging in his meridians. Bai Yue clasped her fingers together and asked worriedly, "Teacher, can the little brother bear it?" Di Weiyang's red lips opened and closed. "It's okay. I'm here." Bai Yue felt relieved, since the teacher said it's okay, then it must be okay. But, "Teacher, didn't you just say that outsiders can't help?" Di Weiyang glanced at her with her phoenix eyes and said coldly, "You seem to talk too much." Bai Yue didn't dare to say more and pouted her soft little lips in displeasure. After noticing Di Weiyang's admiring look at Luo Fanchen, she understood that the teacher was clearly taking the opportunity to test her. Di Weiyang said, "Remain calm in the face of danger and act decisively. Yue, you should learn from your senior brother's steadiness and courage. People just talk more to their own people." Bai Yue pouted and argued unconvincedly like a little girl. Seeing that Luo Fanchen had reached his limit and was about to collapse, Di Weiyang took a step forward and was ready to take action. Buzz. The green lotus martial spirit quietly emerged and automatically protected its master. Rays of healing light with a rich fragrance shone on Luo Fanchen's body. Luo Fanchen's bones and meridians that were on the verge of bursting were quickly repaired. Blood and qi are destroying the muscles and bones, but also integrating into them. The muscles and bones gradually become stronger through this process of repeated damage and repair. The same was true for the soul power surging in the meridians. Under Qinglian's abnormal healing ability, the soul power not only did not burst the meridians, but instead widened them in a roundabout way. The situation reversed and turned danger into safety. Such a scene brought a look of joy to Bai Yue's face. Di Weiyang was surprised. She was ready to help Luo Fanchen resolve his blood and soul power, but she didn't expect him to be so capable and overcome the difficulties on his own. It is really impressive. If it were an ordinary person, he would be in danger of death. The huge amount of external energy is not so easy to digest. Boom. The little Loach's aura grew stronger, and its body grew from 1.8 meters to 2 meters. Its status rose again, and a new color emerged in the two-color light emanating from its body. It turns into 3 colors, making it even more majestic. Bai Yue saw the clue and asked in surprise, "Teacher, is this martial spirit of our little brother going to transform into a dragon?" "Yes." Di Weiyang nodded, his martial spirit faintly exudes a very pure dragon power. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as transforming into a dragon." "Ah. I'm afraid he's going to transform into a real dragon." "How is that possible?" Bai Yue shook her head and said, "There are countless miscellaneous dragon spirits in the world, but isn't the true dragon spirit only the royal inheritance spirit of the Canglong Empire, the ancient Canglong? Young senior brother doesn't have royal blood, so where does this true dragon martial spirit come from?" Di Weiyang said. "I don't know either. His martial soul has just begun to evolve, and the dragon power in his body is not yet obvious. When it is revealed in the future, it will be earth-shattering, and may even shake the position of the Canglong martial soul as the #1 dragon martial soul." Bai Yue opened her red lips, shocked inside. She knew how frugal her teacher was with words, yet she could actually speak so many words at this moment. This means that her senior brother's martial spirit has far more potential than she imagined. Boom. Blood and energy burst out of Luo Fanchen's body. His soul power was more powerful and solid than before, and his eyes were bright when he opened them. "Not bad, little brother, it looks like you've made quite a lot. Bai Yue swung her beautiful legs and came over with youthful liveliness. She asked curiously, "Hey, this time it was a blessing in disguise for you. Why are you frowning?" Luo Fanchen hesitated and said, "Strange, my soul power and blood energy have greatly improved compared to before. Why is there no sign of a breakthrough?" "Oh my." Bai Yue rolled her eyes at him, "Stupid. Didn't I tell you before that you can't break through without adding spirit rings? This is also the reason why the teacher said that we should break through when we need to, otherwise it will delay our practice. The fastest age for soul masters to break through is between 16 and 25 years old. It is not worthwhile to stay at one level for too long in order to obtain a higher level soul ring." "I understand." Luo Fanchen listened carefully and seriously, which made Bai Yue feel embarrassed. "Little senior brother, your bones and muscles have become stronger and your meridians have widened. Not only will this be beneficial for your future, but I'm afraid the time it takes to obtain spirit rings will be raised to a higher level." Di Weiyang said, "Fan Chen, you should focus on consolidating your cultivation tonight. Tomorrow is the time to find a suitable spirit ring." Luo Fanchen clenched his fists, and after feeling the abundant strength in his body, he said confidently, "Teacher, I think I can break the 400-year limit of the first spirit ring. With my current physical condition, it shouldn't be difficult to add a spirit ring that's over 500 years old." Bai Yue suddenly realized that her cheap junior brother had already broken the limits of ordinary people's bodies invisibly. No, it is the limit of a genius adding the first soul ring. As a saint, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. It was so depressing. What a huge monster had emerged from this small mountain village. Is it because she, the saint, is not talented enough? No. This guy is too perverted. One martial soul can devour chi, blood, and soul power to evolve, while another martial soul absorbs source stone to grow. Neither of them is normal. Even the holy Sun Huang Yen could not give her such a strong sense of oppression. Di Weiyang said, "Fan Chen, you are still too conservative. Even if it is a historical record of 600 years, you can try to break it." 600 years? Bai Yue's beautiful eyes froze. For ordinary forces, if the first soul ring is 300 years old, it is considered a genius. Only for the top forces, 400 years is considered an ultimate genius. First soul ring 600 years. Even she didn't dare to think about it back then, so the holy Sun Huang Yen, who claimed to be extremely talented, didn't dare to do it either. There has only been one special case in history where someone had a special opportunity. Now the junior brother is going to break the historical record without any hesitation. Bai Yue felt unreal and pinched herself. Luo Fanchen smiled bitterly. "Teacher, I'm afraid that my martial spirit will cause trouble again and absorb the spirit ring, and then I won't have any more to add." Di Weiyang looked serious and said solemnly, "You must now learn to control your martial spirit and stop letting it absorb blood and spirit rings wantonly. You've seen it today. Although absorbing and advancing quickly, it's easy to go wrong if you do it too much. After absorbing to a certain extent, you must stop and digest for a while. Don't let the speed of your martial soul's growth exceed your control, otherwise it will get out of control. Everything must be under your control. The soul power level is the foundation." Luo Fanchen nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. He truly felt the moment when his martial soul was about to explode, and he was extremely scared. "Let's rest here today," Di Weiyang said. "Ah. Right here." Luo Fanchen glanced around. The jungle had fallen into darkness. There was a rustling sound among the leaves and strange, unknown cries could be heard in the distance. Bai Yue said in a cute voice, "Why, isn't it enough to have two top beauties, master and junior sister, by your side? You still miss the hard bed at the end of your village." Luo Fanchen smiled and said, "The teacher is naturally a great beauty, and you, junior sister. Do you believe that you might die if I punch you?" Bai Yue waved her pink fist and frowned. "I think this place is shabby," Luo Fanchen thought to himself, shouldn't the Pope and the saint be living a life of luxury? The saint understood Luo Fanchen's meaning and waved her hand casually, "My teacher and I are not that squeamish. We will practice wherever we can." The little fairy smells delicious even when she sleeps outdoors. Okay, Yue. Di Weiyang said, go hunt some game and bring it back for your senior brother to taste. Ah. Bai Yue said sadly, I used to go, but now I have a senior brother. Do you still need me to do hard labor? Your senior brother needs to consolidate his cultivation. Di Weiyang added, by the way, before hunting for game, light the bonfire first. Bai Yue was struck by lightning. She was very angry because she vaguely felt that she had fallen out of favor. Teacher, you won't love again, right? Now that you have a new love, have you forgotten your old love, your disciple? After she finished her inner drama, she stomped her snow-white legs, swayed her hips up and down, and glanced at Luo Fanchen fiercely with her beautiful eyes. What use do I have for you, my senior brother? Snort. I've abandoned you all. Don't even think about me coming back. Nightfall. A bonfire was burning in the woods, the firewood was crackling, and the saint was providing a one-stop service. She was squatting there with her little butt sticking out, processing the barbecue on the rack, brushing oil on it and sprinkling spices on it. Spices are naturally the treasures that the Pope carries with her for storage. The aroma of meat quickly spreads, making people's appetites grow. The Pope intentionally released some powerful aura at night, and no soul beast dared to approach. Luo Fanchen was shocked. He thought the saint should be the type who never had to do housework, but in fact, the saint's junior sister's skills were so skilled that she was like a barbecue master. She can be salty or sweet, and can cook. She is so virtuous. How many high-quality girls like this are there in the Seoul Martial continent? If it were some fairies from my previous life. Luo Fanchen couldn't help but shake his head. The barbecue was not ready yet. He sat cross-legged to get into the state, followed the Pope's instructions, and began to consolidate his cultivation. In the middle of his practice, his ears moved slightly. Bai Yue, who was grilling meat, moved her steps lightly, as if she deliberately did not want to disturb Luo Fanchen, and found the Pope in the distance to whisper to her. Luo Fanchen's physique was different from that of an ordinary person. Even the faint whispers of the other party were heard by him accidentally. Teacher, will you kill my junior brother? Bai Yue asked in a low voice. Before speaking, she took a deliberate glance at Luo Fanchen, who was sitting cross-legged beside the campfire and consolidating his cultivation. Make sure he won't hear it. Oh. Under the night sky, the corners of Di Weiyang's lips curled up in a cool and elegant arc. Why do you ask that? Yes. Why do you want to kill me? When Luo Fanchen overheard Bai Yue's conversation, his heart trembled. During the day, he noticed that there was something strange in the way the two girls looked at him. Sure enough, there is a problem, and it is a life-threatening problem. Bai Yue said cautiously. Only evil soul masters can devour the blood and chi of living beings and feed them back to themselves. Teacher, you have always hated evil. Seeing that my senior brother's spirit is so cruel, I am afraid that you will be cruel and kill him in advance. Di Weiyang did not answer. Her beautiful face was cold and majestic, showing no emotion. She asked. Yue, what do you think? Me. Bai Yue hesitated for a moment, lowering her head and standing on tiptoe. The Pope was decisive and ruthless, and she hated evil. She hated the evil soul masters to the core. Recalling the past, her little hands trembled slightly. 15 years ago, her parents and grandparents were all brutally drained of their blood by an evil soul master, and their bodies dried up and died while wailing. Her brother protected her and hid in the cellar, but was still discovered. He wanted to eat them alive. They were saved because the Pope passed by and rescued them. On the surface, she appears youthful and lively, but beneath her sunny appearance, she has pain and shadows in her heart that have lingered for many years. Bai Yue took a deep breath and looked up again, her eyes were already red. Teacher. Brother, this martial spirit is indeed exactly the same as the way the evil spirit master absorbed chi and blood, and it is even more domineering. Oh no, am I becoming an evil soul master now? Luo Fanchen secretly thought that something was wrong. Although he didn't know what an evil soul master was, he could guess from the name that he was definitely not a good person. Hey, don't make random accusations, it can kill people. Bai Yue's words were like sending him to the coffin. Di Weiyang nodded. Indeed, Fen Chen's martial soul is even more evil and terrifying than the martial soul of an evil soul master. It plunders life and hurts others for its own benefit. Hiss. Luo Fanchen was frightened when he heard this. The Pope's affirmation was equivalent to the final verdict, which not only closed the lid of his coffin but also nailed it down. No, you have to stay steady. Luo Fanchen forced himself to resist the urge to jump up and explain, and continued to listen, wanting to know how the two women planned to deal with him. Bai Yue hesitated for a few breaths, bit her lip and said, "Teacher, can you please let my brother go?" "Oh." Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow, "Are you begging for him?" Bai Yue nodded, and mustered up the courage to say, "Senior brother's martial spirit's methods are indeed the same as those of the evil spirit master, but I think senior brother is a good person. Listen to me, thank you." Luo Fanchen was so moved that for the first time in his life he felt how wonderful it was to be called a nice guy by a girl. Di Weiyang said coldly, "Being a good person now doesn't mean you will be one in the future. Most evil soul masters are not born bad. Since his martial spirit can absorb spirit beasts, it can also absorb humans. The qi and blood absorbed can upgrade your martial soul, and it can also help you advance quickly. If you enjoy the pleasure of absorbing people to advance quickly, how many people in the world do you think can still calm down and practice patiently? Didn't those evil soul masters all go astray in their frantic pursuit of power, lose themselves, and eventually fall into madness?" Luo Fanchen was speechless. To be honest, putting his life aside, he also felt that what the Pope said was correct. Everyone in the past life didn't know that smoking is harmful to health, but how many people have the heart to quit? What's more, in the current situation, inhaling is more enjoyable than smoking, and it is harmless to your body. As long as you have no morals in your heart, you can rise to the top in minutes. Teacher, although we have only known each other for a short time, I believe that my brother is different from those who smash things. Don't you always praise my brother for his strong character and extraordinary qualities?" Bai Yue glanced in the direction of Luo Fanchen and curled her lips in anger. This silly senior brother is being punished by his master and junior sisters, yet he is still practicing stupidly. Di Weiyang said, "Yue, you have to know that with his talent, if he goes astray and becomes an evil soul master to wreak havoc on the world will be in ruins." Luo Fanchen was moved by his junior sister, but now he dared not move. He felt that the beautiful master was determined to kill him. Tread. Tread. Bai Yue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she saw the Pope walking towards Luo Fanchen step by step. "No way. Teacher, are you going to take action now?" She knew her teacher's iron-blooded tactics and that he never showed mercy when killing people. Luo Fanchen's heart was in his throat. "I am cruel, ruthless. At the beginning of the collapse of the sky, I just became a disciple, and the master wants to kill me. What should I do?" Waiting online, it's urgent. Based on his understanding of the psychology of queen-type women, the Pope should not be so anxious to kill him. "Don't want." Swish. Bai Yue responded, and stood between the two of them. With a hint of stubbornness on her pretty face, she asked in a crisp voice, "Teacher, shouldn't we kill those evil spirit masters who commit crimes? If a person has not done anything evil, we cannot take his life based on subjective speculation or suspicion. We would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. So how is our behavior different from those evil soul masters?" Di Weiyang stopped and looked at her with his phoenix eyes, but Bai Yue did not retreat a single step and expressed her attitude firmly. She had never disobeyed her teacher, but she felt that her senior was a good man and should not have died early. The air fell into silence, with only the crackling of the bonfire, and the hearts of the two brothers and sisters were pounding. The Pope moved. She nodded slowly, and a cool and clear voice of a queen came out of her throat. "Good. This is how a saint should act. Laughing and joking all day long is inappropriate." Seeing the teacher's satisfied and approving eyes, Bai Yue was at a loss and asked in confusion, "Teacher, you are not going to kill me?" Di Weiyang raised her red lips in a teasing arc, looking cold and charming, and asked back, "When did I say I wanted to kill your senior brother?" "Ah, this." Bai Yue's beautiful eyes were dull. It seems as if she didn't say anything and it was all her speculation. But you never tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes," Bai Yue said. Di Weiyang shook his head, speaking in a domineering tone. He is my disciple. You called him senior brother, not a grain of sand. My teacher has the eyes to tolerate all living beings in the world, so how can I not tolerate one of my disciples? Buying Yue was surprised and asked, You don't care about my martial spirit at all? Di Weiyang said. There is no distinction between good and evil means. If used righteously, it is righteous, if used wickedly, it is wicked. The knife is not guilty, it depends on who is holding the knife. Besides, if the student fails to teach, it is the teacher's fault. As a teacher, I believe I can teach him well. Buying Yue's cherry lips opened wide, her beautiful eyes sparkling with little stars of admiration. Luo Fanchen's mood was like he was on a roller coaster. He was amazed that she was worthy of being an empress. Her broad mind was beyond the reach of many men in the world. The Pope continued, Of course, the most important thing is that I believe in my disciple. Otherwise, why would I accept him? Right, Fan Chen. The Pope suddenly called out his name, and Luo Fanchen was shocked. Did she know that he was awake and had been eavesdropping? Damn. This time the person is not dead, but the society is dead. The teacher has a keen eye. Luo Fanchen opened his eyes and stood up. He knew that it was meaningless to pretend to be stupid, so he might as well admit it generously. Di Weiyang's beautiful eyes were clear and bright, and she scolded with a smile, I've been listening for a long time, you are quite patient. You mean, senior brother has been eavesdropping? Buying Yue was surprised. Hee, your senior brother is very smart. Di Weiyang raised the corner of his lips, not angry. So, teacher, many of the things you said just now were meant for me to hear. Buying Yue was also very smart and understood it quickly. Di Weiyang nodded, it's for him, and it's for you. As a saint, you can't play around all day. You should have your own judgment and not be influenced by outsiders. Hee, my disciple is very smart. Buying Yue smiled sweetly, I will not be fooled by others. As he spoke, Di Weiyang turned his gaze. Fan Chen, your martial spirit is magnificent and has no evil nature, but if you use it carelessly and absorb blood and spirit rings wantonly, it is easy to fall into the devil's way. You must restrain yourself. It's fine to use it in front of Master and Yue, but try not to let outsiders find out that it can devour living beings to evolve. For many people, justice is just rigid justice, or verbal justice to achieve their personal interests. Every word in the voice was cold, but Luo Fanchen was not a child and could tell the concern hidden behind it. Luo Fanchen nodded. Teacher, rest assured. I understand. Shortcuts are fast, but the upper limit is not high, and it is easy to reach the end. Hard training is tiring, but the most tiring road in the world is often the one that can go further. Upon hearing this, Di Weiyang was stunned. She savored the words carefully, and looked at Luo Fanchen with increasingly strange eyes. Such words don't sound like something a 16-year-old would say. Every time he said something, it was thought-provoking. This was something that a young person from the countryside could not possibly comprehend. Di Weiyang thought to himself that it seemed that he could not treat his disciple as a child. He was much more mature than many of the deacons and elders in the temple. Buying Yue didn't think about these things. Her face flushed red. She realized that she had just tried her best to defend Luo Fanchen, but she was afraid that the other party had heard it all. Damn senior brother, actually eavesdropped. Damn it. Junior sister, thank you for your righteous words just now. Luo Fanchen said with a smile. Looking at the cool and handsome smile on Luo Fanchen's lips, Buying Yue's face turned even redder. She clenched her hands and said with a straight face. Don't think too much. I'm only asking for mercy because you're my cheap senior brother, not because I have a crush on you. I understand, I understand. How could my junior sister, a saint, like a wild boy like me? Luo Fanchen teased. Humph. I'm glad you know. Buying Yue raised her chin proudly, the barbecue is almost burnt, this saint lady doesn't have time to care about you now. After Buying Yue left, Luo Fanchen couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what is an evil soul master? Di Weiyang said, all evil soul masters have extreme personalities and like to kill people. Their martial souls are all strange and bizarre. But they have one common feature. Their martial spirits can absorb qi and blood, devour the soul, and improve their own strength. Often the more they kill, the more insane they become. Luo Fanchen muttered in his heart, aren't these just a group of powerful psychopaths? It's a bit scary when you think about it. By the way, if they find out that their martial spirits also have the ability to suck blood, they should stop treating themselves as fellow patients or the same kind of people. Family members know their own business. He has the spirit of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. What evil soul master? Stay away and don't get involved with me. Otherwise, who knows who will suck whom? Di Weiyang said solemnly, when you finish your studies and come out of the mountains, you must be careful. Ordinary evil soul masters are nothing to worry about, but if you encounter an evil soul master from the Blood Demon sect, you must be extra cautious. Blood Demon cult. Luo Fanchen was surprised. Could it be possible that a group of mentally ill people could live together in an organized and disciplined manner? Di Weiyang nodded with an unpleasant look on his face. Which sect is the most powerful righteous force in the Soul Martial Continent is still controversial, but the Blood Demon sect is undoubtedly the most powerful evil sect. The 3 Blood Demon seeds are as powerful and talented as the Saint Son and Saint Daughter. Each of the 7 Knights of Sin has the strength of the peak of the 8th rank, which is level 89. The legendary 10 Elders of the Round Table are all above level 90, their identities are unknown, and each of them wears a black cloak and a blood-red mask. I blanch. So strong. It's a bit too strong, maybe more ferocious than any other righteous family. Luo Fanchen was really shocked after hearing this, and thought angrily, are these righteous forces just here to do nothing? How is it possible to let a group of mentally ill people develop like this? Unless there is a damn traitor in the righteous path. Etc. Seeing that Di Weiyang seemed to have nothing to say, a terrible guess suddenly emerged in Luo Fanchen's mind. The 10 Elders of the Round Table deliberately wore masks to show themselves. Could it be that the big brother of the righteous forces is hiding among them? His palms were cold. The world is too dangerous, I have to improve my strength quickly, otherwise I will feel insecure. Fortunately, I still have someone I can rely on. It's time to eat. Bai Yue called out and wrapped the golden and crispy roasted game with washed green leaves. It was first presented to Di Weiyang, and then handed to Luo Fanchen as well. Bai Yue blinked her beautiful eyes, my teacher and I won't eat too much, you have to eat it all, I hate wasting food the most. Luo Fanchen didn't hesitate to take a bite. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The fragrant and tender gravy burst on the tip of his tongue, stimulating his taste buds. Tasty. He gave a thumbs up. Bai Yue smiled shyly, squatted there, and ate her meal in small bites like a lady. The Pope opened her red lips with a dignified and elegant movement. In the jungle late at night, with a beauty barbecuing, Luo Fanchen actually felt somewhat comfortable. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Su Jiuer who had been with him for many years. I don't know how my wife's injuries are recovering, and how long it will take her to overcome the heavenly tribulation. He wanted to help, but he didn't have enough strength right now. After the meal, Luo Fanchen stood up and wanted to clean up, but was pushed back by Bai Yue. Let me do it. You should hurry up and consolidate your cultivation so that you can get the right spirit ring early tomorrow. Otherwise, you will be stuck at the 10th level of Soul Master and won't be able to break through any further. Luo Fanchen was not pretentious. He did feel a sense of urgency to improve his strength. During this time, he has realized that in this world, if one does not have strength, his dignity may be trampled upon by the strong at any time, and if he is unlucky, he may be killed by an evil soul master. Pick up girls. If you don't have the ability, no matter how many tricks you know, it will be in vain. Even if you are good-looking, you will easily be kidnapped by female bosses and used as a plaything. Truth lies only within the scope of strength. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The jungle grew darker, with only the faint glow of the campfire emitting a faint light. Luo Fanchen was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Bai Yue's hot and delicate body lay on a thin rope, while Di Weiyang's perfect body was tilted, leaning against a big tree with her eyes closed. Boom. The sudden roar instantly woke Di Weiyang and Bai Yue up, and their eyes were locked on Luo Fanchen who made the unusual noise. The breath of breakthrough. Di Weiyang was surprised. Buying Yue exclaimed, "How is it possible? Senior brother is a level 10 soul warrior, and the 10 soul power vortexes formed in his body are already perfect. He can't break through without a soul ring." As soon as Luo Fanchen opened his eyes, he was shocked. Two beautiful faces, close at hand, staring at him closely. "Teacher, junior sisters, why are you guys so close to me?" Luo Fanchen could smell the faint body fragrance coming from the two girls. Buying Yue was breathing rapidly. "Brother, what did you do just now?" "I didn't do anything. Didn't my teacher tell me to consolidate my cultivation?" Luo Fanchen was puzzled and didn't understand why the two girls were acting so abnormal. "Are there any special changes in your body?" Buying Yue asked. She felt that her teacher would definitely not speak without a purpose. Luo Fanchen shook his head and said, "My body hasn't changed much, except that when I was consolidating my cultivation, an extra soul energy vortex appeared in my dantian without me noticing." "What did you say?" Buying Yue Kazalin's eyes widened as if she had heard something extremely incredible. "How is this possible? This is simply impossible." Hearing Buying Yue's exclamation, Luo Fanchen said puzzledly, "Junior sister, the extra cyclones are the same as the previous 10, there is nothing special." Seeing Luo Fanchen being as calm as ever, Buying Yue almost went crazy. This guy still didn't realize what kind of shocking thing he had inadvertently done. "Junior sister? Don't call me junior sister, call me scum, you monster." Buying Yue bit her lip, her heart was hit again. Luo Fanchen turned his gaze towards the Pope and was distracted for a moment. So beautiful. The bright moonlight flowed through the gaps between the leaves and fell on that beautiful and graceful face, making the Pope look even more beautiful. With her full breasts, sexy buttocks, and slender legs, she exuded an amazing charm that was hard for mortals to resist. But there are few people in the world who can ignore her majesty and approach the female Pope who is so powerful. "Teacher, what's wrong with my junior sister?" Luo Fanchen felt that he could not betray his master and his ancestors, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. Buying Yue's beautiful eyes widened. "What's wrong? You still ask me what's wrong? It's obviously you and the evildoer who are too scary. Fan Chen, are you sure there are 11 soul power vortexes in your dantian now?" Di Weiyang seemed a little unbelievable. "Yeah." Luo Fanchen nodded. The teacher and I were both shocked. "How can you still be so indifferent?" Buying Yue felt it necessary to educate this damn senior. "Brother, one soul power vortex represents level 1. Luo Fanchen nodded, he knew this. If 10 soul power vortexes are cultivated in the dantian, it means that the soul warrior has reached the 10th level, and has reached the great perfection of this realm. If there is no additional soul ring, it is absolutely impossible to break through to the 11th level. "I see." Luo Fanchen smiled and said, "So I didn't need a spirit ring to reach level 11, so you were scared?" "You know nothing." Buying Yue said, "If that were the case, I, a saint, wouldn't be so shocked." "What is that?" Luo Fanchen wondered. Buying Yue smiled bitterly. "A soul warrior can only cultivate 10 soul power gaseous vortexes at most. The sign of reaching the 11th level is that one of the vortexes liquefies. 2 vortex liquefactions are level 12. When all 10 whirlpools are liquefied, it will be level 20. As for your breakthrough, it's really unbelievable. I, a saint, have never even heard of it." Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said, "I didn't expect that I would accept a limit-breaking genius as my apprentice." "A genius who has broken the limit?" Luo Fanchen and Buying Yue looked over curiously at the same time. Di Weiyang nodded. "Legend has it that those who possess special opportunities can break through the limits of mortals and achieve breakthroughs in certain areas that ordinary geniuses cannot achieve. Ordinary people can only possess one martial soul. Having 2 martial souls can actually be considered a limit-breaking genius." Buying Yue nodded. "It is not certain that one person can awaken a twin martial soul among the tens of millions of people in the soul martial continent. And the fact that Fan Chen can cultivate 11 whirlpools naturally means that in the field of soul masters, he is a genius who has broken through the limit. Moreover, he can have one more vortex at the beginning. In the next stage, the vortex will be liquefied, which will give him an advantage over others." Speaking of this, Di Weiyang was also moved. The main reason why he decided to accept a disciple was that he valued Luo Fanchen as a person. I think if you are a little lacking in talent, you can find ways to make up for it, but if you have a bad character, no amount of resources can help you improve. So, this is called poor talent. Di Weiyang's usually calm heart was rippled. It seemed like he had really picked up a golden phoenix from the ravine. Buying US smacked her lips. Brother's combat power is obviously stronger than that of soul masters in the same realm. Now that his soul power has broken through the limit, isn't he invincible in the same realm? As she spoke, the beautiful girl looked at Luo Fanchen sourly and let out a cute dragon roar. Damn it. I asked you to consolidate your cultivation, not to break through. It's so infuriating. That, Luo Fanchen scratched his head and said, I feel like I haven't reached my limit yet. I can still consolidate it. Buying Yue's face puffed up with anger. Listen, is this human language? Hey, senior brother, you really deserve a beating for your behavior. It's enough to break it once. You want to break it several times. It's impossible. Dream on. Given Di Weiyang's status and position, it is difficult for her to remain calm now. Buying Yue looked at the handsome man who sat cross-legged to practice again, blinking her beautiful eyes, and said in confusion. Teacher, senior brother is too calm. If it were Huang Yan, he would be so arrogant. Di Weiyang praised, in Yue, this is the stability a man should have. I can see that he has ambitions in his heart, which is a good thing. A golden fish should not be kept in a pond. A dragon hidden in the abyss will soar to the sky. The cold and majestic voice of the queen echoed softly. Buying Yue did not expect that the teacher was so optimistic about her senior brother. Her beautiful eyes subconsciously glanced at the handsome and focused figure, and an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Senior brother Fanchen is indeed countless times better than that annoying guy Xingzi. Teacher, are you going to take me back to the temple to fight for the position of Holy Sun? No, I have my own plans. Di Weiyang looked in the direction of Luo Fanchen, slightly absent-minded, as if considering something. Buying Yue felt a little strange and felt that the teacher seemed to have something else to say. Oh, by the way, teacher, since senior brother has broken through the limit this time, doesn't that mean that the number of years added to the first spirit ring can be increased again? Of course. Di Weiyang nodded. Earlier, he was able to break the 400-year limit and challenge the record of a 600-year spirit ring. Now, to what extent can he break the limit? Buying Yue didn't dare to think any further. This guy was too perverted. He was just a monster in human skin. For some unknown reason, she stole another glance at Luo Fanchen. Spit. Damn it. This demon brother is so handsome, I wonder how many girls he will seduce after he finishes his studies. Snort. There was no conversation that night. The moon set and the sun rose. In the early morning, the branches and leaves were covered with dew, and strange birdsong could be heard in the distance of the jungle. It was very quiet on the side of the men and two women. With the female pope emitting pressure, no soul beast dared to approach. Luo Fanchen finished his meditation, stood up, stretched, and greedily breathed in the fresh morning air. He had to say that the air was much better than in his previous life. Get ready to eat, senior. Buying Yue was using a spoon to take out the milky white milk steaming in the iron pot and pouring it into a crystal bowl. On a square table next to it, there were some exquisite date cakes cut into small pieces and placed on clean green leaves. Luo Fanchen was surprised. His junior sister was so virtuous. Moreover, these two beauties brought all the things with them when they went out. The tables are all installed. Chewing the soft, sweet date cake, drinking the fragrant animal milk, there are two stunning beauties sitting opposite. Luo Fanchen just felt that the years were peaceful. Junior sister, why are you always staring at me? Humph, can't we take a look? Buying Yue curled her lips, stroked her chest and sighed. Fortunately, you really only consolidated your cultivation this time and did not break the limit again, otherwise it would really scare people to death. Ah. Luo Fanchen sucked the milk slowly, with a handsome smile on the corner of his mouth. Who told you I didn't break through? Puff. Buying Yue spurted out a mouthful of milky white liquid. Fortunately, Luo Fanchen dodged quickly enough, otherwise he would have been sprayed with milk. You really made another breakthrough. Luo Fanchen slowly stuffed the last piece of date cake into his mouth and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, there are now 12 soul power vortexes in the Dantian. There were still milk stains on the corners of Buying Yue's red lips, but she didn't pay any attention to it. She was shocked beyond words. This is so scary. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to break the limit once, but this guy broke the limit twice overnight. Could it be that you are the legendary 100,000-year-old soul beast that has transformed into a human? Then she shook her head again. Impossible. With the teacher's cultivation level, it is impossible not to see that the soul beast has initially transformed into a human. You are such a human being. What kind of words are these? Luo Fanchen was speechless, and smiled. Junior sister, if you can talk, let's talk more. Pooh. Buying Yue curled her lips, knowing that the man was deliberately speaking sarcastically to mock her, otherwise why would he clench his fist so hard as if he was ready to hit her at any time? Teacher, it is absolutely impossible for senior brother to keep breaking limits like this, otherwise other soul masters will not be able to survive. Buying Yue asked. Before Di Weiyang could speak, Luo Fanchen frowned and said, I have already vaguely sensed my limit. I can only break through it once more before I have to break through to the next level. What? Buying Yue stood up suddenly, her slender snow-white legs straight and her beautiful eyes widened. Breaking the limit twice isn't enough, there's a third time. Brother, what's with that regretful look in your eyes? Explain it to me. Do you think you're not good enough even though you're already like this? Buying Yue was deeply stimulated. As a genius, her talent had never been crushed like this before. Others had always been shocked and surprised by her talent. Di Weiyang picked up the napkin, wiped the residue from the corner of her mouth elegantly, and said, Okay, pack up and get ready to go. Where are we going? Luo Fanchen asked. Di Weiyang said, I'll find a sparring partner for you. Roar. In the jungle. A nearly 3-meter-tall black-haired ferocious ape was pounding its chest, with its 2 sharp fangs bared and saliva dripping. His blood-red eyes, filled with brutality and violence, stared at the young man opposite him. Junior brother, this is not an ordinary monkey. It is a 700-year-old soul beast, the mighty demon ape. If you can't beat me, just ask junior sister for help. I will save you. Buying Yue blinked her beautiful eyes playfully and lively. Boom. It was Luo Fanchen's first time fighting against a soul beast of this level. He did not dare to be careless at all and used his martial spirit to possess it immediately. His bones crackled, his blood surged, his entire body was covered with green scales, and he looked evil and noble. He did not rush to attack, but carefully observed the demon ape, looking for its weaknesses. Buying Yue analyzed, Teacher, this 700-year-old soul beast should not be defeated by a weak 16th or 17th level soul master. Even if junior brother has broken through the limit twice, it is impossible for him to defeat this powerful demon ape easily. I'm afraid he will have to go through a tough battle. Di Weiyang was cold and stern, and said nothing. Roar. The powerful demon ape couldn't hold back any longer, and with a roar, he rushed forward quickly, trampling on the ground. He swung his fists with a sound of breaking through the air, smashing towards Luo Fanchen's head, and looked at the weak human who was also swinging his fists at him. The powerful demon ape's bloodshot eyes showed disdain, but Luo Fanchen was giving it his all, not daring to be careless at all. Buying Yue stared at the battle situation, ready to provide support at any time. Bang. The moment the two fists collided, the confidence on the demon ape's face disappeared, his expression changed drastically, and his huge ape body was blasted away. A thick tree trunk behind was so big that 2 people could hold it together, and it was shaking and making wood chips fly. How is this possible? Killed instantly. Buying Yue looked at Luo Fanchen in shock. Unexpectedly, Luo Fanchen was also looking at them in surprise, with a question mark on his face. Junior sister, are you sure this thing is really a 700-year-old soul beast? It fell down as soon as I made a move. Buying Yue was speechless and didn't know how to answer for a moment. It seemed as if millions of alpacas were galloping through her heart. Roar. The powerful demon ape climbed up from the ground. If it were an ordinary soul beast, it would have been frightened and ran away. But the demon ape had demon blood in its body, and when it got angry its mind became violent and disordered. It slapped its chest and rushed forward again. Roll. Luo Fanchen fought fiercely. He stepped forward and punched the powerful demon ape in the jaw. Hammer it off the ground and smash it to the ground. You crayon. Brother, you were so careful and serious just now. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Fanchen punched the demon ape again, knocking its eyes shut. He held up the fur by its neck, plowed the ground, slid out a ditch, and walked in front of the beauties. Junior sister. Could this be a mistake? A 700-year-old soul beast, and this is it. It looks even worse than the golden bull from before. Buying US said unhappily, is it possible that it's too weak, but that you suddenly became too strong? At this time, a deep yellow soul ring floated on the demon ape's body, which was obviously much deeper than the bright yellow soul ring of the wild bull. Luo Fanchen no longer had any doubts. Thinking back, he and Little Loach gained considerable benefits last time when they absorbed the blood and soul ring of the golden bull. And then he broke the limit twice, so it is understandable that his combat power increased to this extent. After removing the martial spirit possession, the 2-meter-long, majestic Little Loach is about to fly over to absorb the powerful demon ape. Luo Fanchen immediately took control of it. Still want to smoke? If you can digest it, just inhale it. You must not absorb it again before breaking through to the next level, otherwise you will explode. Very good. Seeing that Luo Fanchen could easily control his martial soul and blood-sucking desire, Di Weiyang showed a look of satisfaction. It seems that it is a foregone conclusion that senior brother will break the 600-year record of the first spirit ring. Buying US secretly clicked her tongue. Many soul masters' second soul ring was less than 600 years old, even hers was only 900 years old. And 900 years is the ceiling for a soul master to add a second soul ring. Although Luo Fanchen has not yet added a soul ring, he is obviously approaching the level of other second soul ring. This is too outrageous. Then when he cultivates to level 20, how many years of spirit rings should he have? Buying Yue was a little afraid to think about it. I couldn't help but stroke my forehead, thinking to myself that this guy should get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise he would probably scare a lot of people to death. I can't let her bear the pain of being hit alone. It's so uncomfortable. At this time, Luo Fanchen and Buying Yue had turned around and prepared to leave, but Di Weiyang stopped and uttered a light exclamation. Etc. What's wrong, teacher? Luo Fanchen asked. Di Weiyang's eyes were filled with surprise, and a ball of golden flame ignited on her green fingertips, which made Luo Fanchen's heart palpitate. It was just a small ball, but it instantly burned the powerful demon ape. In the ashes, a ball of yellow light was particularly bright and caught the eyes of the three people. No way. How could such a thing appear from a soul beast that is 700 years old? Buying Yue opened her mouth into an O shape, shook her head repeatedly, and her purple ponytail swayed. There was also a strange look in Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Buying Yue walked quickly forward, her beautiful legs swaying in black boots, her butt wrapped in hot pants raised up, full and attractive. She leaned over and picked up the yellow ball of light from the ashes, her moist cherry lips opening wide. It's actually a soul bone. What the hell? How could a 700-year-old soul beast possibly produce soul bones? Although in theory a 100-year-old soul beast can also produce soul bones, that is only in theory. I have never heard of it. Buying Yue looked at the Pope with a confused look, trying to get a reasonable answer. But the Pope also shook her head, obviously equally surprised. Luo Fanchen saw clearly that in the yellow light ball, there was a mini-arm bone. It was pure black, crystal clear, and emitting fluctuations of soul power. Junior sister, it seems that we are lucky. Buying Yue shook her head. No, it's not us, it's you. Your luck is not just good, it's simply amazing. Buying Yue smacked her lips repeatedly, unable to calm down. The probability of a 100-year-old soul beast exploding a soul bone is less than 1 in 10,000. What kind of concept is this? Hey, it's nothing to have some shitty luck once in a while. Luo Fanchen waved his hand and kept a low profile. He thought to himself that this time his previous guess was confirmed. Ever since he heard buying USA that the explosion rate of soul bones is extremely low and soul beasts under 100,000 years old can only rely on luck, he has laughed. As a European emperor, how can I be the same as those unlucky Africans? Unless the drop rate is 0, as long as there is a probability, I will give it to you. Brother, why did your face suddenly turn dark? Buying US said in shock, others are so happy to get soul bones, why do I feel like you are crying? Luo Fanchen really wanted to cry. Because he suddenly realized a problem, why no soul bones were dropped when he fought soul beasts in the previous few times. One possibility is that the soul beast is of young age, and another possibility is that his little loach has sucked away all the essence of the soul beast. Can that soul bone still explode? How much money did this prodigal son steal from his father? He is such a money-eating beast. Buying Yue kept staring at Luo Fanchen. She found that this guy was not acting, but seemed to be really unhappy. Hiss. I'm convinced. Don't be so infuriating. Brother, this is a soul bone. Even though it is only the left arm bone of a 700-year-old demon ape, if we sell it, I'm afraid it will attract countless soul masters to fight for it. Even a saint of the temple like me cannot obtain soul bones directly. I need to complete tasks for the temple and make contributions before I can redeem them. Luo Fanchen also wanted to appear more excited, but he really couldn't do it. Not to mention that the storage space of the White Fox Jade Pendant contains 2 top-quality soul bones. With this luck, it should not be difficult to obtain soul bones of higher quality in the future. But we must restrain the rebellious son's swallowing of chi and blood, otherwise all the good things will be ruined by it. Seeing the saint lady couldn't let go of the soul bone, Luo Fanchen waved his hand and chuckled, if junior sister likes it, I'll give it to you. Give it to me. Buying US said incredulously, it seems that senior brother has no idea how precious this thing is. Ha ha ha. Luo Fanchen laughed carefreely, money is easy to get, but true love is hard to find. Junior sister and teacher treat me sincerely, so a mere soul bone is not worth mentioning. A bold smile appeared on the handsome face of the young man, and his charm grew. Buying Yue was a little dazed by the sight, and her heartbeat became disordered in an instant. A blush appeared on her charming fair face. Even the female pope beside her nodded secretly and looked at him sideways. Most of the disputes in the world are caused by fame and fortune. How many brothers and friends have become enemies and schemed against each other for the sake of profit? As she pondered, Di Weiyang's sharp and cold phoenix eyes softened a little. Laugh. Buying Yue smiled sweetly, walked forward and handed the soul bone to Luo Fanchen without hesitation. Brother is very generous. I am so touched by him. But how can a younger sister covet her brother's treasure? I will fight for what I want. After saying that, she stuck out her sweet and soft tongue towards Di Weiyang. Teacher, look, I was right to call you senior brother. Senior brother Fanchen is so manly, hee hee. Di Weiyang nodded. Well, Fanchen is indeed more mature than you. Well, you hurt my heart again. Buying Yue covered her plump chest with her hands, half biting her thin lips, looking so pitiful and lovely. Luo Fanchen shook his head, said nothing more, and put away the soul bone. He could tell from his actions just now. My junior sister appears cheerful on the surface, but in fact she is a stubborn girl who doesn't like to take advantage of others and prefers to rely on herself to work hard. Di Weiyang reminded. Fanchen, although this soul bone is a treasure, with your talent, it would be a pity to absorb a soul bone that is 700 years old. Any explanation? Luo Fanchen asked. Di Weiyang glanced at Buying Yue, who understood and answered, soul bones are divided into skull bones, trunk bones, and limb bones, a total of 6. Among them, the skull and torso bones are the most valuable. It is said that there is a very special and rare external soul bone, but I have not heard of anyone who has obtained it in modern times. I am afraid it is a false rumor, so it is better not to mention it. Once a soul bone is absorbed, while combat power is increased, it cannot be replaced. Luo Fanchen understood, that is to say, if I absorb the left arm bone of the demon ape, I won't be able to replace it with a better left arm soul bone in the future. That's right. Buying Yue blinked her beautiful eyes. Unless you cut off your left arm, this soul bone will merge with you and can never be removed. But normal people will still choose to absorb the spirit bones the moment they get them. After all, spirit bones are too rare. Many 9th-level masters can't even get a complete set, and most only have 2 or 3 pieces. So you understand how precious this thing is. Oh, by the way, I didn't refuse it just now because I thought it was too old. I just didn't want to take advantage of my senior brother. If this soul bone is auctioned, it will be easy to exchange it for some natural treasures. I understand. Luo Fanchen nodded. If nothing else, he had a good eye for people. Luo Fanchen is not nice to everyone. He will beat the ungrateful wolves to death with a stick. If you can't kill him by knocking him, just hammer him harder until his ashes fly away. In life, one should be generous when necessary and selfish when necessary. How many soul bones do you have now, junior sister? Luo Fanchen asked curiously. Not a single one. Ah. Buying Yue was so angry that she jumped up and down. Hey, what's with that contemptuous look of yours? No way, how is it possible that the Saint Maiden doesn't even have a soul bone? Luo Fanchen was quite surprised. Buying Yue explained, because the higher the quality of the soul bone, the more difficult it is to absorb. My current level 41 soul master cultivation is not enough. Di Weiyang said. Fan Chen, you can sell the demon ape's left arm bone in exchange for resources in the future. I happen to know the whereabouts of a top-quality dragon-born left arm soul bone. I will fetch it and give it to you as your apprenticeship gift. Thank you, teacher. Luo Fanchen is not pretentious. Who can not love this iceberg female Pope teacher who is so beautiful, cool, and generous? Teacher, this top-grade dragon soul bone you mentioned, isn't it the one that the great priest treasures? Buying Yue said in astonishment, that old guy is very stingy, and he has been teaming up with the 4 priests to target you. Di Weiyang's cold eyes moved slightly. Don't talk too much. Buying Yue immediately covered her mouth, inwardly shocked. Teacher thought so much of senior brother Fanchen that he actually planned to pull out his teeth from the chief priest's mouth. Luo Fanchen listened carefully and speculated secretly. There seem to be 2 major factions in the temple. One lineage consists of the female pope, and the other consists of a group of people dedicated to the temple. The strength of this worshipper lineage is absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, given the pope's iron-blooded and overbearing character, if they could be wiped out, they would have been suppressed long ago. How could they have been left alive? Teacher, if it's impossible, then forget it. Luo Fanchen knew with his buttocks how difficult it would be for the Pope to get the soul bone from the high priest. No need to say more. Di Weiyang said coldly, Master, I will do what I say. 6. Luo Fanchen was speechless. I thought to myself that the Pope was really arrogant to the core. The sun rises and sets, the jungle alternates between light and darkness, and time passes. Boom. Luo Fanchen stood up, his eyes sparkling. Breaking the limit again. Buying Yue, who was also meditating next to her, was awakened. Luo Fanchen sighed, it was a little slow this time. It took 2 days to generate the 13th soul power vortex. Buying Yue was silent for a few breaths, then glared, I have the urge to strangle you to death. Are you crazy? 2 days is still a long time. Swish. Luo Fanchen's eyes flashed, and the Pope appeared in front of him. Her beautiful facial features were so cold, arrogant and majestic that no one dared to even think of disrespecting her. Under the golden long skirt is a devilish figure, and her long beautiful legs are tightly wrapped in golden boots, which is sexy and hot. Yes, it's time to get your first soul ring. Di Weiyang raised her lips in a satisfied arc. Hiss. Luo Fanchen's whole body seemed to be electrocuted, so beautiful. If you don't know the Pope today, it's all in vain having seen all the beauties in your previous life. In the previous life, those hot girls with black stockings, JK lowly with white stockings, and sexy beauties were not even worthy of carrying the shoes for the female Pope. He sighed inwardly, took a deep breath, and recalled the enchanting face of his Aunt Sujura to resist the anger in his heart. How can you have the idea of destroying your ancestors when you are weak now? It is too damn shameful. It is more important to obtain the spirit ring. Yes, teacher. Di Weiyang nodded, and the cold and royal voice of the queen flowed out from her throat. Now that you are ready, go ahead. Master and Yue will be waiting for you here. Luo Fanchen nodded first, then quickly reacted and stared in surprise. "You're not coming with me," Di Weiyang said. "Now you have the power to protect yourself, and this place is outside the forest. There are no high-level soul beasts. If you need protection all the time and don't face challenges, how can you grow into a strong person who can stand on your own?" Luo Fanchen felt bitter in his mouth. We all understand the general principles. But the forest is so big that everyone would be afraid of it. Bai Yue said anxiously, "Teacher, isn't it too hasty to let senior brother go alone? He hasn't even learned the secret skills yet." "Secret technique?" Luo Fanchen's heart moved. What is the difference between the secret skill and the soul skill that comes with the soul ring? Before he could ask, Di Weiyang glanced coldly at Bai Yue. "Shut up." Bai Yue bit her moist lips with her pearly teeth, looking aggrieved. Di Weiyang warned coldly. "Fan Chen, your physique is different from that of an ordinary person. You have broken through the limit 3 times, and you have 3 more soul power vortexes than an ordinary person. Even your teacher would be amazed by your talent and opportunity. Now it seems that the 400-year limit of the first soul ring for ordinary people is already easy for you, and it is no surprise that you can break the 600-year historical record. Before, I was able to kill a 700-year-old soul beast in seconds after breaking the limit twice. Now that I have broken the limit 3 times, defeating an 800-year-old soul beast should be a piece of cake. When you go to obtain the spirit ring this time, I suggest you consider a time between 800 and 1,000 years. 800 years is the safest option. There is no risk to life if it is absorbed. The first spirit ring is 800 years old, and most of the heroes only have a second spirit ring of about 700 years. You are already far ahead, so there is no need to take the risk of absorbing a higher age. Of course, if you are ambitious, you can also try to absorb the 900-year spirit ring, but it is not easy, and it may even endanger your life." Bai Yue opened her mouth slightly, her heart pounding as she listened nearby. It was too horrible, really too horrible. The first soul ring has been around for 800 years, and this unprecedented terrifying achievement is about to be born. If this gets out, so many people will be scared to death. In fact, even when the Pope herself said this, her heart was not as calm as she appeared to be. This disciple is such a monster. It was because he had not come into contact with many soul masters that he still did not realize how evil he was. Luo Fanchen listened carefully. It was discovered that although the Pope seemed overbearing, she actually respected the wishes of her disciples. "I never forced him to do anything. I always explained the pros and cons of each matter in detail and let him make his own choice." After thinking for a while, he asked, "Teacher, can I try to absorb the Millennium Spirit Ring?" "No." Di Weiyang said affirmatively. Bai Yue's pretty face showed a string of question marks, and she exclaimed, "Brother, life is not good, are you unable to let go?" Is there any problem?" Luo Fanchen was puzzled. Bai Yue said, "When a soul beast reaches 1,000 years from 100 years old, its strength will achieve a qualitative leap, just like us humans breaking through bottlenecks. A 1,000-year-old soul beast can easily defeat 5 or 6 999-year-old soul beasts. For a level 30 soul master with a weaker foundation, the third soul ring is still at the yellow stage. Only some elite soul masters can break through the 1,000-year limit and absorb a purple soul ring that is 1,200 or 300 years old." Luo Fanchen looked at Bai Yue's angry eyes, as if to say, "You want to break the first soul ring after 1,000 years? You are dreaming and looking for death. How old is your third soul ring, junior sister?" Luo Fanchen asked curiously. 1,700 years, but I am a saint, a rare top genius, so it's normal for me to be a little bit special." Bai Yue was very confident when she said this to others in the past, but now facing the handsome senior brother in front of her, she felt a little discouraged. "Compared to this monster, I seem ordinary." "That's too much. Go ahead," Di Weiyang urged. "The last thing is to remember that you should try to get a spirit ring that matches your own martial spirit. This depends on your own judgment." "Good." Luo Fanchen saw that the Pope wanted to take this opportunity to test and temper himself, so he gladly faced the challenge. He turned swiftly, leaped up, and rushed into the depths of the jungle. Bai Yue was worried, but since the Pope forbade her to follow, she did not dare to disobey. Teacher, my brother's clothes have been badly torn these days. I will go hunt some fine animal skins for him to mend them. Di Weiyang had a grim expression and didn't reply. Watching Luo Fanchen's back disappear completely in the woods. Walk. The Pope suddenly spoke, which surprised Buying Yue. Ah. Where are you going? Aren't you going to wait for brother? Di Weiyang glanced at her indifferently, stepped lightly on her beautiful legs under her skirt and golden boots, and floated to the top of the tree. Please wait for me. Buying Yue chased after him and followed behind. Rustle. The rubbing of green leaves produced a slight sound. Luo Fanchen walked carefully through the dense tree canopy, always alert to his surroundings, looking for a suitable hunting target. In a wild environment where snakes, insects, poisonous insects, and ants exist, wandering around recklessly is like becoming a sitting duck. Court death. I'm so annoyed. You too, don't get so close to me. Get away from me. A girl's scolding came from a distance. It is as clear and melodious as a yellow oriole, but with a strong and spicy flavor. Anyone? When Luo Fanchen heard the sound, he immediately stopped his actions, crouched in the tree canopy, and used the green leaves to hide his body. Observe secretly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He didn't notice that in the treetops farther away, there were two stunningly beautiful figures observing him from a distance. Not bad, very quick reaction. Di Weiyang nodded. Buying Yue whispered. Teacher, didn't you say before that you would wait here and not protect me? Di Weiyang snorted coldly and asked. No way. You don't really think I'd let him take risks alone? Hiss. Buying Yue was shocked. The tricks are so complicated. The Pope really couldn't answer the question after asking her this way. You make me look stupid when you talk like that. I didn't look very smart in the first place. I've wanted to open a secondary account for a long time, and now I have your senior brother. Buying Yue felt like she was struck by lightning and felt numb. It's not so heartbreaking. It was intentional, definitely intended to provoke her. Buying Yue has long known that the dignified and cold female Pope Master actually has a hidden sinister personality. Buying Yue opened her mouth and was about to cry, but was ruthlessly interrupted by the Pope. Hush. Someone is heading in the direction of your senior brother. The Pope seemed to sense the situation of the person who did not appear in front of her earlier than Luo Fanchen. Her cold and beautiful red lips curled up, revealing an appearance of watching the show with great interest. A team of 7, led by a 5th-level Soul King. The Soul King will definitely find your senior brother. Let's see how he handles it. Luo Fanchen was completely unaware that the Pope was in the dark, carefully lurking in the treetops, waiting for the person in front to show up. Rustle. Soon, a team of 7 appeared. An old man and 6 young men, all dressed in gorgeous clothes, obviously all nobles. There were only 2 girls in the team, one of them was ignored, and the other was surrounded by 2 noble young men. One held a jade bottle and the other held a square box. Princess Xieying, you must be thirsty after traveling for so long. This is my father's treasured wine. I borrowed it. Would you like to sit down and taste it? Yang Wei, we are out here to hunt soul beasts. Do you want the princess to drink and make trouble? Princess, I heard that you like to eat snacks. This is the peach pastry that I specially asked the chef at home to make for you before we set off. Vomit. Luo Fanchen, who was hiding in a tree, heard the 2 young men's earnest words clearly and got goosebumps. Judging from their speech, aren't these 2 just big bootlickers? It's confirmed. He looked over carefully. The 2 young men had extraordinary looks and gorgeous clothes. It was obvious that they were not from an ordinary family. There were 3 other young men behind them. Although they did not come close, their eyes were vaguely glancing at the beautiful figure in front of them. The conditions seemed to be pretty good. What kind of woman would make you willing to be a dog? Just as Luo Fanchen was puzzled, the beautiful figure who was surrounded by young men turned around and uttered angrily. Li Hongping, Yang Wei, you 2 ugly bastards, get away with those little things. Stop pestering me like a dogskin plaster. It's so annoying. The 2 young men in fancy clothes were scolded terribly, but they dared not refute a word and walked away in shame. The other young men also avoided her gaze, and were too frightened to peek at the girl anymore. These two guys are obviously not ugly, they are quite handsome. This princess must be a person who only cares about appearance, she is too picky. Sure enough, the dog that licks the boot will not have a good death. Luo Fanchen couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he also took this opportunity to see the beautiful figure clearly, and his eyes lit up. She was a sexy hot girl with long straight black hair. She has almond-shaped eyes, smoky makeup, rosy lips, and a pair of silver tassel earrings. The black suspenders on the upper body wrap the plump and white breasts, which is sexy and attractive, and there is a loose windbreaker on the outside. She was wearing hot shorts, and her slender legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings as thin as a cicada's wing, with her fair flesh showing through the gaps in the stockings. The black silk ankles are immersed in short high-heeled boots. TSK, it seems like there's a reason why these two guys are bootlickers. If this happened in her previous life, she would definitely be the queen of the nightclub, a hot girl who could attract all the male creatures in the audience to scream and chase after her. By the way, is this the attire of a princess? Luo Fanchen couldn't believe it. The princess he imagined should be wearing a light yellow dress, well-educated and well-mannered. How could she be so hot and attractive? He always felt that this Seoul martial continent was different from what he had imagined. Which LSP invented the stockings and high heels here? The black silk princess said fiercely. Uncle Tai, if these two harass me again, break their legs. If anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility. This. The only white-haired old man in the team looked embarrassed. It was obvious that the two young nobles were of noble status. What? Are my words no longer effective? The hot princess's phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light. I dare not. The old man said, I will follow your instructions. Luo Fanchen looked at the old man. He had a hunched back and a head full of white hair. He looked very old and his breath was not obvious. But Luo Fanchen did not dare to be careless at all. Without the protection of this old man, the 6 noble youths would not have the confidence to enter the Soul Beast Oasis, so their strength must be considerable. Sudden. He keenly noticed that the old man's hands vaguely exposed under his sleeves were pitch black, emitting a black light like black iron. Is this a prosthetic hand, or a special skill that has been practiced? Luo Fanchen didn't want to cause any trouble, so he waited for the 7 people passing by to leave so that he could look for a suitable spirit ring. As for the princess, no matter how hot she is, it has nothing to do with him. People can be lustful, but that must be based on being well-fed and having strength. His only thought now is to obtain the spirit ring so that he can practice successfully and leave the mountain as soon as possible. When 7 people passed by his big tree, Luo Fanchen held his breath and stood still, not wanting to be discovered. The hot girl princess and the other young people were obviously unaware, but the white-haired hunchbacked old man's eyes suddenly became sharp and he shouted. Who? Come out quickly. None of the princess and other young people raised any questions. They gathered together in an instant and looked around vigilantly. He is obviously well-trained and is definitely not an ordinary soul master. Luo Fanchen's heart shook violently. He was holding his breath, so how could this old guy still find him? Wasn't it me who discovered it? Just when he was feeling hopeful, the hunchbacked old man under the tree suddenly looked up. Up there. The old man slapped his palm like lightning, hitting the thick tree trunk, and wood chips flew everywhere. Boom. The towering old tree was shaking and the leaves were rustling. Luo Fanchen could no longer maintain his crouching position and fell from the tree. Luo Fanchen gathered his energy at the tip of his tongue and spoke before he fell to the ground. Don't do it. I was just passing by. Bang. When the old man heard the young voice, he retracted his palm and Luo Fanchen landed safely. However, the 7 men had surrounded him and he had nowhere to escape. The white-haired old man scolded, Who are you? Why are you hiding in the tree? If I hadn't stopped you, you would be dead now. The old man thought that he had spared Luo Fanchen's life, but he didn't know that the Pope had secretly retracted her outstretched hand. Buying you, I curled her lips, Humph, thank goodness you didn't hurt my senior brother, otherwise you would be dead. I see that you have a decent temperament, and you are definitely not one of those villains who would act without knowing the truth. I just happened to pass by here while hunting for spirit rings. I hid myself when I heard the sound. I have no ill intentions. I hope you can help me." Luo Fanchen bowed and spoke without any panic. "Handle the situation calmly and behave neither arrogantly nor servilely. He lives with powerful people like the demon emperor and the female pope day and night, so how could he be intimidated by this old man's aura?" The appropriate answer made the old man look at him with admiration and nodded. The other young men in gorgeous clothes looked at Luo Fanchen curiously. When she saw that he was wearing coarse linen clothes in the style of a mountain village, covered in dust and torn in many places, the vigilance in her eyes disappeared immediately, and was replaced by contempt and disgust. However, Luo Fanchen's handsome appearance like a banished immortal could not be concealed by his rough clothes, which made the young people feel a little jealous. Although I don't want to admit it, how come this guy is more handsome than those of them who are born into aristocrats? No one noticed that the hot princess, who was as proud as a little peacock, just glanced at Luo Fanchen casually at first. In an instant, her beautiful eyes focused and stared at him intently, never willing to look away. "Oh, you look like a rough country boy, but you have a nice body. It's a waste to give it to you." Luo Fanchen looked over when he heard the voice and saw that it was the #1 bootlicker who had offered the wine earlier, a young man named Yang Wei. The sour tone in his voice could be heard from a distance. "Hey, you scared us. We thought he was a dangerous assassin. It turns out he's just a country bumpkin who has a hard time awakening a decent martial spirit. How could he be capable of harming others?" The one who spoke was the second bootlicker who delivered the cakes, Li Hongping. The hunchbacked old man was still alert and not careless. He asked, "Boy, where are your family and teacher? Are they safe enough to take risks by yourself?" Luo Fanchen shook his head. "I have no family, only an aunt who left. As for the teacher..." Yang Wei came over and waved his hand. "Tai Lao, please don't ask. Looking at his poor appearance, is there any decent teacher willing to accept him? He must be alone. There's nothing to worry about with just a civilian. Any one of us can easily crush him. Even if we let him use one hand, he can't kill us." He pointed his arrogant face at Luo Fanchen and said, "Okay, go ahead. Don't worry. We nobles won't argue with a commoner like you. Yeah, don't be afraid. We may look down on civilians, but we won't bully you just because you are weak. Let's go." The second bootlicker Li Hongping spoke. Bai Yue, who was secretly watching from a distance, gritted her teeth in anger and clenched her fists. "Ah. Damn it. I want to beat these rubbish to death. Why are you all pretending? What kind of background and power does my senior have? Are you sure you can afford to offend him? Teacher, please let me go." Di Weiyang shook his head. "Yue, if you want to become a big tree, don't compete with grass. The emperor has a sword, but he doesn't kill flies. You are a saint, so you should show the spirit of a saint. If someone says something to you that can disturb your mind, how can you accomplish great things? See what your senior brother does." Bai Yue turned her gaze back. Luo Fanchen is smiling. After all, he has lived 2 lives and he won't throw a punch to the other person just because he says something harsh, nor will he retort that my teacher is the Pope. Wouldn't that be just as childish and ridiculous as the other person? Goodbye. Luo Fanchen shook his head and turned away. As for the hot princess, he didn't even glance at her as he didn't want to cause any trouble. Looking at the departing figure, the others sighed. TSK, it seems that this guy is a bit aloof, which is admirable. However, he probably doesn't know that the blood of commoners is too poor. Whether it is martial spirit or other talents, they are destined to have a limit and cannot be compared with nobles. This is obviously a pitiful person. He has no talent, no family, no power. People at the bottom of society are destined to struggle alone. He doesn't even have a teacher to support him. How tragic. Yes, indeed. Stop, stop. Why are you guys sympathizing with the common people? Our ancestors have worked hard for generations to become nobles. Why can they catch up with us after working hard all their lives? There is a gap, okay. At this moment, a female voice as sweet as a yellow warbler, but very fierce, rang out. Hello. The boy in front, stop. Everyone looked sideways at the princess, who was shouting in confusion, wondering why she was still trying to stop the ragged boy. Luo Fanchen not only did not stop, but instead quickened his pace, trying to get away from this place of trouble. The unruly princess expressed her anger by stomping her pair of slender and sexy black silk legs. Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Yang Wei came closer and said. Princess Xieying, a guy like that doesn't have much ability at first glance. He is destined to be from a different world from us. There is no point in bothering with him. Just let him go. Shut up, you should get out of here. The princess left a few words and rushed out, leaving Yang Wei standing there dumbfounded. Luo Fanchen was forced to stop and looked helplessly at the sexy girl in black stockings who was blocking his way. She seems even more beautiful when viewed up close, especially her almond-shaped eyes, which are full of spirit. He secretly shook his head, thinking that it was a waste for this woman to go for the hot girl style. If she wore a horse-face skirt and tied her hair into a high ponytail, she would definitely be very heroic and charming. This thought only flashed through his mind, and he asked, I wonder what else the princess wants to do to stop me. I told you to stop, can't you hear me? The hot girl princess asked with her beautiful eyes. Well, I have been hard of hearing since I was a child. Luo Fanchen lied with his eyes open, which made the princess unable to speak. The words she was about to scold him with were stuck in her throat. Hey, you can't leave. Luo Fanchen's eyes became sharper. It would be fine if the other party just said a few words, but if the other party deliberately made things difficult for him, he would also be angry. He felt that the Pope would not really trust him to travel alone, and it was most likely a test. If these people were not going too far, he would not want to gamble his life on whether the Pope was following him secretly. My lady, first of all, no one here calls me hello, I have a name. Second, why can't I leave? Luo Fanchen was not afraid at all and spoke with great force. Hiss. The young people in the rear gasped and silently mourned for this ignorant civilian. Everyone knows that Princess Xieying is the apple of the eye of the Lord of Qianlong City. She has been spoiled since childhood and is used to being lawless. The whole city is busy trying to please him, who dares to disobey. Princess Xieying was surprised that the man's pair of piercing and deep black eyes did not flinch or avoid her. In the entire Qianlong City, the only man who dared to look her in the eye was his father. You bastard! Aren't you afraid that I will ask Tai Lao to kill you? Luo Fanchen nodded and said bluntly, afraid. But just because you are afraid of death, do you have to kneel down and fawn on others? This answer made Princess Xieying even more surprised, and she sneered, you don't look like you're afraid of death. Luo Fanchen smiled and said, after all, there are always some things that are more difficult to accept than death, such as being a dog for others. Princess Xieying was stunned. She had heard too many pleasant words, so it was the first time she heard words like this. A little special. And the person who was speaking was very handsome, handsome to the core. How dare you? How dare you speak to the princess like that? Too presumptuous. If the princess thinks highly of you, it is your honor. Many people want to be her servant but they have no chance. The young men in the back were fanatical admirers of Princess Xieying and they despised common people from the bottom of their hearts, so they naturally became angry and rushed over to question Luo Fanchen. Princess Xieying turned her gaze away murderously. Yang Wei, Li Hongping, this princess is having an in-depth conversation with someone else, and you have no right to interrupt. What? The two young nobles were dumbfounded, with a string of capital question marks engraved on their faces, and they were in a state of confusion. Princess, we are speaking for you. The two of them were talking incoherently. Princess Xieying said impatiently. Noisy. Stop barking here, get away, it's annoying. After saying that, ignoring the two people who were stunned, the hot girl in black stockings looked at Luo Fanchen, and what she said shocked everyone. This princess will not embarrass you. You're handsome. It's my cup of tea. If you know what's best for you, you can hang out with me from now on, how about that? Luo Fanchen was a little surprised when he heard this. He had just guessed many reasons why the other party kept him. Humiliation, bullying. The only thing I didn't expect was that she was greedy for his body. When hiding in the tree before, Luo Fanchen felt that this unruly princess seemed like a flower maniac, and he guessed it right. Is this hot chick in black stockings really a beauty? No, princess. This is disgraceful. How can a mere country bumpkin deserve your favor? Before Luo Fanchen could say anything, Yang Wei and Li Hongping, who had been scolded away just now, rushed up again, their faces looking as if they had been cheated on. Bang! A whip flashed in Princess Xieying's hand and she whipped the two young nobles without mercy. Princess! You actually beat us for him. Yang Wei and the other men grimaced in pain, but their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with sadness. You two brothers are really the worst at being bootlickers. Luo Fanchen couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This is too much. What do you two want? People have beaten you mercilessly, and it would be fine if you didn't fight back, but now you're crying and complaining. A man's dignity. Princess Xieying's pair of phoenix eyes exuded a murderous aura. Why do I need you to point fingers at me in my life's affairs? Yang Wei and Li Hongping were beaten and abused by the goddess of their dreams. Their faces were distorted, as if they were wearing masks of pain. They both locked their eyes on Luo Fanchen, their eyes seemed to be spewing flames, filled with jealousy and hatred. The other two young men also secretly hated Luo Fanchen. Although they expressed it very subtly, Luo Fanchen still noticed it. Outrageous. The one who hurt you was this girl. If you have the guts, get angry at her. Why do you hate me? You're crazy. Princess Xieying turned her head, and when she saw Luo Fanchen's extraordinary appearance that looked like a banished immortal, her angry brows slowly relaxed. Come with me, I will not treat you unfairly. Want me to be a gigolo? Dream. Luo Fanchen shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, my lady, but I am a bit wild and don't like to be inferior to others. I'm sorry I can't obey your order. Reject me. I like you, and you still want to reject me. Princess Xieying glared with her beautiful eyes, her face turning abnormally red with anger. Luo Fanchen was speechless. This woman must be more than just willful and capricious, could she be a Yandere? Hiss. Then he has to get away quickly. Yandere is the kind of female pervert who says, I love you, brother, 1 second and, I want to kill you, the next. Luo Fanchen pointed at Yang Wei and Li Hongping behind him and said, Princess, I am just a commoner, an ordinary man. I see that the two behind you are handsome and have prominent family backgrounds. Why do you have to embarrass me? Hearing the praise, Yang Wei and the others thought that Luo Fanchen said this because he was feeling inferior, and they immediately straightened their chests, with an arrogant look of, you are a connoisseur, waiting for the princess inspection. Result. Just their ugly faces. Am I worthy of being compared with you? Princess Xieying curled her red lips in disdain and stared closely at the charming and handsome men in front of her, not wanting to look back even once. The proud looks on Yang Wei and the other man's faces suddenly stopped, as if they were struck by thunder, their whole bodies stiffened, as if they were in the cold winter with snowflakes falling from the sky. Seeing that the hot girl in black stockings refused to change her mind, Luo Fanchen gave in and sighed silently in his heart. The ancients did not deceive me. Being handsome is indeed a sin. Who can understand the pain he is in now? He is being entangled by a sick hot girl. Princess, please let me go. A forced melon is not sweet. Luo Fanchen smiled bitterly and tried to reason. But it can quench your thirst. Princess Xieying's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual glow of excitement, which even the pervert Luo Fanchen felt was abnormal. To get involved, you need power and background. You have nothing, but I have everything. As long as you follow me obediently, I can give you everything I have. A real man can only ride a horse and not be inferior to others. Luo Fanchen shook his head and refused decisively. No. I was born with good teeth. I like to eat hard food and not free food. I will fight for the things I like and don't need others to give them to me. Yang Wei and others on the side were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Luo Fanchen would refuse so straightforwardly. Isn't this kid afraid of death? And don't you know the benefits of being close to the princess? You know, for common people, as long as they can get close to the nobles, it is equivalent to rising to the top. In the end, this guy refused without even thinking about it. He is indeed an old-fashioned man who has never seen any important figures. He has no idea how many people would admire a princess of her status. You don't know how to appreciate it. This kid is totally useless for disobeying the princess. He dared to open a dyeing factory after being given a little color. The princess's patience is limited, and it is probably at its limit. Everyone in the back unanimously sentenced Luo Fanchen to death in their hearts. You. Princess Xieying clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes exuded murderous intent, and her rosy lips trembled. No one dares to reject me, ever. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you look good enough to please this princess. The hot girl in black silk stockings raised the whip in her hand, as if the gate knife was about to fall at any time, and said in a fierce voice. I'll give you one last chance, come with me or not. Yang Wei and others in the back clenched their fists, extremely anxious. Don't agree to this kid. Draw quickly. Flog him. Hurry up and draw. Luo Fanchen also became angry, and recalled the psychological characteristics of some Yandere girls in his previous life. He started to curse. Go away, it's fun to be so unreasonable. If you have the guts, you can kill me today, but don't think I'll look down on you. Do you think you should be praised by everyone just because you're a princess? I treat you as a princess, you are. I treat you as not, you are nothing. Come on, kill me, I can't wait any longer. You're dreaming about letting me coax you. Luo Fanchen sprayed a series of attacks, which completely stunned the unruly princess. She lowered her head so no one could see her expression, and her breathing was terribly low. Not to mention being scolded, she has been treated in a gentle voice since she was born, and no one dares to speak loudly to her. Yang Wei and the others all opened their mouths wide and felt cold all over their bodies. Is this guy crazy? You dare to scold the princess and then you're afraid that your death is not thorough enough. The white-haired Tai Lao, who had been calm and composed all the time, was so shocked that his beard trembled and he looked at Luo Fanchen in disbelief. This young man. Are all young people so brave nowadays? To be honest, Luo Fanchen felt a little regretful after he finished criticizing her. Damn, it was just a momentary temper. The key point is that he has always manipulated women in his 2 lifetimes and has never been threatened by a woman. Now he could only hope that his understanding of Yandere preferences in his previous life was correct, or that the Pope was watching him in the dark. If none of them are right, he can just slide down and beg for mercy with his handsome face. It should still be in time, right? The air was strangely quiet, and the birdsong in the surrounding jungle seemed to have stopped. Sudden. A strange sound came from Princess Xieying, who lowered her head. Then. I saw the hot girl princess from head to toe. That pair of sexy legs in black stockings, the perky little butt wrapped in shorts, the plump breasts, and the shoulders all trembled abnormally. This scared everyone behind her, and the princess must be very angry. Tick. Several tears fell on Princess Xieying's white boots. Everyone, including Tai Lao, gasped. Yang Wei was very sure. It's cold. This kid is so cool. The princess was so angry that she cried. No one can save you this time. Yang Wei rushed over angrily. Princess, watch me capture this kid and let you vent your anger. Li Hongping next to him would never let his love rival get ahead of him. Boy, you dare to bully the princess, I'm here. Luo Fanchen immediately got into position, ready to fight back. He felt that the aura of these 2 people was not strong, and there was no such oppressive feeling as when facing Buying Yue. Should be able to win. Bang. A whip shadow was swung out, and Luo Fanchen subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he found that it was not hitting him, but hitting the back. Yang Wei and the other men rushed to capture Luo Fanchen as soon as possible, but they never expected that there would be a traitor who would take action, and one of them was hit. He was pulled back, grimacing in pain and covering his swollen arm. Yang Wei and the other men looked at Princess Xieying waving the whip in confusion. The hot girl had already raised her head with red eyes. But his eyes were fierce, like a beast guarding its food. Don't be shameless. You want to touch my people. Li Hongping was shocked and said, this princess is so ignorant, didn't you make her cry? Whether you cry or not, this princess is happy. What does it have to do with you? Princess Xieying raised her chin, her face full of arrogance. I blanch. Yang Wei and others who had a crush on the goddess were devastated. I can't understand why I and others are always showing concern for each other but still being looked down upon. The princess can still tolerate this boy even when he is like this. What exactly went wrong? Luo Fanchen had an idea in his mind that this Princess Xieying was most likely a bit of a yandere, but judging by her performance, she was still mostly a masochist. He had made the right bet just now. It will be much easier to prescribe the right medicine next time. Princess Xieying stared at the handsome man in front of her. This guy clearly made her grit her teeth in anger, and she wanted to beat him to death, but when she was extremely angry, she had a peculiar feeling in her body. I can't hate you. No matter how you look at it, he is much more pleasing to the eye than those sycophantic and spineless guys around him. Tell me, how can you come with me? This county has both money and power. As an ordinary person, you certainly don't have the qualifications and no one will appreciate you, but as long as you please me, I can spare no resources to feed you. This. Yang Wei wanted to speak again, but the whip on his body was burning, so he didn't dare to say anything more. Li Hongping was afraid that if he said one more word, the princess would get wild and crazy, so he ignored everything and let Tai Lao beat him to death. Luo Fanchen raised his thin lips and sneered. You're ridiculous. Do you really think money is omnipotent? When one day you have no money and no power, everyone around you will leave you. You pathetic little girl, everyone is afraid of you, but you don't even have a true friend yet. The group of noble young men were numb. Another girl in the team's eyes sparkled slightly, thinking that this handsome man was indeed more manly than the guys around him. However, he comes from a poor family and definitely has no talent or power. No matter how much she likes such a man, she will not be with him. It is better for her to choose the men around her who have prominent family backgrounds. Princess Xieying's delicate body continued to tremble, and a sharp trembling sound came from her throat. Scold, if you dare to curse again. Hee. I have nothing to say about a willful woman like you. Luo Fanchen shook his head, as if he was disdainful to say anything more. Princess Xieying bit her plump peach lips and stared at the men. My name is Yi Xieying. Oh. Luo Fanchen hummed. You bastard. Yi Xieying stomped her white boots in anger. I'm not being stubborn anymore. I'm talking to you nicely, but you're still ignoring me. I'm sorry, I really don't like people who threaten me, but it's okay to tell you my name, Luo Fanchen. Yi Xieying snorted. Now that we know each other's names, we're friends. I want you to stay. You won't refuse a friend's request, right? Luo Fanchen stared. Is this what your friend meant? He really couldn't hold it in any longer. What the hell was this enterprise-level understanding? Yes. Yi Xieying nodded. My friends will never refuse my request. Luo Fanchen complained, are you stupid? If there is a forced relationship between friends, then they are not friends anymore. Yi Xieying was very angry, but she didn't lose her temper. So what do you mean by friend? Luo Fanchen said, being able to say no without any psychological burden and without hurting each other's sincere feelings, this is what friends are. Yi Xieying was confused. Luo Fanchen smiled and said, I don't expect you to understand after I tell you. After all, you don't have any friends at all. Are you implying that I'm stupid? Yi Xieying glared. No. Yi Xieying affirmed, yes. Luo Fanchen shook his head, because I didn't hint at it, I made it clear. Ah. Damn it. Yi Xieying stretched her beautiful legs in black silk stockings and swung the whip. Put it down again. Even though the other person was scolding her, she couldn't bear to hit him, and felt a little bit like a slut. Be my friend. Yi Xieying said. No. Does being my friend make you feel wronged? Luo Fanchen said, I have to go get the spirit ring now, I don't have time to waste with you, a pampered and unruly princess. It's dangerous for you to be alone. Join us. No, it feels more dangerous to be with you guys. Yi Xieying was furious, can I still eat you? Luo Fanchen nodded, it's possible. Yi Xieying raised her beautiful eyes and gave an order, Uncle Tai, keep an eye on this guy, don't let him run away. Yes, princess. The white-haired old man flashed in front of Luo Fanchen. Yi Xiang stared at Luo Fanchen, her plump lips curled up. Don't worry, after I help you hunt the spirit ring, I will let you go. I'm just worried that you'll die in the jungle while hunting soul beasts. It would be a shame for such a handsome and interesting man like you to die. If you refuse this kindness, I will let Tai Lao beat you to death right now. Luo Fanchen moved his lips, and finally he obeyed his heart. Because he saw the dark hand under Tai Lao's sleeve ready to move. However, following such a team is indeed safer than exploring alone, and it is also a good opportunity to understand the strength and level of the noble soul masters outside. He was also helpless as he was forced to live off his wife. He is endowed with the golden dragon of luck and great fortune, so there is no way he could be in the hands of this beautiful and hot masochistic princess in black stockings. The looks from Yang Wei and others beside him almost killed Luo Fanchen. Oh, don't worry. We all come here to obtain spirit rings. When the princess sees that the spirit rings you obtain are far inferior to those of everyone else, she will realize that you are essentially trash. Buying Yue was so angry in the dark that she would have rushed out long ago if the Pope hadn't suppressed her. That little bitch wants to steal my senior brother. She deserves it. Teacher, please don't stop me. I'm going to tear her apart. Di Weiyang squinted and asked coldly, such a big reaction, you don't like your senior brother, do you? We have only known each other for a few days. Ah. Buying Yue's delicate body trembled and she froze. She turned her pretty face stiffly. Teacher, what are you talking about? I am a saint. I am different from that crazy and unruly princess who only cares about looks. Di Weiyang stared at her quietly with her phoenix eyes, and finally nodded, and opened her crimson lips slightly. Good. Then find an opportunity for me to help your senior brother find a marriage partner. You and your master can choose a suitable noble lady from a large sect. Ah. Buying Yue opened her cherry lips and stuttered, you want to introduce a marriage to senior brother. Senior brother is still young, it's too early. Let's go, follow them, they're leaving. Di Weiyang said coldly and left first. Teacher, please explain clearly. Those noble ladies from big families have strange tempers. You can't send me into trouble. Buying Yue followed closely behind, talking non-stop. She did not notice that Di Weiyang's lips slightly raised. Roar. Outside the jungle oasis. With a shrill roar, a huge black panther with a shoulder height of 2 meters fell down. It was covered with wounds, and the bloody hole on its chest was the fatal wound. The blood that flowed out of it soaked the green grass and black soil. Ha 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 ha, single-handedly killing a 350-year-old soul beast, the wind shadow leopard. This record should be unmatched by anyone at the level of a level 10 soul warrior. Yang Wei held a spear emitting dark golden light and stepped on a wind shadow leopard. His gorgeous clothes were torn, but his brows were filled with pride, as if he had the lofty ambition to rule the country. Young Master Yang is too brutal. With his level 10 power, he was able to kill a 350-year-old soul beast. He is only 50 years away from being on par with the top geniuses of the big forces. In one word, fierce. Amazing, it's really amazing. Several young men in the team quickly gathered around and looked at the soul beast under Yang Wei's feet with awe. Even the serious Black Hand Tai Lao showed a smile. Young Master Yang is worthy of being a descendant of the Yang family. His foundation is indeed solid. Hey, Mr. Tai, you are so kind. Yang Wei waved his hand casually, it's just killing a 350-year-old soul beast. It's far inferior to the 400-year-old level of the top Tianjiao. Having said that, he was already beaming with joy, raising his chin, and accepting the flattery from others with peace of mind. At the same time, he turned his gaze towards the hot-tempered and unruly princess. As a result, the goddess in his heart just glanced at him lightly and then turned her shining eyes to the handsome Luo Fanchen next to her. Damn it! Yang Wei gritted his teeth, and the joy in his heart was instantly diluted. Why? He is just a handsome pretty boy. What good is a handsome guy if he can't beat you up? Luo Fanchen naturally noticed the murderous look, but he didn't care. He was extremely confused and puzzled at the moment. So, it was just killing a 350-year-old soul beast. Do you have to be so excited? Listening to others congratulating and boasting about Yang Wei, Luo Fanchen felt even more confused. He could see that the others were not just pretending to be nice, but were genuinely impressed by Yang Wei's amazing performance. It's outrageous. Not to mention a 350-year-old soul beast, Luo Fanchen now has the confidence to blow up an 800-year-old soul beast with one hand. Along the way, Luo Fanchen has gained a certain understanding of this team. These 7 people all came from Qianlong City, which was affiliated to the Cunlong Empire. 6 of them were students of the Royal City Elite Soul Master Academy, and Tai Lao was a mentor at the academy. The strength of the others does not exceed level 30 and they need to obtain spirit rings, but Tai Lao is the only one who is a 5th level master and a level 54 soul king. After learning about Tai Lao's level, Luo Fanchen also understood why the other party had discovered him first. Along the way, these young men who were jealous of his handsomeness, intentionally or unintentionally showed off their sense of superiority as nobles, posing as geniuses and elites, trying to make Luo Fanchen feel inferior. Result. That's it. That's it. Luo Fanchen hasn't seen the level of others yet, but this #1 bootlicker Yang Wei really made him feel inferior. Hey, Chen Chen, you won't be scared by this guy's fighting, right? Princess Xieying chuckled and showed a beautiful and hot smile. Luo Fanchen was surprised. Scared. Yi Xieying said, although this princess doesn't like him, I have to say that this guy has good talent. Don't you also want to add the first spirit ring? Do you dare to fight this 350-year-old spirit beast? Luo Fanchen was speechless for a while and almost laughed out loud. Isn't this just making fun of him? He was too lazy to pay attention to the hot princess in black stockings and turned his gaze to Yang Wei, who was absorbing the spirit ring. This was the first time he saw someone absorbing a spirit ring. Seeing that Luo Fanchen didn't reply, Yi Xieying glared with anger in her beautiful eyes. She opened her mouth to curse, but she bit her lip. For the sake of face, I endured it. Chen Chen, don't feel pressured. Yang Wei's level is already very high in Qianlong City. Only the top geniuses of major forces can have their first soul ring attached for 400 years. You will understand what I mean. You were born a commoner and suffered from your innate bloodline. I think it will be amazing if you can add a 200-year spirit ring later. This princess guarantees that no one will laugh at you then. Whoever laughs at you, I'll beat him up for you. Luo Fanchen. 200 years of ring. Who are you shaming? You can't even take a dog for 350 years. This isn't the first time this girl has comforted someone in her life, right? If she were an ordinary person, she would definitely feel even worse when being comforted like this. Seeing the handsome guy beside her remaining silent, Yi Xieying thought that he felt stressed and uncomfortable after seeing Yang Wei's performance. He was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Luo Fanchen. Princess, can you please not repeat the words? It's too painful for me to hear. It feels like looking at the sea. What does the ocean feel like? Yi Xieying wondered. I want to vomit. You. Yi Xieying was so angry that her teeth were itching. Her beautiful black stockings, legs and white boots, her perky butt and her soft breasts all trembled slightly. You scolded me again. Luo Fanchen had sharp eyesight and was able to keenly notice the slight tremor in the other person's delicate body. An unnatural blush appeared on his face. Hiss. This woman can't really be a masochist. If you speak nicely, how can I scold you? Luo Fanchen said, if you find it annoying, then don't keep me here, and let me go. This county lord will kill you. Except for Yang Wei, who was absorbing the spirit ring, everyone else's attention was attracted by Princess Xieying's shout. Yi Xieying raised her wrist high, gripped the whip tightly, glared with her almond-shaped eyes, as if to say, if you don't give in, I'll beat you to death. But Luo Fanchen gradually figured out this woman's character and knew she wouldn't fall for it. Those who lick the dog will not die well. Being a tough guy is the right way. Luo Fanchen's eyes were sharp and his words were powerful. Come on, use more force. Today you either beat me to death or apologize to me. What, Chen Chen? That's a sissy. The slight tremor of Yi Xieying's delicate body turned into a visible shake, which frightened the other young men behind her and made them step back, fearing that they would be taken out on by the evildoers. Are you willing to give in? Don't give in, you stubborn girl. Without Tai Lao to help you, I'll give you a spanking. Tai Lao's beard at the back was shaking with fear. Countless people have tried to coax this little ancestor, but it still doesn't work, and you still dare to scold him. Crazy. It's crazy. Yi Xieying's face flushed with anger, and she yanked the whip down violently, with a sonic boom sounding. Bang. Luo Fanchen was unharmed, and the soil at his feet exploded, leaving deep whip marks. The broken grass fragments splashed down, and Yi Xieying pointed at Luo Fanchen's nose and said hatefully, "Asshole, don't call me Chin Chin anymore. From now on, I'll just call you Luo Fanchen." This scene stunned Tai Lao, Li Hongping, and other young people, and they exclaimed in their hearts, "This guy won't die even if he does this. The princess has such a bad temper, how can she tolerate his bad habits?" Li Hongping didn't understand and couldn't figure out what went wrong. Does being handsome mean he can do whatever he wants? Swish. At this time, Yang Wei, who had been silent, stood up, and a dark yellow circle appeared on the dark gold spear in his hand. Wind Shadow Kill. He growled and suddenly stabbed a shot at the Black Panther's corpse, and the dark yellow soul ring that had just appeared flashed. Invisible wind blades appeared at the tip of the gun. Boom. The Black Panther's corpse exploded in an instant and was shattered by several wind blades. Luo Fanchen's eyes lit up. Is this the soul skill attached to the soul ring? It is indeed interesting. Yang Wei's combat effectiveness has been obviously enhanced. However, no matter how much stronger he was, Yang Wei still gave him the feeling that he was a little weak, as if he could be killed with just one slap. Congratulations, young Master Yang, for absorbing the spirit ring and officially becoming an 11th level spirit master. This spirit skill is really powerful. The wind blade is invisible and impossible to defend against. Yang Wei seemed to enjoy the flattery from others. What's heartbreaking is that trying to be cool is useless. The goddess he has been thinking about, the hot princess, didn't even look at him and was staring at the hateful man. Ah. He was so angry that his chest felt tight. Tai Lao said, "Let's go, hurry up. Before dark, everyone else must find a suitable spirit ring. We cannot stay here overnight. There are too many variables and it is too dangerous." Princess Xieying was walking in front, hugging Luo Fanchen. Yang Wei and other young men were watching from behind, their clenched fists trembling under their sleeves. "Brother Yang, don't be anxious, just be patient." Li Hongping patted his shoulder and whispered. "When the princess sees that kid with the junk spirit ring, she will understand the difference between him and us, and know the difference between us brothers." Yang Wei said worriedly, "What if that kid gets lucky and has some talent? Wouldn't that mean we would have no chance anymore?" "I think the boy seems to be quite confident." Ha ha ha. Li Hongping laughed softly, "You are so worried that you are confused. I've heard that the most amazing civilian spirit master only had his first spirit ring attached for 300 years. He's comparing his head with ours. And you didn't even notice that when this kid saw you kill a 350-year-old soul beast, his expression became unnatural. He was obviously scared." Yang Wei raised his lips upon hearing this and said sarcastically, "Then I hope this kid won't disappoint the princess too much. Don't attach a 100-year spirit ring, that would be too embarrassing and boring, and our victory would be meaningless, ha 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 ha." Li Hongping shook his head. "Perspective, do you understand perspective? Look at your useless appearance. I will never compare myself with a rubbish civilian. There's no comparison." Suddenly, the princess's clear and sharp voice came from the front of the team. "Yang Wei, both of you come here for a moment." Ah. Yang Wei and Li Hongping were stunned at first, then looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. The princess has changed her mind. You're tired of that kid, and finally realize our goodness. Yi Xieying stopped and scolded coldly, "What are you two whispering about? Why don't you come over quickly? Hey, come on." Yang Wei and the other men rushed from the back of the team and rushed in front of Yi Xieying. "My lord, I have something for you to do." While Li Hongping was speaking, he glanced at Luo Fanchen provocatively, as if to say, "Hey, you didn't stay so proud for long. This is a fall from favor." Luo Fanchen simply ignored these two noble young men and evaluated them with just one word. Lick. So licked. I hit you so hard just now that you were screaming, and now you two come running over here when I shouted you. Is the princess so great? Could a princess have more holes than an ordinary person? He doesn't care anyway. However, Luo Fanchen really didn't know why Yi Xieying suddenly called out to these two guys, and looked over curiously. Yang Wei, take out the wine you were going to give me. Here, here. Yang Wei was overjoyed. Was the princess finally going to accept his gift? With a flash of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle appeared. Li Hongping was anxious and took out a jade square box tied with a bow. Princess, there are also the peach cakes I asked you to prepare. Yi Xieying stretched out her hand. Yes, I know, take them all. Luo Fanchen, oh wow, these two young masters have storage treasures. Didn't Aunt Jiuer say that the storage treasures outside are very rare? It seems that the status of these two guys is higher than he thought. But this strength doesn't look that good. Seeing that Yi Xieying, who had clearly rejected them countless times, was now willing to accept the gift, the two were so excited that they had to force themselves not to laugh out loud. But it also seems a little strange. If the princess had a good impression of them, she would only accept gifts from one person. It is impossible for her to have a good impression of both of them. So greedy. Just as the two were feeling excited, Yi Xieying suddenly stuffed a jade bottle of fine wine and a box of snacks to Luo Fanchen beside her. Yes, I will give it to you as a reward. The two people's happy smiles came to an abrupt end. At that moment, their heartbeats seemed to stop and their eyes widened. No, thank you. Luo Fanchen pushed his hand away and refused, showing no interest. The Pope and his junior sister were most likely watching in secret. If he accepted gifts from other women casually, what if his junior sister got upset and refused to cook for him? The craftsmanship of Saint Yue is truly impeccable, and Luo Fanchen is getting addicted to it. Yang Wei and the other man's eyes widened even wider. Damn it. We tried every possible way to prepare gifts and tried our best to give them to the princess, but she refused them countless times. Now that the princess has offered to give you a gift, you're still going to refuse it. Yi Xieying's phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she shouted fiercely. Don't be ungrateful, you bastard. I saw you venturing alone through the jungle to hunt soul beasts. I wonder if you have any storage treasures with you. I guess you must be tired and thirsty. I found you something to eat this time, don't you appreciate it? Forehead. Venturing alone. No storage treasure. Tired and thirsty. Luo Fanchen has a weird expression on his face. You can't even imagine how happy I am. He glanced at the two brothers who were about to explode with anger and shook his head. This is a token of love given to you by others. If you give it to me, they will be sad. Huh? Why is there such a strong green tea flavor? Luo Fanchen suddenly felt that what he had just said seemed not right. Yi Xieying nodded. It's good to be sad. Hurry up and leave, you don't have to bother me anymore, this princess has had enough. If their father and my father weren't old friends, I would have beaten them to death long ago. It's good for both of them. They won't have to hang themselves on my tree anymore. Click, click. That was the heartbreaking sound of Yang Wei and the other men. Luo Fanchen noticed that the two brothers' eyes were bloodshot, their expressions became ferocious, and they clenched their fists. Ah! TSK, is the bootlicker finally going to be powerful? Luo Fanchen hugged his shoulders, looking like he was waiting for a good show. As a result, the two brothers had been accumulating anger for a long time, but instead of venting it on the princess, they directed their red eyes at him. Yang Wei shouted, "Boy, don't be shameless. It's your honor that the princess rewards you with something. Take it quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Li Hongping also said loudly. Luo Fanchen was completely speechless. I thought the manly spirit of these two bootlickers had awakened, and they finally dared to punch this hot-tempered and masochistic princess. In the end, you can only complain to him. The most important thing is to help the princess persuade him to accept the gift. What's the difference between this and buying a luxurious big bed and giving it to your goddess and your love rival to lie down and have a deep conversation on? How could Luo Fanchen tolerate their bad habits? He responded mercilessly. Collect your ass, take it away quickly, I don't want it. Li Hongping was so angry that his face was distorted. Fuck, how dare you talk to me like that? How dare you? Come on, let's fight if you dare. Yang Wei was also furious. Luo Fanchen shook his head, indifferent to the provocation of the two. Childish. Pa. Just when Yang Wei and the other men were furious, two slaps came crisply on their faces, like a basin of ice water poured over their heads. Yang Wei and the other men turned their heads stiffly. Are you crazy? Or are you really that brave? How dare you threaten this princess? Yi Xieying was wiping her hands with a pink handkerchief, her brows furrowed and her face full of disgust. Princess Yang Wei covered her face with her hands, her mouth full of bitterness. Li Hongping felt even worse. Princess, you must not be deceived. This kid has strength, talent, and power. What else can he show besides his looks? Yi Xieying sneered. Strength, talent, and influence, this princess has them all. For the person I like, having a good face is enough. Luo Fanchen stood quietly by and watched the fun, then saw Yi Xieying pointing her finger at him. What's wrong with him being weak? Can you blame him for not working hard enough? We are stronger than him, but aren't the bloodlines and resources we rely on given by our ancestors? You have no shame in challenging a commoner to a duel. Yi Xieying said to the white-haired, hunchback Tai Lao, if they come within 3 feet of me again, you will attack me. Whoosh. Tai Lao flashed over and pulled aside Yang Wei and the other men who were heartbroken. Yi Xieying took out the wine and pastries from the storage space. I've driven away the 2 eyesores. Hurry up and collect it. Luo Fanchen shook his head, not interested, keep it for yourself. Do you really want to reject this princess's kindness? Yi Xieying was furious and said. What will it take for you to accept it? My patience is limited. Luo Fanchen thought to himself, this princess must have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Why can't she just not accept it? He gradually figured out the character of this woman, a woman who had been spoiled since childhood, who had been cared for by others, and who had a masochistic nature. The more you obey her, the more screwed you will be. You have to do the opposite, but you also need to pay attention to routine. Can't I refuse to accept it? Luo Fanchen asked. Right. Luo Fanchen said, it's not impossible to accept it, but there are requirements. Yi Xieying glared, you still dare to make demands to me? Beg me. Luo Fanchen stared back without showing any fear and looked into his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the other people who were secretly paying attention to the situation here trembled violently, wondering if this kid was okay. Are you madly testing the brink of death, afraid that you won't die? You're dreaming. Yi Xieying refused outright, her delicate face flushed with anger. In this life, only others will beg me for food. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. She took the jade bottle and the box, took small steps as if she didn't recognize anyone, and walked forward, leaving Luo Fanchen behind. Luo Fanchen was not panicked at all, but instead smiled. This woman will come back to him sooner or later, so just keep calm. After all, given the princess's fiery personality, if she was really angry she would have whipped him. Looking forward, the midday sun fell on that hot body, the waterfall-like black hair reflected the warm light, the plump buttocks twisted, the long legs wrapped in black stockings were extremely round, and paired with white boots, they were hot and enchanting. Luo Fanchen shook his head. It should be said that, apart from her personality, this girl was indeed beautiful and hot. Boom. The explosion spread through the jungle. The hot girl Yi Xieying, wearing black stockings, had her soul light surging as she fought against a giant vine with dark star patterns. Tai Lao was guarding him nearby, while Luo Fanchen was watching the battle with 5 other people. Through the conversation among the crowd, we learned that this is an 800-year-old plant-type soul beast, the dark star vine. Yi Xieying is now level 20, and is going to choose the dark star vine as her second soul ring. Hold head high. A dragon roared inside Yi Xieying's body, white soul light surged, and a several-meter-long white dragon shadow appeared. The body of this white dragon does not look like flesh and blood, but more like the texture of wood. A circle of bright yellow soul rings rhythmically moves on the dragon's body. Martial spirit possession. Boom. Yi Xieying overlapped with the white dragon's phantom. White crystal scales grew on her arms and cheeks, pink appeared in her eye sockets, and her beautiful eyes turned into vertical pupils. Princess Xieying's 8th grade martial spirit, the ancient cherry dragon. Yang Wei and others had fiery eyes, staring intently at Yi Xieying, who was fighting so vigorously, and were reluctant to look away. The dark star vine waved its 9 vines, like a group of demons dancing wildly, lashing towards Yi Xieying. Yi Xieying stepped on the ground with her white boots, twisted and turned, bent sideways, and performed various difficult moves to avoid the siege of vines. Dragon Roar. As the circle of yellow soul ring flashed, Yi Xieying opened her red lips and let out a deafening roar, and the dancing body of the dark star vine paused instantly. Bang! Finally, Yi Xieying seized the opportunity and hit the root of the dark star vine, killing it. A circle of deep yellow soul ring emerged. Hoo! Yi Xieying exhaled a faint orchid scent, and amid the congratulations from others, she glanced sideways at Luo Fanchen and lifted by Jie's chin. That arrogant look seemed to be saying, "Have you seen my strength?" Then she took out a cushion, crossed her beautiful legs in black stockings, closed her eyes and began to absorb the soul ring. Luo Fanchen was quite surprised. He really didn't expect that this unruly and headstrong love-crazy princess would be so powerful. It is obvious that he has practiced seriously. The 8th grade Sakura Dragon Martial Spirit. It is only one step away from the 9th grade martial spirit of the Saint Junior Sister and the Flame Dog Saint. At this time, Yang Wei saw the princess closing her eyes, and came closer, saying sarcastically, "Boy, see, this is the princess's talent and strength. How dare you, a useless person like you, try to climb the princess's ladder? The gap is too big. You are destined to be from different worlds." Luo Fanchen glanced at him. "How could you see that I was trying to get close to the princess, but didn't you see that she was the one who insisted on pestering me?" Yang Wei's expression froze. Luo Fanchen continued, "Can you help me persuade her later? Stop bothering me and let me go free." Yang Wei's blood boiled. "Believe it or not, I will beat you up." "Bring it on." Luo Fanchen raised the corner of his mouth and hooked his finger. "He can't beat Tai Lao. This guy has been fighting soul beasts for 350 years and they are still exhausted, but he is really not afraid of him." Yang Wei suddenly loosened his fist and laughed. "Hey, don't try to trick me into doing it. You'll ask the princess to cause trouble for me later, right? I have been very smart all my life, how could I fall for your tricks?" "Oh." Luo Fanchen raised his eyebrows, thinking that he was imagining too much. "The princess was just in a momentary mood and thought you were funny. Once you add a spirit ring, everyone will know what kind of trash you are. Without the princess's support, you are nothing." Yang Wei's fire of jealousy was burning fiercely, especially after seeing Yi Xieying fighting so heroically. "Hey, princess, are you awake?" Luo Fanchen said. Yang Wei jumped back in shock and quickly turned around to explain, "Princess, don't misunderstand me, I was just joking with this guy." He found that Yi Xieying had not opened her eyes yet, and he immediately realized that he had been tricked. "Ah. Damn it. You are just good at talking, kid." Luo Fanchen reminded, "The princess is awake." "Bullshit, do you think I'm stupid? How could I fall for your trick again?" Yang Wei was angry. "Yang Wei, what are you doing?" An angry and aggressive female voice came from behind, and Yang Wei trembled. Yi Xieying stood up and stepped on her white boots. A new dark yellow soul ring flashed beneath her. Second soul skill, Coiling Dragon. Swoosh. 2 slender dragon shadows like vines emerged from the ground, coiled around Yang Wei, threw him to the side, and ate him like a dog eating grass. Luo Fanchen shrugged helplessly. "Silly child. Brother has reminded you. I didn't listen to your advice, alas." Yang Wei, who was lying on the ground, heard the voice and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Soon, everyone sat down in the cleared area in the forest to rest and adjust, eating the boxed lunches and snacks they had brought with them. Luo Fanchen naturally didn't have it, but he didn't care. He simply closed his eyes and adjusted his cultivation state, preparing to add a soul ring. This area is mostly populated by 800-year-old soul beasts, and if you go further in there should be a soul beast that's suitable for him. Hello. Would you like some snacks? Yi Xieying pushed Luo Fanchen with her jade hand, waking him up. You disturbed my practice. Luo Fanchen was displeased. Tisk. Yi Xieying rolled her eyes. If your bloodline is not good, there will be no benefit from training it, but if you don't eat, you will starve. No. You really don't want to eat. Roll. You scolded me. Yi Xieying was so angry that she trembled. Luo Fanchen nodded. Yes, you deserve to be scolded. Why do you keep bothering me when you have two infatuated people to find each other? It's very annoying. Yi Xieying's delicate body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes stared at him, making people feel a little creepy. She heard the faint voice. Please. Then I beg you to do it. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Luo Fanchen said. Don't go too far. Yi Xieying glared. Go ahead, it's not too much to go. Luo Fanchen's handsome face of an exiled immortal showed a cold look. Okay, I beg you. Yi Xieying yelled, startling the others. Yang Wei and Li Hongping, who had been secretly observing this side, were instantly filled with grief. Pain. It hurts so much. Holding my chest, the delicious food in my mouth seemed to have lost all its taste. What else do you want from me? Yi Xieying had already taken out the whip, as if she was going to fight to the death if you dared to make noises again. Luo Fanchen realized that the time was right and if he continued to act cool he would be courting death. Okay, bring it here. Boo. Luo Fanchen opened the jade bottle, and the rich aroma of wine filled his nose, while his body felt light and comfortable. This is good wine. Even spiritual wine. Looking at the pastry box that the princess helped open, the fragrant aroma of the pastry slipped into my nostrils, and the carvings were extremely delicate. Luo Fanchen leaned against a tree, took a bite of the soft, sweet and glutinous pastry, took a sip of the wine in the jade bottle, and felt happy and carefree. Yi Xieying raised her chin and sneered, Oh, you say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Luo Fanchen ignored her, jumped onto a big tree, breathed in the natural fresh air of the forest, and admired the green scenery. The beautiful princess was so angry that she stomped her feet. Asshole, this is outrageous. Sooner or later, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Tai Lao and others in the distance were completely shocked by Luo Fanchen's actions and expressed their incomprehension. Yang Wei almost cried, Oh my god, this guy is so arrogant even though he is just a gigolo. How about we learn the way this kid speaks? Maybe the princess will fall for it. Li Hongping seemed to be deep in thought, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Bai Yue, who had been following and observing in secret, was so angry that her nose turned up and her fingers were fiercely pinching a bunch of leaves. Damn it, I should be happy that my senior is doing well, why am I so angry? The dog princess wants to snatch my senior brother away. Di Weiyang was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Luo Fanchen could thrive in the enemy team and be so arrogant. Bai Yue stared at Yang Wei and snorted. Those idiots still think that my senior brother is trash and that they think that a noble genius like me is amazing. When senior brother encounters a suitable spirit ring later, I will see how scared they will be. Di Weiyang asked with interest, How many years of spirit rings do you think your senior brother will choose to attach? Bai Yue thought for a moment and said, 900 years, senior brother will definitely not be willing to choose 800 years as a minimum. What do you think, teacher? Di Weiyang said, Your senior brother seems to be indifferent to many things, but he is actually very ambitious. He should choose a spirit ring that is infinitely close to 1,000 years old. Bai Yue's fingers trembled, and she said in shock, No way, many people's third spirit rings don't last for 1,000 years, this is unrealistic. Just wait and see. Di Weiyang believed that he was right. After everyone rested, they continued to go deeper into the Soul Beast Oasis from the outskirts. Along the way, Yi Xieying continued to look for Luo Fanchen and tried to provoke an argument. As a result, this man was always indifferent to her, which caused Yi Xieying to doubt her own charm. There are too many young people pursuing her in Qianlong City. She has an excellent family background, beauty, and figure. Even his talent is impeccable, especially the second soul ring of 800 years that he has obtained now, which is close to the limit of 900 years. Yi Xieying felt even more proud in her heart, but this guy just kept acting cocky. Snort. I guess it's because I've never attached a spirit ring before, so I have no idea how difficult it is, and I don't know how powerful this princess is. Yi Xieying thought angrily, and at the same time went to Luo Fanchen and said, "The soul beasts here are nearly 1,000 years old. They are not suitable for you now. It is enough to make you a fourth soul ring. After Li Hongping has attached his third soul ring, I will have the team turn around and take you to the 100-year soul beast area to pick a suitable one." Luo Fanchen shook his head. "I think 1,000 years is quite appropriate." Yi Xieying curled her red lips and said, "TSK, I know you are just bragging to amuse me, I won't bother with you. Hee hee, I don't mean to look down on you, but if you dare to add another 400 years, I will blow you up." Luo Fanchen was too lazy to explain and ignored her, his eyes searching the trees and grass around him. He had a premonition that he would soon encounter his first spirit ring, and planned to challenge a wave of 999-year extreme spirit rings. I still feel a little excited and stimulated. Seeing others adding spirit rings, he also felt jealous. Sudden. Two special and strange beast roars came from the front, instantly arousing the vigilance and attention of everyone in the team. Squeak. Hiss. In the shade of the oasis, two soul beasts were fighting with roars. A huge gray-haired monkey, half the height of a man, with its tail and paws burning with dazzling red flames, jumped up and down. He kept grabbing at the 3-meter-long python with red scales on the opposite side. There seemed to be magma flowing inside the python's scales, emitting high heat, and it twisted its body and whipped its tail to fight back. Fire monkey, burning scale python, why are they fighting? Yi Xieying was a little surprised. The 8 of them were pushing aside the dense grass that blocked their view and secretly observing what was ahead. Luo Fanchen, who was standing next to her, originally wanted to remind Yi Xieying that her black stockings were getting snagged, and her fair thigh skin was already showing through the gaps in the black stockings. However, the fierce beast fight in front attracted his attention. Joke. What real man would ignore the monkey whose claws can catch fire and the python whose scales burst into red flames, and go to look at the useless black silk? Tai Lao lowered his voice and said to everyone, "Judging from its size, this blazing fire monkey is about 1,100 years old. The burning scale python can suppress the blazing fire monkey, so it's obviously much stronger." He turned his head and looked at Li Hongping. "Mr. Li, your second soul ring is 600 years old. I think this blazing fire monkey is enough for the third soul ring. Can't I just use the burning scale python?" Li Hongping was somewhat unhappy. The burning scale python was obviously stronger than the blazing fire monkey in both strength and appearance. The quality of the soul rings produced will definitely give higher quality soul skills. Tai Lao smiled and said, "I made my estimate based on young Master Li's combat capability. If young Master Li is really ambitious, he can go and hunt the burning scale python and give it a try." Li Hongping gritted his teeth, somewhat hesitant. He coveted the burning scale python, but he had no confidence that he could defeat it. With so many people watching, he really couldn't bear to be embarrassed in front of the goddess. "Let's just have the blazing monkey." The group was lurking not far away, so Luo Fanchen naturally heard the conversation and had a strange expression on his face. "Brother, you are already level 30, and you are still so cowardly when hunting 1,000-year soul beast. Do you only pick on the weak?" Luo Fanchen's eyes swept across the grass. Looking at the burning scale python, which had flashing red scales and was far more majestic and handsome than the fire monkey, his heart moved slightly and he fell into thought. "I haven't found my first soul ring yet. Or that's it." However, the female Pope teacher told him not to add a spirit ring that was more than 1,000 years old, as it would be life-threatening, which made him hesitant. "Look over there." Yang Wei suddenly spoke, and everyone followed his gaze and found a small puddle less than half a meter in diameter in the distance. A small green tree extends out from the puddle, with several small fruits hanging on the branches, bright red and attractive. Red fruit. Tai Lao's eyes lit up. It seems that these two beasts fought because of this spiritual fruit. We are really lucky. These two beasts pose no threat. He turned his head and said, "Mr. Li, I will help you stop the blazing fire monkey. The rest is up to you." Swish. Tai Lao led everyone out of the bushes, and the two fighting beasts spotted human traces from a distance. The triangular eyes of the burning scale python flashed, and it actually gave up the fight immediately, swam in the opposite direction, and fled quickly. The fire monkey, with burn marks all over its body, was extremely irritable and roared at the 8 people in a demonstrative manner. "The evil beast is seeking death." Li Hongping rushed forward directly, and a shadow of a rock bird appeared behind him, with his martial spirit possessing him. Feathers grew on his cheeks, his beak protruded forward like a bird's beak, his whole body was flashing with lightning and fire, and 2 circles of yellow soul rings floated under his feet. The fire monkey leaped high and swung its flaming claws to tear at him. First soul skill, lightning flash. Swish. Li Hongping suddenly accelerated and appeared behind the fire monkey. His arms were like wings and he chopped the fire monkey out. He let out a smug grin. "Not only did you not run away, but you even dared to fight back. Who gave you the confidence?" Second soul skill, Sky Thunder Strike. Faced with the fire monkey's furious counterattack with its claws, Li Hongping's hands were filled with lightning, and he collided with it, with thunder and fire splashing everywhere. "Hey, are you stunned?" Yi Xieying stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Luo Fanchen. "This guy's martial soul is Lei Yanping, a 7th grade martial soul, which is not as potential as Yang Wei's 8th grade dragon scale spear. Are you scared?" "Scared as hell. Although this guy is only level 30, he was able to fight back and forth with the Millennium Fire Monkey." Luo Fanchen was not really a coward. He felt sorry for the burning scale python that had just escaped. This beast was too cunning. It ran away as soon as it saw someone coming. There is no way to catch up. Yi Xieying was furious when she didn't get a response. In fact, she had accidentally cut the black stockings on her thighs on purpose. Other men were very fond of her, but this man ignored her. She doubted her own charm several times, so she tried some tricks, but the guy was still as blind as a blind man. What future does a commoner have if he has no talent for cultivation? Wouldn't it be nice to cling to her? Is this guy out of his mind? Luo Fanchen suddenly said, "Something is wrong, there might be something wrong with this fiery monkey." "What's the problem?" Yi Xieying was not paying attention to the battle but was staring at him angrily, while Yang Wei and others who were watching the battle were disturbed and looked over with displeasure. Luo Fanchen said, "There are 8 of us in our group, and Tai Lao did not hide the aura of a 5th-level Soul King at all. Why didn't this monkey run away?" Yang Wei said dissatisfiedly, "It just means it has a bad temper. Can you stop being so startled? Do you know soul beasts better than us? Can you please stop trying to make yourself felt?" The other young men also took the opportunity to speak up. Yi Xieying had been pestering Luo Fanchen all the way, which had already made the others dislike him to the extreme. Yi Xieying scolded fiercely. "Shut up, everyone. I am the only one who can scold this princess's servants." The others immediately shut their mouths and dared not speak. Yang Wei stared at Luo Fanchen with secret hatred and said, "I wonder how long you can remain so proud. When the princess sees how useless you are, that will be the time when you fall out of favor. It is impossible for a talented commoner to be without the favor of a teacher. How powerful can someone who is so pitiful that he comes to the oasis alone to hunt beasts and obtain spirit rings be?" At this moment, a shrill and piercing cry was heard. The fire monkey was shot in the head by Li Hongping's claw, white blood exploded, and the headless body fell to the ground. Soon a circle of light purple soul ring appeared. Damn it. Although Li Hongping killed the fire monkey, he looked ugly. Because he had used all his strength but could only barely kill the fire monkey that had been fighting for half a day, it meant that Tai Lao's previous judgment was correct and he was in great danger after absorbing this soul ring. It is true that he is now a 3-ring master, but his talent is obviously much worse than Yi Xieying and Yang Wei. It was not until his eyes caught sight of Luo Fanchen, who was dressed in tattered clothes, that Li Hongping smiled and felt much better. He is somewhat inferior to the real aristocratic genius, but compared to this guy, he is far stronger than the sky and the earth. Damn it. Li Hongping cursed inwardly, "I am so stupid, how can I compare myself to this kid? No matter how depraved I am, I can't think like this. Pattern cannot be forgotten. Li Hongping's arrogant look was naturally noticed by Luo Fanchen, but he didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, such people are just clowns who grew up in a greenhouse and there is no need to pay any attention to them. However, the green plants and red fruits in the puddle aroused his curiosity. Tai Lao was carefully picking the small red fruits from the tree and putting them into a jade box. As if seeing his curiosity, Yi Xieying said, "This is a red fruit, a spiritual fruit grown in a place with abundant spiritual energy. After taking it, it can cure all kinds of poisons and improve the soul power of soul masters. It is a rare treasure." Luo Fanchen nodded. He didn't expect that this princess, apart from being unruly and aggressive, was also very knowledgeable and much better than him. "Do you want it?" Yi Xieying raised her pretty face and said, "Please me, I can consider giving you a few, Uncle Tai will listen to me." Luo Fanchen raised his eyebrows, "This thing should be very valuable." Yi Xieying smiled. "This red fruit is naturally worth a fortune to ordinary soul masters, but a fortune cannot buy me a moment of happiness. As long as you ask me for it, I'll take you there. TSK, I despise the faces of rich people like you." Luo Fanchen smiled and said, "Keep it for yourself. I don't need it." "Unnecessary." Yi Xieying stared. She didn't expect that this guy was not attracted by beauty, and had no interest in this rare treasure. "Impossible, you are playing hard to get, right?" the beautiful princess said firmly. Luo Fanchen shook his head, his expression normal. Although the pure immortal body bestowed upon him by the system does not yet show any overbearing features, he is born with 8 meridians and 9 orifices open, and is immune to all poisons, so he does not need to be detoxified. And there is no need to improve your cultivation. If he wanted to go faster, he could just let the little loach swallow the food. What he was worried about was that practicing too fast would affect his foundation. Yi Xieying was surprised and felt it was a little unbelievable. The young nobles around were staring at the jade box containing the red fruit with fiery eyes. There was really no emotion on this guy's face. Curiosity welled up in her heart, and she said, "This princess always keeps her word, so you don't have to worry about me not keeping my word." Then she saw the man's handsome black eyes revealing a strong sense of impatience, and a cold male voice came out. "Princess, you can use this trick to mock others. Frankly speaking, my cultivation speed does not require this thing." Yi Xieying was stunned and her spirit was shocked. For many years, people around her have been hypocritically fawning on her, trying to please her, and indulging her. Maybe it was because of her identity, or because of her beauty, or because of her martial arts talent. First, this was the first time someone had shown such a disgusted and cold attitude towards her. He showed no regard for her or the treasure, etc. She suddenly came to her senses. "Your cultivation speed does not require this thing." What a joke! Even a talent like me with an 8th grade martial spirit dare not say such a thing. The image of the burning scale python just now kept flashing through Luo Fanchen's mind. The crystal red scale seemed to have karmic fire burning and magma flowing inside, which made him love it very much. "It complements my little loach perfectly." Having missed the soul beast he wanted, the princess was still talking non-stop. He felt very annoyed, turned his head and locked onto that pair of heroic phoenix eyes, and said coldly, "8th grade martial spirit, is it very strong? What's with your tone? Isn't an 8th grade martial spirit strong enough?" Yi Xieying glared at first, then seemed to think of something, and suddenly calmed down, with her beautiful eyes even flashing with some pity and sympathy. "I forgot. With your background, it's impossible for you to have a teacher. No one must have told you the difference. I'll take you out of here later. When you go outside and try to attach a 100-year spirit ring yourself, you'll know how difficult it is." Boom. As the loud bang was heard, Li Hongping stood up gracefully, and his martial spirit Lei Yanping was swirling with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. At the same time, the grass around rustled. Hiss! Dozens of red-scaled pythons swarmed in from all directions, and leading the way was the burning scale python that had escaped earlier. Now he has come back to take control of the territory and fight back. Everyone looked around vigilantly, and Luo Fanchen was amused. Wow, is he going to shake people? No, to shake the snake. However, the strongest one seems to be the burning scale python mentioned earlier. It looks like there is some wisdom, but not much. Tai Lao shook his head. These beasts are not strong, the 6 of you can take action to deal with them, it's a good opportunity to exercise. Li Hongping had just absorbed the soul ring and was eager to show off, so he rushed towards the burning scale python that he had not been confident in dealing with before. Don't interfere, let me take over this strongest one. Yi Xieying was eager to try. She turned her head and said to Luo Fanchen, you can't interfere in this level of battle, just stay here obediently. Boom. The Black Silk Princess summoned the Sakura Dragon martial spirit to possess her body, and before rushing out, she shouted savagely, Uncle Tai, protect this guy well. If he gets hurt, I'll hold you accountable. Boom boom boom. The 6 young nobles all took action to fight the red python that was swarming around them. Following the princess's order, Tai Lao came over to protect Luo Fanchen. Luo Fanchen calmly watched the battlefield. They were all at the 2nd and 1st ring levels, and there was only one Li Hongping at the 3rd ring level. Now, after absorbing the soul ring, Li Hongping has broken through to the 31st level soul master, but he can only be evenly matched in the battle against the burning scale python. This is enough to show the power of the 1,000-year-old burning scale python bloodline, which is far stronger than that of the blazing fire monkey. After observing the combat power of both sides, Luo Fanchen did not feel any pressure, and his feet spun, ready to move. Tai Lao seemed to have noticed it and reminded him, you kid are not going to attack, are you? Stop messing around. 3rd soul skill, Blazing Claw. Flames burst out from Li Hongping's claws, tearing 7 inches of the burning scale python. Laugh. The scales shattered and blood gushed out. But the burning scale python dodged at the critical moment, causing Li Hongping's hands to deviate half an inch. The triangular pupils of the burning scale python flashed with ferocity. The scales all over its body burst into scorching flames, and the snake's tail curled back towards Li Hongping's arm, locking him and burning his skin. Li Hongping screamed. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into the beast's trap. It had deliberately let him fall into the snake's body so that it could take the opportunity to attack him. He struggled hard to break free from the snake's body, but the snake's head had already turned around and spewed fire poison from its mouth. It hit his chest and bounced him away. Li Hongping howled in fear. No. Tai Lao, save me. Don't run around, kid. I'll be back soon. Tai Lao reminded Luo Fanchen and was about to rescue him, but he didn't expect that there was a loud bang beside him, the soil exploded, and a confident voice sounded. Tai Lao, let me come. Seeing that it was Luo Fanchen who rushed out, Tai Lao was about to shout to stop him, but he was instantly speechless, with surprise and amazement in his eyes. How could it be? How could this kid's explosive speed be stronger than the princess's? Whoosh! Luo Fanchen flashed into the battlefield, standing between the burning scale python and the fleeing Li Hongping, and summoned the little loach martial spirit. The burning scale python opened its huge scarlet mouth and rushed towards him to bite him. Others in the fight noticed this. Exclamation point. Yang Wei was shocked. Are you crazy? Are you so eager to die? The others were also startled and let out a series of shouts. What is this guy doing? Does he want to die? Is he trying to stop him from getting killed? Hiss. Mindless charge. How dare he? Li Hongping was completely stunned. The civilians he despised risked their lives to block the road to save him. What kind of repaying evil with kindness is this? Luo Fanchen didn't hear his thoughts, otherwise he would have said that you were dreaming and simply wanted to take the soul ring. Yi Xieying yelled angrily, Luo Fanchen, retreat. That's a 1,000-year-old soul beast, do you want to die? Tai Lao, stop it quickly. Blocking out the voices around him, Luo Fanchen's body and soul merged into one, while his body transformed. Without dodging or evading, he raised his hand and blasted at the 1,000-year-old burning scale python that had opened its mouth wide and was biting towards him. Boom. Fist light burst out. It instantly pierced through the giant mouth of the burning scale python, and the hot snake blood spilled from high into the sky, splashing on the grass with a hissing sound. The words Yi Xieying hadn't finished speaking got stuck in her throat, her face full of disbelief. Li Hongping opened his mouth, forgetting the pain of the burning fire poison. Yang Wei and others stared with their eyes wide open. Tai Lao was also confused. The 1,000-year-old burning scale python leader fell to the ground with a loud bang. Dozens of python minions fled in panic upon seeing their boss die. The shadows of the trees in the forest were mottled, and the whole place was silent. Everyone stared in the same direction, their eyes filled with disbelief. The young man who had been banished from the mortal world stood there, his already handsome face covered with green crystal scales, making him look even more evil and noble. The blood-stained tattered clothes could not hinder his extraordinary temperament at all. The red scales of the burning scale python under his feet dimmed and went out little by little. The 1,000-year-old burning scale python was killed by him. Yang Wei's lips trembled and he began to stutter. You used just one punch. He simply couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless civilian boy, who had nothing but being handsome, could actually burst out with such terrifying power. How is this possible? Li Hongping, who was rescued, was extremely shocked. He was a soul master of level 31. He was almost killed by the burning scale python with a special bloodline, but this civilian guy killed it in seconds with just one move. Doesn't that prove that this commoner whom he has always looked down upon is even stronger than him? No way. This is impossible. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this fact, wondering if he was hallucinating, but Luo Fanchen just stood there forcefully. The other young nobles could not hold back their inner surprise and cried out in surprise. I'm boiling. How did this guy do it? Blast the burning scale python's head with one punch. Is this something a young civilian can do? Princess Yi Xieying's beautiful legs in black silk stockings were straightened there, and her beautiful eyes were shining with a strange light. Sweet, plump lips slightly parted. Suddenly she realized that Luo Fanchen, who was already extremely handsome, looked even more manly. A sickly blush appeared on her handsome face, and her breathing became shorter. This guy is not only handsome, but he also has this kind of strength. Luo Fanchen didn't even look at the shocked looks and exclamations of the group of people. He simply ignored them and didn't bother to pay attention. Only noobs like to show off everywhere, while strong people develop steadily. He is now taking the time to adjust his spirit and soul power, waiting for the soul ring of the burning scale python to appear. The burning scale python's cultivation level was over 1,100, and even Li Hongping, who was at level 30, did not dare to absorb it. In the end, even after absorbing the fire monkey's spirit ring and breaking through, he was still no match for the opponent in the battle. This is enough to show how excellent this burning scale python is. For Luo Fanchen, absorbing the burning scale python would definitely involve great risks, but high risks bring high rewards. Possessing the abnormal healing ability of the Green Lotus martial soul, he wanted to challenge himself and see where his real limit was. This soul beast is not only handsome and strong, but also fits him very well. It is worth taking a little risk. Hey! Little friend. When the words came to his lips, Tai Lao changed kid to young friend. He was much more perceptive than others and realized something terrible. Luo Fanchen turned his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Excuse me, Master Tai, what advice do you have?" Tai Lao shook his head, "I don't deserve your advice. I didn't expect that I had made a mistake before. I'm sure you're not the level 10 soul warrior you said before. What level of cultivation are you hiding? Please tell me and I'll clear up your confusion." The others agreed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, this guy is definitely playing dumb and trying to eat the tiger. How could a level 10 soul warrior be so strong? If he were a soul warrior, I would go to the toilet and eat and drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Wei clenched his fists and said angrily, "This strength is obviously above level 30. He was simply lying to us before. Yes, it would have been better if you told us the truth at the beginning. Why did you lie and say you were here to add the first spirit ring? You must be kidding me. How can he be this strong without any spirit rings? I won't believe it even if you kill me. It's too absurd." "Shut up." Yi Xieying scolded, "Isn't it normal for someone to hide his strength level when he is walking alone in the jungle and meets a stranger? Whoever says another word of nonsense will be seen by this princess." Looking at the noise of the crowd, Luo Fanchen just felt it was noisy, shrugged speechlessly, and spread his hands and said, "I really am here to hunt for the first soul ring. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Naturally, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief and dissatisfaction, and they felt that Luo Fanchen was insincere. Aren't you treating us like fools? How could we not know the strength of a soul warrior? He crushed a 1,000-year-old soul beast with one punch. Can he be a soul warrior? Yeah, this guy is really boring. He is still hiding his level from us and not telling us the truth. At most, we look down on civilians and scold them, but we won't take action against him. He still doesn't trust us. So petty, huh? Another girl with short golden hair in the team pursed her lips. Yi Xieying glanced at the chattering crowd and sneered, "This princess thinks you are jealous of this guy's strength and are venting your jealousy." "I'm not jealous," Yang Wei said with a dark face. Li Hongping shook his head, "I'm not jealous either." He was grateful for the other party's help in saving his life, but when he saw Yi Xieying defending Luo Fanchen, he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable and angry. A group of young nobles were arrogant and talented, so they were not willing to give in verbally, especially since they believed that Luo Fanchen was at a hidden level. Swish. At this time, countless purple dots on the surface of the burning scale python gathered together to form a purple soul ring, which was obviously much deeper than the soul ring of the previous blazing fire monkey. I'm unwilling to accept this. The quality of the spirit ring is definitely not comparable to that of the blazing fire monkey. Li Hongping sighed with regret and looked down. His arms were torn apart by the burns, and his chest was burnt by the fire poison. This top-grade spirit ring is going to be wasted, what a pity. Tai Lao shook his head. There were no level 30 spirit masters left in the team. Tramp. Yi Xieying walked in front of Luo Fanchen with her black silk legs in white boots and her plump buttocks swaying. What are you looking at? Let's go. Luo Fanchen shook his head, looked at the heroic phoenix eyes of the beautiful and spicy princess, and said slowly. My lord, can I trust you? What? You finally figured it out and are ready to hug this princess' beautiful legs. Yi Xieying raised her fair chin and said proudly. Seeing that Luo Fanchen didn't reply and just looked at her quietly with his deep black eyes, Yi Xieying's pretty face fell. This princess has always been lustful. Look at your face, I will definitely not harm you. Tell me what you want to do. Luo Fanchen nodded, pointed to the top-grade 1,000-year soul ring, and said with a cupped hand, I want to absorb this soul ring, and I would like to ask the princess to protect me. Okay, I promise you. Yi Xieying said in surprise, but are you sure you want to absorb this spirit ring? Are you level 30 or 40? Naturally, other people also heard the conversation here. Yang Wei couldn't help but jump out and said, Luo Fanchen, you still said that you didn't hide your strength. Soul warriors can't absorb 1,000-year soul rings. Luo Fanchen scratched his ears and glanced at him sideways. Ignorance. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. No one in the world can use a 1,000-year-old soul beast as the first soul ring. Yang Wei was very sure, and the others nodded affirmatively. It was not directed at Luo Fanchen, but the professional knowledge of soul masters that they learned in the Soul Master Academy did not allow them to see such an obvious lie. It's simply an insult to their intelligence and knowledge. Oh, now you're going to see it. Luo Fanchen said calmly, removing the spirit's possession. The body's alienation disappeared, and a 2-meter-long majestic green-scaled snake appeared, with 3 colors of light flashing on its body. He immediately stopped the little loach from devouring the flesh and blood of the burning scale python to evolve. He sat cross-legged in meditation, closed his eyes, and prepared to draw the soul ring into his body. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out. The short-haired girl in the team pointed at Luo Fanchen and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Look. He really doesn't have a soul ring on his martial soul. He is Soul Warrior. Everyone else discovered this fact at this moment. I was very upset and surprised. I can't believe this is real. Did this guy really not lie to us? Yang Wei opened his mouth wide, feeling as if he was slapped hard in the face. Li Hongping's eyes widened as he murmured quickly, he is a soul warrior. How could that be possible? This is impossible. How could a soul warrior have the ability to kill a 1,000-year-old burning scale python? Yi Xieying was shocked. This man is not level 30, let alone level 40, but is still at level 10. Everyone covered their foreheads with their hands, their heads aching as they thought about it, unable to figure out how Luo Fanchen, as a soul warrior, had managed to kill the burning scale python. This is totally inconsistent with the common sense they learned in the Soul Master Academy. I figured it out. Tai Lao's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said to the people who looked over, "It is well known that no matter how strong a soul warrior is, he can only fight against a soul beast of 400 years. A soul beast of 1,000 years is absolutely impossible." Yi Xieying and others nodded. Tai Lao answered, he took advantage of Li Hongpeng. Li Hongpeng had already exhausted the burning scale python, using every possible means. He had very little strength left, so he was killed instantly by Luo Xiaoyou. But even so, Luo Xiaoyou's strength is definitely not weak. Li Hongpeng let out a long sigh of relief. I thought so. How could his fighting power last for 1,000 years? That's too exaggerated. So it's a lucky find. Yang Wei got a reasonable explanation, his frown relaxed, he looked very satisfied, a smile appeared on his face. If we are at the same level, I don't believe he can be stronger than my 350-year spirit ring. Even if he is stronger, it is limited. After all, the limit is 400 years. Etc. His body shook, and he remembered that Luo Fanchen said he wanted to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring, and immediately looked back. Just then, I saw the purple 1,000-year soul ring flying towards Luo Fanchen and sinking into his body. Damn it. Doesn't this guy want to live? How dare he absorb 1,000 years of energy with just his first soul ring? Yang Wei's scalp went numb with shock, and the fingers pointing at Luo Fanchen were trembling. This is not courage, this is pure suicide. Stop him quickly. He will surely die if he absorbs it for 1,000 years. Li Hongpeng shouted sharply. Although he was jealous of Luo Fanchen, hated him, and even looked down on his civilian status, he did not want to see anything happen to the person who saved him. Yi Xieying realized the seriousness of the problem and raised her hand to mobilize her soul power to stop it, but purple light had already surged out of Luo Fanchen's body. Ming Yan's pretty face turned pale. It's over, it's too late. Swish. Tai Lao had already rushed forward with an unpleasant look on his face. I can't stop it. Doesn't this little friend Luo have a teacher to teach him? Is this a level 10 spirit ring that he can absorb? What should I do, Uncle Tai? Please save him quickly. Yi Xieying bit her lips, looking grim, as if she had just gotten a favorite toy and it broke in the blink of an eye. No, this seemed to make her more panicked than losing the toy. The integration process cannot be stopped, and there is no way to save the situation. Tai Lao shook his head repeatedly and sighed, I can sense that this is a rare good seedling among the civilians. What a pity. Yang Wei clenched his fists and said angrily, you are just not thinking straight. How can a level 10 soul warrior like you absorb 1,000-year soul ring? I hope you will be knocked down by my punch in front of the princess, instead of dying in such a stupid way. Everyone looked at Luo Fanchen who was sitting cross-legged beside the snake corpse in silence, as if they were looking at a dead person. Yi Xieying couldn't hold it in any longer. Her already stubborn and willful mood broke down and she cursed. Asshole, asshole. Asshole. You're just a big ass. Wouldn't it be nice to be a slave to this princess? I won't abuse you, so why take the risk of death? Tai Lao whispered, Princess, please keep your voice down. It will disturb him. He was already in a life-or-death situation, but now he is in a hopeless situation. Just die. It's none of your business. Yi Xieying said this, but her voice suddenly dropped so low that it could not be heard. In the darkness of the jungle, Buying Yue's eyes were red, and her pair of lotus arms and beautiful white python legs were struggling wildly. Teacher, why are you trapping me? Go and save my brother. How could he possibly digest that 1,100-year-old burning scale python spirit ring? No saving. Di Weiyang spoke, wearing a golden palace dress. She was graceful and beautiful to the extreme, and her cold face was as ruthless as ice. You don't care about my brother anymore? Di Weiyang's cold and clear phoenix voice was heard. In Yue, you have to understand. All the interests have been made clear to Fan Chen. This is his own decision, and no one has the right to interfere and stop it. You and I are both close to him, so we should respect him even more. But. Bai Yue was fidgeting. She understood the truth, but she couldn't just watch her senior brother die. Di Weiyang said coldly, he is not a reckless person. Since it is his own decision, all we have to do is trust him. Swish. Di Weiyang seemed to have noticed something, and her cold phoenix eyes were fixed on a direction in the distance. A group of evil beasts are coming. Rustle, rustle. There was a large-scale noisy friction sound coming from the jungle, and the ancient trees not far away soon shook, startling a large number of flying birds. Oh no, something is coming. Tai Lao jumped up with his eyes wide open, and quickly protected Yi Xieying. Li Hongpeng and his men quickly formed a formation and gathered together. Roar. Tall black shadows emerged from the lush, emerald-green treetops. There were more than 20 of them, big gray-haired monkeys with mighty bodies and sharp teeth. They surrounded everyone, chirping and roaring. Fire monkey. How come there are so many monkeys? Yang Wei cursed out of habit, did you mess up the monkey's nest? Li Hongpeng said, fortunately, most of them are monkeys less than 1,000 years old. With Tai Lao here, we don't have to panic at all. Collapse. 2 huge monkey shadows fell from the sky, their bodies were more than 5 times larger than the 1,000-year-old fire monkey. Li Hongpeng's smile froze, his whole body trembling. Is this the size of an 8,000-year-old fiery monkey? Or both? The 2 giant fire monkeys saw the monkey corpse whose blood had already dried up in the distance. It was the one that Li Hongpeng absorbed. He beat his chest and let out a roar of grief that shook the forest. His brown monkey eyes were actually filled with red tears and hatred and resentment. Roar. The giant monkey roared in anger. In an instant, the claws of more than 20 fire monkeys that surrounded the crowd began to burn with blazing flames at the same time. The noise was terrifying. The young men all trembled, and Yang Wei said in a trembling voice, Princess, let's retreat. Too scary. It looks like these 2 monkey kings are very close to the monkey corpse. I'm afraid they are here to seek revenge on us. Yi Xieying said sternly, if you don't retreat, how could this princess be afraid of a group of monkeys? The female voice in the team said weakly, I'm afraid you are just trying to protect that boy. Yi Xieying glared back, bullshit. Whoever is scared, get out of here. Tai Lao stared at the monkeys and said worriedly, Princess, for the sake of your precious body, let's withdraw. These 2 8,000-year-old monkey kings are no less powerful than 5th-level spirit masters. I will be held back by them. Then you, my lady, will be surrounded by monkeys and you will be in danger. No. Yi Xieying was determined, her almond-shaped eyes exuding heroism and stubbornness, and she glanced at Luo Fanchen behind her with a barely perceptible glance. Just at this moment, Luo Fanchen let out a muffled groan, a violent purple light surged all over his body, and blood flowed from his nose and mouth. The body seems to be on the verge of collapse. Princess, this guy is definitely dead. There's no point in us protecting a dead person. Yes, Princess, we can't fight to the death with these crazy monkeys just for him and make a meaningless sacrifice. It's not that we don't want to save him, it's that he can't survive. Princess, there's no point in keeping him here. These monkeys are so agile that they can't get him away. Tai Lao couldn't help but persuade. 1,000-year soul ring is indeed not something that a level 10 soul warrior can digest. It's a miracle that young friend Luo has managed to hold on until now without exploding. Let's retreat. If anything happens to you, I really won't be able to explain to the city lord. Yi Xieying clenched her teeth, her life was threatened. 2 8,000-year-old monkey kings were blocking the front with murderous intent, and the surrounding monkeys were staring at them covetously, constantly accumulating power. Surrounding without attacking seems to be intended to destroy everyone's mentality. Behind him, Luo Fanchen's life or death was unknown, his body was crumbling, and blood was constantly oozing from his skin. All her companions were looking at her anxiously, waiting for her to give the order to retreat. Yi Xieying's jade fingers were trembling, and she was in a real dilemma. The hot princess in black stockings bit her lips tightly. Afraid. Others are afraid, but is she, Yi Xieying, made of iron and doesn't know fear? She has lived a life of luxury since she was a child and has never encountered such a life-threatening situation. How could she not be panicked? Roar. Flames shot up into the sky. The two giant monkey kings roared madly, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty hatred, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. The 20 or so fire monkeys that surrounded the crowd roared in unison, making a terrifying sound. The young men felt a stinging pain in their eardrums, and their psychological defenses were gradually destroyed by the intimidation of the monkeys. They looked terrified and urged in a hurry. "Princess, let's retreat quickly. These monkeys are obviously torturing and teasing us. They will rush over soon. Yeah, it will be too late if we don't leave now. How can your precious body be compared to that dying person behind you? He is doomed to die. There is no hope for him. It is only natural for us to give up on him." As Yi Xieying listened to the urgent cries, the fear in her heart grew, and a voice seemed to ring in her head. "If you stay, you might really die." Yes, what others said was right, he was beyond saving and staying would only result in unnecessary sacrifice. Should we risk everything for someone simply because he is handsome? Not worth it at all. Her frown began to relax, her tightly clenched slender fingers gradually loosened, she let out a light breath, and turned around. He glanced at Luo Fanchen, who was covered in blood and trembling constantly, and shook his head. Tai Lao, Yang Wei, and others heaved a sigh of relief and looked delighted when they saw that Yi Xieying was no longer upset and looked relieved. "Have you figured it out, princess?" "Very good. The princess is wise." Roar. The two monkey kings in the distance discovered that everyone was trying to escape, their patience ran out, and their ferocity erupted completely. He ordered all the fire monkeys to launch an attack, and flames shot out one after another, rushing towards everyone with extreme ferocity. Boom. The Sakura dragon martial spirit instantly possessed the body. Yi Xieying's cheeks were covered with white crystal scales, her eye sockets seemed to be painted with pink eyeshadow, and her eyes turned into vertical pupils, making her look even more heroic and charming. 2 circles of yellow soul rings vibrated rhythmically under his feet. The crowd that was preparing to abandon Luo Fanchen and escape suddenly discovered that Yi Xieying turned in the opposite direction. Faced the Monkey King and his group of monkeys rushing towards them from afar. Yang Wei immediately reminded anxiously, "Princess, we are going in the wrong direction. We have to break out from the weak point of the monkey group here." "Oh. Break out." Yi Xieying sneered, her red lips curled up in a proud arc. "Fuck. If you are afraid of death, run away quickly and don't stay here and get in the way." Everyone stared with eyes wide open, standing there in a daze. I didn't expect Yi Xieying to make such an unexpected move. Between escaping and not escaping, isn't this the choice that even a fool would make? First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Yi Xieying opened her red lips and the roar of a white dragon burst out from her throat, shocking the approaching fire monkey. There was no time for everyone to think, as the monkeys had already arrived and everyone used their martial spirits to resist. Seeing that the princess was not leaving, Tai Lao immediately blocked the 2 8,000-year-old fire monkey kings. A black iron-armored dragon shadow appeared behind him, yellow and purple, with 5 circles of soul rings surrounding it. Its momentum was even stronger than that of the single monkey king. Ping pong. Yang Wei held the spirit dragon scale spear against the enemy. He had just broken through to become an 11th level spirit master, and it was difficult for him to deal with a 700-year-old fire monkey. He was in danger all around. Confused princess. Is it worth it to sacrifice your life for a dying person? The others were also complaining bitterly. They wanted to escape as soon as possible, but they couldn't escape without Tai Lao's escort. But if the princess doesn't leave, Tai Lao will never leave. Because Tai Lao is not only a mentor at the Royal City Soul Master Academy, but also a loyal retainer of the princess. Bang. Tai Lao fought against the 2 8,000-year-old fire monkey kings alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. He was even able to find time to help others. He shouted, "Princess, there are too many beasts here. It will be hard for me to protect you if we continue fighting. You must think carefully." Panlong. Yi Xieying pointed with her jade hand. Several vine-like cherry dragon shadows flew up from the soil and entangled the limbs of the fire monkey, but were quickly torn free by the opponent's flaming claws. At the same time, a fire monkey came from the side and attacked her chest. She tapped the ground with her white boots and dodged hastily. The man's serious and deep black eyes flashed through my mind, and at the same time, that voice rang in my ears, "Princess, can I believe you?" "Oh, of course." Yi Xieying showed a proud sneer, flipped her delicate body in the air, swung out her long legs in torn black stockings, and kicked the fire monkey that was rushing towards her away with the toe of her boot. At the same time, a domineering and fierce shout emanated from her rosy lips. "Tai Lao, this man is safe for this princess. I allow him to die in his own hands, but he cannot die in the hands of a bunch of beasts after being abandoned by us." Upon hearing this, Tai Lao laughed heartily. "Deli. I'm on it, be careful." The long sleeves on his arms suddenly burst apart, revealing two arms as black as iron. There was actually a sound of metal clashing during the collision. Third soul skill, Iron Fist. His hunched and skinny body straightened and swelled, his explosive muscles bulged, and he swung his iron fists fiercely at the two monkey kings. A true retainer will never question any decision made by his master, even if it means going to die. Roar. Tai Lao exerted his strength, and the two fierce monkey kings felt exhausted. They roared and called for help from their tribesmen. 6 strong fire monkeys came to help, and the pressure on others was suddenly relieved, but the 6 young men still had to deal with more than a dozen fire monkeys. They were able to hold on with the help of the formation they had learned from the academy. As their soul power continued to be consumed, everyone gradually became exhausted and had burnt scratches all over their bodies. Crazy, crazy. Yang Wei thought he was very talented, but his strength was the weakest in the team. After being clawed on the arm, he lost his temper. It's okay that the princess is usually unruly and mischievous. Why is he so crazy now that he doesn't even want his life anymore? Just for that ignorant person who blindly attached a spirit ring to a dying person. Is that boy dead or not? Yang Wei glanced at Luo Fanchen behind him. His flesh and blood seemed to be about to tear apart at any time, and his breath became increasingly weak. I'm finally going to die. We can retreat now. When Yi Xieying heard the voice, she turned around and saw the frail Luo Fanchen. Her heart trembled and she clenched her teeth. Asshole. I've put my life on the line, and you're still going to die. She was stunned for a moment and was scratched on the back by the fire monkey. Her clothes were torn and a claw mark was burned on her delicate back. Princess. Others exclaimed. Tai Lao was furious, and attacked wildly, but was tightly entangled by the Monkey King and his men. The princess felt pain and frowned. The blood that flowed from the corners of his mouth dyed his lips even more bright red, his soul power dried up, and his breath became weak. Swish. A green lotus shadow suddenly appeared above Luo Fanchen's head, and 10 lotus petals unfolded, 6 of them were emerald green, and 4 were glowing red. The fragrance is everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green lotus spun around, shining with clear light, and flew towards Luo Fanchen, and his injuries were healed instantly. The absorption of the soul ring is coming to an end. At the same time, the green lotus split into 7 emerald green beams, carrying rich vitality. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the sky and shot into the bodies of the princess and others. Before the 7 people could react, the light had already penetrated their bodies. What's this? Before Li Hongping finished speaking, he felt a strong external vitality bursting out from his body, which quickly helped him heal his injuries and restore his strength. His eyes were full of disbelief, and exclamations from others also rang out one after another. How is that possible? What kind of perverted healing ability is this? My strength has been restored. Yang Wei exclaimed, staring at his arm in shock, my scratched arm healed so quickly. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The burning, tingling sensation in the back that caused unbearable pain disappeared, replaced by a cool and comfortable feeling. She had already been exhausted from fighting the Millennium Fire Monkey with her touring body, but now she was actually beginning to recover quickly. Tai Lao, who was fighting against many enemies alone, felt his body tremble after being injected with clear light, and his pair of exploded black gold iron hands shot out, forcing the Monkey King in front of him to retreat. Looking back at Luo Fanchen's position, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted in disbelief. Twin martial spirits. He actually has twin martial spirits. While everyone was fighting the fire monkey, they couldn't help but look over and immediately saw a bright green lotus spinning above Luo Fanchen's head. His heart was shaking violently and Yang Wei's face was full of surprise. How is that possible? He actually has another martial spirit. This. Li Hongping opened his mouth, stammering and unable to utter complete sentences. He was the one who helped me. Yi Xieying was no exception. Her beautiful eyes widened, unable to believe that this martial spirit was actually released by Luo Fanchen. He actually has a hidden martial soul. And his healing power is so strong that it can almost instantly heal her physical injuries, and he can also treat 7 people at the same time. So strong. Everyone was filled with astonishment, but they had no time to vent their feelings. The monkeys continued to attack and did not give them any chance to catch their breath. After a long time of attack without success, the Monkey King roared in anger. The fire monkeys launched a desperate attack, vowing to eat alive the humans who killed the Monkey Prince's heir. Stay in this jungle forever. The pressure on everyone doubled. Tai Lao was entangled and had no way to distract himself. The 6 young nobles were in increasing danger. Princess, be careful. Yi Xieying was trying her best to resist the attack of 2,000-year-old fire monkeys, and a fire monkey launched a sneak attack from the side. Li Hongping was furious, his mind went blank, and he rushed forward with red eyes to help the princess block the attack. The price he paid was that his right arm hung limply and his shoulder was torn apart by scratches. Li Hongping, you. Yi Xieying turned sideways and just happened to see the other party helping her to block the attack. Don't worry, princess. It's just a minor injury. It won't be a big deal. Li Hongping laughed and raised his middle finger handsomely at the monkey. Damn it, are you crazy monkeys? Squeak. Several 1,000-year-old fire monkeys felt provoked, and seemed to realize that this woman had the most important status among these human youths. As long as he could kill her and disturb the old men, he temporarily gave up attacking the other young men and rushed over to kill them together. Zhao, I'm such an idiot. Li Hongping's expression changed drastically with fright. He regretted pretending to be so cool. He no longer had the same cocky attitude as before. Don't come over here. The fire monkeys rushed towards Li Hongping and Yi Xieying together, waving their sharp claws burning with scorching red flames. Princess. Tai Lao shouted anxiously, but the 2 monkey kings and other tribesmen would not let him leave safely, so they attacked and bit him madly. Yang Wei and others chased after the fire monkey and launched an attack, but the other party ignored them and chose to take the damage in order to capture and kill the human woman. Get lost. Yi Xieying bit her rosy lips tightly, exerted her soul power to the extreme, and waved the long whip in her hand with all her might. But facing the siege of monkeys, despair rose in his heart and he uttered angry cries. Damn it. I was bewitched and lost my mind. I sacrificed my life for a damn bastard. It's such a shame, such a shame. It's over, I can't stop it. I can't stop it. Li Hongping was so frightened that he kept mumbling rapidly, and finally screamed like a madman. Ha ha ha, just die. I, Li Hongping, won't lose anything if I can die with the goddess. I'll make a lot of money. Before he died, he revealed the truth that he had been holding back for many years. Princess, you have never been kind to me. If you are willing to smile at me more, I will be willing to be a dog. Ah. Veins bulged on Tai Lao's face. He tried desperately to break free, but was unable to. Yang Wei and the others looked helpless. The group of fire monkeys who were about to succeed showed human-like smug smiles, anger, and cruelty. In the dark, Di Weiyang, who had been staring at the battle situation, could no longer stand still. She raised her flawless jade finger and pointed it at the battlefield. However, she suddenly stopped the moment she clicked it, her eyes looked to the side, and her cold voice surprised several people. Done. Boom. A loud noise was heard and the land shattered. A dazzling man's figure rushed into the battlefield like a meteor, with a surging momentum. He came from behind where Yi Xieying had been holding on. Give me. Open. Along with the man's powerful voice, fists flew across the sky with unparalleled violence. There was a series of muffled sounds, bang, bang. All the ferocious fire monkeys that attacked Yi Xieying were smashed away, fell into the bushes, or rolled on the ground. All crises were resolved in an instant. Tai Lao, with red eyes of rage, was stunned. The attacking Monkey King and his tribesmen also paused for a moment. Yang Wei and others were dumbfounded. Li Hongping was dumbfounded. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes froze, her fiery face full of disbelief. Everyone looked in shock at the figure who suddenly swooped in to save the situation, and all the fire monkeys also wanted to know who the damn guy was that ruined their plans. They saw clearly the handsome and tall figure with a straight back, standing like a spear piercing the sky. The young man was dressed in ragged and blood-stained clothes, but it was difficult to conceal his unique temperament. His resolute facial features exude a charm that is enough to astonish the world, and his deep black eyes sparkle as if he can see through everything. What really shocked everyone was that under Luo Fanchen's feet, there was actually a circle of pure purple soul rings. Having the first soul ring is nothing, and it is just common in the soul martial continent where strong people gather together. Very bad. 1,000-year spirit ring is nothing, many spirit masters have it. Also very bad. But now the first soul ring under Luo Fanchen's feet is purple, and no one can remain calm in front of this purple. There aren't any. Not to mention that the princess and a group of young nobles were extremely surprised, even the Saint Bai Yue and the female Emperor Wei Yang in the dark were shocked. Thousands and thousands of years. Yang Wei's lips trembled. Li Hongping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. First soul ring, 1,000 years. He actually did it, he did it. Tai Lao swallowed and said, "It's terrible. Damn it, how is this possible? It's horrible. How did he pull it off? It's impossible." Everyone let out a series of exclamations, unable to conceal their inner shock, and even forgot about the crisis of being besieged by the fire monkeys around them. Bai Yue, who was in the dark, was stunned, and she murmured absent-mindedly, "Teacher, you are right, senior brother really did it. He achieved something that no one before him could achieve, an unprecedented breakthrough." Di Weiyang's cold face, which was like an iceberg that had existed for thousands of years and had never melted, showed a satisfied smile. "Very nice." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fire monkeys in the jungle came to their senses and realized that this was not a terrible enemy. Although his performance just now was special, he was just like the weakest soul master in the crowd, an ordinary soul master with only one soul ring. Nothing to be afraid of. He waved his fire claws again and charged forward. Yi Xieying seemed to have forgotten everything else and was immersed in a special mood. She swallowed her saliva and stared at Luo Fanchen as if he were a monster. She said, "You. It really worked." Luo Fanchen raised the corner of his mouth handsomely, he smiled softly and answered the question irrelevantly. "Really? I believe the princess." The princess was so shocked that she lost consciousness for a moment. A special feeling like an electric shock spreads throughout the body. This is the first time this bastard has smiled instead of giving me the cold shoulder. Pooh. It's just a smile, what's there to be happy about? Hum. Squeak. A 1,000-year-old fire monkey had already rushed over with a loud roar. Luo Fanchen, who was talking to the princess, frowned. Noisy. He looked straight ahead, without even looking, and threw a punch to the side. The sharp and hard fire claws of the fiercely attacking fire monkey shattered in an instant, its arms exploded into a bloody mist, and its entire body flew out like a tattered sack. The performance amazed everyone in the audience. Everyone's heartbeat slowed down a bit, and then accelerated violently. "You defeated the blazing monkey with just one move." I was so angry, I didn't even look at him, and the infernape flew away. Li Hongping and others exclaimed, their faces filled with shock. They knew the fighting power of these fire monkeys best. If these beasts were really noobs, why would these soul masters be forced into such a desperate situation and face life-threatening danger? As a result, with just a punch, he broke the 1,000-year-old fire monkey's sharp claws. Not to mention Yang Wei, who had just achieved a breakthrough. His mouth was wide open and his scalp was tingling. Is this the combat power that a spirit ring should have? I'm also level 11. He felt that Luo Fanchen could kill someone of the same level as himself with just a finger without even a punch, which made him start to doubt his life. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, because she recognized the fire monkey that had just been blasted away by Luo Fanchen. It was the one that had put her in danger several times. She was a level 21 Great Soul Master, and even her 2 soul rings couldn't deal with the monkey, but she was killed in an instant by Luo Fanchen. So handsome. Yi Xieying was about to speak, but was interrupted by Luo Fanchen without understanding the situation. Princess, now is not the time to chat. He turned and faced the group of fire monkeys. Roar. The group of fire monkeys were frightened and dared not move forward for a while, but when they saw their companions lying dead on the ground, a circle of 1,000-year soul rings floated around their corpses. He also heard the rapid roars of the 2 monkey kings fighting Tai Lao. Their ferocity was immediately aroused and they attacked madly. Fear suddenly appeared on the faces of Yang Wei and others. They were frightened by the fearless charges of this group of fire monkeys. I have no strength left. Even though he was healed once by Luo Fanchen using the Green Lotus Martial Soul, Yang Wei's soul power was once again dried up, and the others also smiled helplessly. Even though Luo Fanchen appeared to be very strong, with so many monkeys charging at him like crazy, how many could he withstand on his own? It's impossible to protect everyone. One of Li Hongping's arms was hanging down and bleeding, and the other arm was trembling with fear and exhaustion. If we don't break out, we really won't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't these beasts get tired? Listening to the voices of the crowd singing their praises, Luo Fanchen said calmly. It doesn't matter, I'll do it. Swish. As the Green Lotus Martial Spirit spun, it emitted 6 rays of light, illuminating the stunned expressions of the 6 people and once again helping them recover their strength. Luo Fanchen had already rushed out of his retreating formation and headed towards the place where the largest number of fire monkeys gathered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that the human who killed his companion dared to be so arrogant, the red-eyed fire monkeys took the initiative to rush out to provoke him, and immediately gave up other targets of attack and attacked collectively. Luo Fanchen's mouth curled up. His purpose was achieved, which was to attract firepower and help others relieve pressure. A group of monkeys have brains, but not much. He managed to make a breakthrough despite the danger, and now he felt that his whole body was filled with inflated power, which he urgently needed to release. Although there are many monkeys in front of us, the strongest one has only existed for 1,000 years, and they are the best objects to test their breakthrough combat power. Swish. More than 10 fire monkeys attacked together, waving their sharp claws at the same time, surrounding Luo Fanchen from all sides, leaving no blind spots. It's really frightening to watch. Retreat quickly. You will die outside. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, don't be careless. You can't handle so many monkeys by yourself, get back to the formation. Li Hongping and others shouted to warn at the same time, cold sweat oozing from their foreheads due to excessive nervousness. They all felt that Luo Fanchen was blinded by his skyrocketing strength and was too impulsive. They could no longer see Luo Fanchen's figure, as the place was completely surrounded by fire monkeys in 3 layers inside and outside. First soul skill, burning flame armor. Boom. Strands of purple light emerged from the gaps formed by the monkeys' bodies, and the monkeys were blown away by a huge force coming from within. The figure inside was revealed. Luo Fanchen's human soul became one, his body was transformed, green crystal scales appeared on his skin, exuding an evil and noble beauty. The purple soul ring under his feet emitted light and poured into Luo Fanchen's body. Boom. The green crystal scales covering Luo Fanchen's body began to change first under his feet and turned into red crystal scales. It seemed as if magma was flowing inside and flames were burning out. The flames spread upward and burned over his head. Swoosh. All the green crystal scales that were covered by flames were transformed into red crystal scales burning with flames, and Luo Fanchen's entire body was covered in flames. Let's get started. Luo Fanchen stood up from the ground, rushed out, and fought head-on with the fire monkey. Luo Fanchen was not afraid of the flames that were difficult for everyone to avoid. He was even trying to restrain the little loach's sucking power, otherwise he felt that he could absorb the opponent's firepower for his own use. He grabbed the hind leg of a 900-year-old fire monkey and swung it like a weapon, knocking away 2 monkeys that were charging forward. At the same time, he dodged and rushed forward, swinging his leg like a steel whip, hitting the belly of the 1,000-year-old fire monkey and smashing it towards a distant tree trunk. Red Scale Armor Fusion. This soul skill is too cool. So cool. So cool. This spirit skill seems to not only enhance defense and strength, but also provide fire damage and immunity to some fire attacks. A true top-grade soul skill, can it be more perverted? Amid the crowd's continuous exclamations, Luo Fanchen fought more and more courageously, and completely suppressed the fire monkey's specialty, the fire attack. Li Hongping was drooling with envy. Yi Xieying had not expected that the soul ring of the burning scale python was so compatible with Luo Fanchen's martial soul. Otherwise this effect would never occur. Ha ha ha, good boy, what a surprise. In the distance, Tai Lao, who was fighting fiercely with the 8,000-year-old Monkey King, laughed out loud. All the gloom and worry in his heart were swept away, and he attacked with great force. Bang, bang, bang. Several balls of blood mist exploded in the forest and were quickly evaporated by the flames. After Luo Fanchen defeated the 3,000-year-old fire monkeys, the crazy monkeys calmed down as if they were poured with cold water, and finally felt the fear of life's instinct. Roar. The 2 Monkey Kings saw that the monkey group's attack had been fruitless and suffered heavy casualties, so they were exhausted after one round of outburst. Suddenly, he let out an unwilling roar of retreat. After forcing Tai Lao to retreat, he and his group of monkeys retreated quickly without even having time to pick up the corpses of his fellow tribesmen. Win. It's finally over. The young men were all young, and when they saw the monkeys retreat, they cheered excitedly and then sat down on the ground. He was gasping for breath, still in shock from what had just happened. Everyone understood that Tai Lao had made the greatest contribution, but if Luo Fanchen had not burst out with his fighting power, the monkey group would have killed all the young people first and then launched a suicide attack to deal with Tai Lao, and then everyone would have died here. As for saying that the person was in danger because of Luo Fanchen, no one dared to say it out loud at this time. It is true that they have arrogant personalities, but as they were trained in the Soul Master Academy, none of them are fools. This group of fire monkeys were obviously coming for the monkey that was sucked to death by Li Hongping. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be Li Hongping. Moreover, even if he gave up Luo Fanchen and escaped in the jungle, he would not be able to outrun the monkeys that were determined to chase him. Tai Lao did not have the ability to escape with everyone, and would be caught up sooner or later. At most, those who ran faster than his teammates would not die. Hoo-hoo. Luo Fanchen was breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Many red scales on his body were damaged and even bled, but his blood was boiling because he had experienced what it meant to be fully excited in the battle just now. Cool. Enjoyable. Rustle. He moved his feet and turned around, looking at everyone, meeting a pair of complicated gazes. How? Luo Fanchen raised his eyebrows. It's not like you don't recognize me after such a short time. The crowd was nailed there like wooden stakes, and no one spoke. Looking at the handsome young man emitting the smell of blood, his eyes were complicated. There was gratitude, surprise, shock, jealousy, and more importantly, shame in those eyes. It's hard to face the fact that the other person is a top talent. Seeing Luo Fanchen's extraordinary fighting power, his dead memory suddenly began to revive and attack them. Yang Wei's ears were filled with the arrogant and contemptuous words he had said before: born in poverty, a country bumpkin, no talent, no strength. Can you only rely on women to show off your power? Zhua, who is the one who has no talent and no ability? Yang Wei is crazy. He is really going crazy. It felt like even if Luo Fanchen did nothing, the purple soul ring under his feet, the blood on his body, and the monkey corpses around him were slapping him in the face. The sound of the whipping was deafening. Li Hongping also remembered how he pretended to be cool in front of Luo Fanchen half a day ago. You and the princess are not from the same world, you useless piece of shit. Without the princess support, you are nothing. The waste nature of the additional soul ring is revealed. You need to have more vision and not compare yourself with trash like him. Damn it. Who is the one who has no vision and who is the good for nothing? Li Hongping felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry, so he cried loudly. He never thought that this trash civilian who seemed to have nothing but being handsome could be so scary and earth-shattering when he made a move. What the hell is the pattern? From the beginning to the end, he is the trash. The hot girl Princess Yi Xieying, whose stockings were almost completely torn, naturally could not forget what she had said to Luo Fanchen. Don't try anymore. No matter how hard you try, you can only absorb soul rings for 200 years with your civilian blood. The 800 years old here is too strong, we will take you to the outermost area to find it. Yi Xieying finally understood that what the other party said was right. An 8th grade martial spirit was really nothing. She was already feeling complacent after having her second soul ring attached for 800 years, but the other party turned around and attached 1,000 years to her first soul ring, and was very low-key. Time and space seemed to be going back, and everyone couldn't help but recall their previous sarcasm towards Luo Fanchen. I remembered how the upper-class nobles had unscrupulously displayed their superiority and vented their disdain for the blood of the common people. But the young men just looked at them calmly and never said a word in rebuttal. They had always believed that the young man was cowardly and guilty, and did not dare to refute or challenge the noble geniuses like them. It was not until now that they realized that the clown was actually themselves. The other party was not afraid, nor was he afraid. Instead, he was standing in a very high position, looking down at them. I even disdained to reply to them even a single word, thinking it is a waste of emotion and not worth it. Li Hongping suddenly recalled a sentence in his mind. The real arrogance is indifference. The real shabbiness means that when you have money, you shake your clothes to make a fuss when you meet people, and you always talk about your noble relatives when you talk to others. His face turned red, and the pain in his body was far less than the shame that was welling up in his heart. The others were also so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Yang Wei's face hurt so much that he didn't have the courage to look at Luo Fanchen's sparkling eyes. He felt guilty and had no confidence at all. Yi Xieying is not much better than others. The beautiful and hot face was flushed, and the white toes wrapped in black stockings and the white boots were clenched tightly, and the stockings seemed to be torn. She was too shy to look Luo Fanchen in the face, but she couldn't help but glance over at him secretly, her heart filled with curiosity. How can someone so handsome be so talented? Is it really possible to have such terrifying growth potential if you are not from an aristocratic family? If she was just attracted by Luo Fanchen's handsome face at first, now she felt a curiosity and desire to explore that was strong enough to make her body tremble. Uncle Tai's swollen muscular body became shriveled again, and he became hunched over with a pair of black hands behind his back. He seems as steady as an old dog, but in fact he is very nervous inside. I recalled the past like crazy, wondering if I had mocked this kid before. He is so old now, I would love to get slapped in the face too. It's really a disgrace to lose one's integrity in one's later years. Call. It seems like he didn't say anything overly radical, so that's good, that's good. The old man subconsciously took out his black hand and stroked his chest, and breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Luo Fanchen looking in his direction. The raised hand suddenly froze, not knowing where to put it. Ahem. Young Master Luo, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. He actually has such terrifying talent and strength. As he spoke, General Tai quietly put his hands behind his back and pretended nothing had happened. Hearing this, Yi Xieying and other young men all looked over here with extremely strange expressions. Tai Lao blew his beard and glared, "What are you all staring at me for?" Li Hongping scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Mr. Tai, Brother Luo is so handsome, isn't this appearance enough?" Tai Lao was speechless for a moment. Yes, this kid has a natural look, but he was dressed too poorly before and he came out to adventure alone. Which major force would be willing to let such a genius take risks alone? That's too bold of a person. He glared at Li Hongping and cursed. You are too shameless, too shameless. Earlier you were calling me a little commoner, but now you're calling me Brother Luo. Li Hongping's face twitched and he begged for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. Please give me some face. I still have to survive in the mainland in the future. As for his change of heart, even a blind person can see Luo Fanchen's talent. His talent is so terrifying, does it matter whether he is a commoner or not? If you don't lick the other person before he or she develops, when he or she really develops, you won't be able to lick him or her even if you queue up behind him or her. Tai Lao snorted in his heart, you could now know how to save face, what about when you were exposing my shortcomings just now? And the way to avoid social death is to drag others into social death together. By the way, what did you yell at the princess just now? Yang Wei had no place to vent his feelings of social death, so he immediately added, the princess is willing to smile at you and be your dog. I'll beat you to death. Li Hongping raised his foot and kicked over, knocking Yang Wei down without warning, and then he kept kicking him randomly. I don't dare to provoke Luo Fanchen, I don't dare to beat Tai Lao, so why should I not dare to beat you? Luo Fanchen ignored the farce in front of him and looked around, but he didn't see any familiar figures and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that he guessed wrong, and the Pope and his junior sister had never caught up? You won't really let him fend for himself, will you? His heart suddenly ached for no apparent reason. Tap tap. Li Hongping, who was kicking Yang Wei wildly, heard footsteps, turned around and saw the hot and slim Yi Xieying walking towards him. Princess. Li Hongping stopped immediately, and awkwardly brushed off the dust on his body with one arm, looking nervous. Yi Xieying looked at him steadily and said seriously. You saved me. I appreciate it. A smile spread across Li Hongping's lips. Could it be that his spring is coming, and he has moved the goddess princess in his heart? But. Hearing this, Li Hongping's heart sank. Yi Xieying shook her head and said, I really don't have any feelings for you at all, not even a favorable impression. But I must repay your kindness. I can ask my father to keep you safe for the rest of your life, and even find a way to reconnect your arm, but I hope you can stay away from me in the future. All smiles on Princess Li Hongping's face disappeared, and it was as if there was a sound of heartbreaking. Yi Xieying pursed her lips. Of course she knew how uncomfortable the other person would feel after hearing these words, but she was a bold person who dared to love and hate. Just go. I'm afraid Luo Fanchen will misunderstand. No. A heart-wrenching cry rang out in Li Hongping's heart. As Luo Fanchen walked towards Li Hongping, he said speechlessly to Yi Xieying, Hey, don't involve me in everything. We have nothing to do with each other. Li Hongping was stabbed again, and he felt that his goddess was being licked by others. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Everyone else looked at him with sympathy. His drooping arm was too tragic to be true. It would probably have been necrotic by the time they got back to the royal city. There's no hope. At this moment, Luo Fanchen suddenly slapped Li Hongping's arm, which was broken and only connected by flesh. A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Ah! The scream scared everyone. No one expected that Luo Fanchen would suddenly attack Li Hongping at this time. Yang Wei had just gotten up from the ground when he was so shocked that he almost fell down again, his face full of fear. Are you going to settle the grudge for the previous ridicule so soon? What are you doing? What are you doing? The other young men frowned and spoke out sternly to stop them, defending Li Hongping who was in the same team. When a rabbit dies, the fox mourns, fearing that he will be the next to be retaliated against. Luo Fanchen's strength made them wary and fearful. Even though he had Tai Lao's support, the princess who could give orders to Tai Lao was obviously not on their side now. How could they not be afraid? Shut up. Yi Xieying let out a delicate cry and stared at Luo Fanchen. She felt that the other party would not be as bad as everyone thought. Swish. The green lotus martial spirit reappeared, emitting healing light as it spun, which poured into Li Hongping's broken shoulder. Luo Fanchen had a cold expression, his big hand always on his shoulder. Li Hongping's scream stopped abruptly, and his pale face showed confusion, astonishment and surprise. What's going on? He could feel that the piercing pain in his shoulder was no longer there, but instead a tingling and numb feeling, and his arm bones were growing back. The others opened their mouths and their eyes were filled with shock. They were not blind. Li Hongping's shrunk shoulders were visibly swelling up. Broken bones are regenerating. How is this possible? Too incredible, his martial spirit can actually regenerate broken bones. It's unbelievable, this martial spirit's healing ability is simply amazing, isn't it? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and even Tai Lao stared, watching Luo Fanchen's treatment process closely. It's not that they are ignorant, it's precisely because they have received good teaching that they know more clearly what a healing martial spirit can do. It can stop bleeding and heal skin injuries, and any healing martial spirit can do that. But if you want to grow flesh from bones, you need a top-grade healing martial spirit to do it. Such special martial souls are extremely rare in the entire soul martial continent and are difficult to encounter. Soul masters who possess such rare martial souls are often the objects of competition among major forces and are treated as guests of honor. In order to be able to do what Luo Fanchen did, to reshape bones with a wave of his hand, one must have a top-level healing martial soul, coupled with powerful cultivation. But Luo Fanchen only has one ring now. No, his Qinglian martial soul doesn't even have an additional soul ring. This shows that the quality of Luo Fanchen's Green Lotus martial soul has reached a level that no one has ever heard of. Seeing that the treatment was nearing the end and Li Hongping's arm was about to recover, everyone's shock reached its peak. This healing ability is too exaggerated. I've seen perverts, but I've never seen anyone this perverted. Is he a support-type soul master or an offensive-type soul master? As soon as these words were spoken, this group of noble elites looked at each other, and they could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. That's a really good question. You say he is a support, but his cultivation level is stronger than that of Li Hongping, who is a third-ring player. He can crush a 1,000-year-old fire monkey with one punch. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is terrifying. You said he was a strong attacking soul master, but he just healed 7 people effortlessly, and now he can even regenerate broken bones. Can breastfeed and fight. No matter how talented this person is, he can't be so perverted, right? Everyone's mentality collapsed. It felt like the aristocratic blood talent that he had always been proud of had been ruthlessly crushed, and all his sense of superiority had been shattered and disappeared without a trace. Where did this monster come from? In my impression, commoners are all of inferior bloodline and have rubbish talents. How can he stand out and be so strong? Hiss. The soul masters outside are probably still unaware of the existence of such a monster. I have a feeling that this guy will scare countless people to death when he shows up in the future. Yang Wei sucked in a breath of cold air repeatedly, thinking back to his previous behavior of offending Luo Fanchen with his rude words, which made him regret it to death. Tai Lao didn't say anything, but he agreed with what the young people around him said, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. And a terrible guess arose. Would such a monster really travel alone? Is it true that there are no experts following and protecting us in secret? In an instant, he felt as if countless pairs of eyes around the jungle were staring at him secretly, and he couldn't help but shiver. Yi Xieying bit her juicy peach lips tightly with her pearly teeth. She was surprised and delighted, but what followed was an indescribable distress. This bastard man is so talented that he will be treated like a treasure wherever he goes. How can she bring him home to support him? Damn it. She clenched her fists, stared at Luo Fanchen angrily, and muttered. Why do you have to be so evil? You're already so handsome, so stop trying. Wouldn't it be better to just lie down and be a bit less handsome? Damn it. Swish. Okay. Luo Fanchen put away his martial spirit and released his hand that was pressing on Li Hongping's shoulder. The people around him immediately stopped talking and looked over quietly. Li Hongping carefully tried to move his arms and shook them gently, an expression of indescribable surprise on his face. When his arms could swing around his body, Li Hongping laughed so hard that tears came out and his mouth was almost stretched to his ears. I'm fine. I'm actually healed. Ha ha ha. Looking at Li Hongping, who was crying with joy, no one present laughed at his excitement. In the soul martial continent where the strong prey on the weak and strength is respected, losing an arm would at least weaken one's combat power by half. There will always be one less space for attaching soul bones than other soul masters. The meridians in the arm disappeared, and the upper limit of soul power cultivation would also be blocked. And the miraculous healing ability of Luo Fanchen's martial soul pulled him back from the abyss of becoming useless. How could he not be excited? Oh. Luo Fanchen had a cold expression, which was out of tune with the excited expressions of the people around him. His sneer made everyone's faces freeze. He turned and looked at Yang Wei and others, and said, "A bunch of idiots with no common sense. If they don't completely break and correct the broken bones, they will still be deformed after they heal." Yang Wei and others who had raised doubts earlier suddenly blushed and felt ashamed. How could they have imagined that Luo Fanchen really had such a terrifying healing ability to regenerate broken bones? Moreover, having offended Luo Fanchen before, they were indeed afraid of being retaliated against. Boss Tai frowned and scolded sternly. I taught you all the time, but you didn't listen. You were so arrogant that you wanted to go to the sky. Now you know that there are always people better than you. Why don't you apologize to little friend Fanchen right now? Everyone looked over quickly and were about to speak, but were interrupted by Luo Fanchen. No need. Luo Fanchen shook his head, too lazy to even look at them. They were just a group of aristocratic children who had never seen the world. He is not a big shot, nothing to worry about. That. Brother Luo, I was rude in my remarks earlier. Why are you willing to repay evil with kindness and save me? Li Hongping's face was full of shame and hot. Thinking about what he had done and comparing it with Luo Fanchen's actions, he felt a little ashamed. Repay evil with kindness. Luo Fanchen moved his feet, turned around and looked at him, his eyebrows raised, a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and rubbed his wrist. Bang. Suddenly, a slap was given in the face. Li Hongping's face was burned red by the blow, and it was twisted and deformed. His head tilted and the whole person was blown away in a spiral. It was not until Li Hongping fell freely into the grass with a dull thud that the others reacted. Everyone was confused. His eyes were full of confusion. He didn't understand why Luo Fanchen suddenly acted so cruelly when he was busy saving people just now. That big hit was so powerful and heavy that it hurt just looking at it. Could it be that this guy has a split personality, or is he just like the princess, moody and a lunatic? Li Hongping staggered to his feet from the bushes, seeing stars and feeling dizzy. The face swelled up and became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and 2 lines of nosebleed even flowed over the lips, looking extremely miserable. Brother Luo. He was really stunned by this sudden big blow. It hurt so much that tears came out of his eyes. It felt like the left face bone was broken. Luo Fanchen's eyes showed no sympathy, his lips slowly opened and closed, and he asked back. If you repay evil with kindness, how can you repay kindness? This question left Li Hongping speechless, while the others fell into deep thought, with confusion in their eyes. Luo Fanchen said, I saved you because I saw that you were a man who was willing to sacrifice yourself to protect the princess from the attack. The princess was in danger because she wanted to protect me. I'm going to hit you because you're dirty mouthed and you deserve a beating. Luo Fanchen will repay his debts and avenge his enemies. Repay evil with kindness. Impossible. Don't even think about it. I'm already being merciful by not taking the opportunity to stab you again. Everyone was stunned and stood there in a daze. They had a deeper understanding of Luo Fanchen. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes flashed and her body trembled abnormally. Instead of feeling disgusted, she felt a strange palpitation. Then why did you only hit me and not others? Li Hongping felt so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Although he knew that he deserved a beating, he wondered why he was always the one who got beaten and not others. This is a bit too tragic. Luo Fanchen shook his head, glanced at the frightened and curious Yang Wei and others, and said slowly. Because they. Not worthy. Hearing such an answer, Li Hongping was dumbfounded. For a moment he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Is this a compliment? Should it be considered as such? Not sure, he will take another look. Luo Fanchen suddenly smiled and said casually. You wouldn't get angry if a mad dog at the village barked twice, but if they wanted to come up and bite you, that's another matter. Huh? Why is this person making indirect accusations? Yang Wei and others widened their eyes, feeling offended. But they didn't dare to get angry at all. Even though the other party was clearly laughing, they felt an inexplicable chill rising on their backs. It seemed that the handsome young man opposite was not joking, but was indirectly warning them that if they didn't appreciate his kindness, he would kill them. Tai Lao was standing nearby, seeing everything clearly, and was secretly shocked. This talent, this aura, this character, is it certain that a young man from a mountain village can possess it? Even if a noble genius trained by a famous teacher was placed next to him, he would probably be eclipsed in an instant. After Luo Fanchen finished speaking, he sat cross-legged in meditation, as if there was no one around, and quickly began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his soul power. Consolidate the cultivation level of the soul master who has just broken through to level 11. Most of his soul power was consumed in the battle with the group of fire monkeys. Although the burning scale armor is handsome and strong, it consumes a lot of soul power. It was fine for him to assist everyone, but helping Li Hongping heal his broken bones almost consumed all of his soul power. Even though the healing ability of the Green Lotus martial spirit was abnormal, he still needed to provide soul power for support. Fortunately, Li Hongping only reconnected the broken bones. Otherwise, with his current soul power reserves, it might not be enough. Among the 13 soul power cyclones in his dantian, one has completely transformed from gas to liquid, indicating that he has officially entered the 11th level. According to the female Pope teacher, ordinary people only need to liquefy all 10 cyclones to reach level 20 and obtain the second soul ring. Because he has broken the limit 3 times and possesses 13 cyclones, it is more difficult for him to break through than for others. However, the difficulty and reward are proportional. Without the extra 3 cyclones, even if he had a special martial soul and an unusual physique, he could at most have an additional soul ring of 8 or 900 years. In any case, it would be impossible for him to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring with a level 10 cultivation and create this unprecedented miracle. It is generally recognized on the mainland that the absorption limit for a soul master's first soul ring is 400 years, and for the second soul ring it is 900 years. Luo Fanchen has already reached the level of others absorbing the third soul ring. He couldn't help but feel curious and expectant. If all 13 soul power vortexes were to be liquefied, by then what year would the second soul ring be, and how much stronger would it be than other talented soul masters? And after completing the breakthrough this time, there should be no need to restrict the little loach anymore, and it can devour and evolve again. Time moves backward little by little. The blazing red sun moved westward, and the green jungle became dim. This time, even if Yi Xieying didn't say anything, Tai Lao and the others would not abandon Luo Fanchen and leave. On the contrary, these nobles know better how to seize opportunities, try their best not to offend people with potential, and climb towards power. The surrounding area has been cleaned up by Tai Lao and his men to prevent the corpses and smell of blood from attracting other soul beasts. The young men were either on guard around or recuperating, only the stunningly beautiful girl squatted there, her arms resting on her knees, her cheeks supported by her delicate hands, staring at Luo Fanchen's handsome face with his eyes closed. There was a gleam in his eyes, and I didn't know what he was thinking. She was wearing a scarlet cloak with gold patterns, which covered her torn top, making her look even more heroic and charming. The white boots were stained with mud, and the pair of black stockings had long been torn into pieces, with holes all over them, barely wrapping around the white and beautiful legs. However, it was not suitable to take off the stockings here, so Yi Xieying could only endure it. Fortunately, the hot pants were still intact. Yi Xieying looked down and saw Luo Fanchen still wearing his ragged blood-stained clothes. She spat softly. "Pooh. I've never seen anyone live so poorly. I pity you." She expressed her disdain in a proud and arrogant manner, took off the expensive scarlet cloak from her delicate body with both hands, stood up and put it on Luo Fanchen. It seemed that she was practicing in the distance, but in fact, Yang Wei and his companions were secretly observing them. They felt very disappointed because this was the goddess they had been pursuing for many years. Yi Xieying is a little crazy and wild, but she is pretty, very talented, and has an impeccable family background. Seeing the goddess caring about others with my own eyes, it was so heartbreaking that I wanted to cry out loud. Boom. The moment Yi Xieying put on her clothes, a special aura suddenly surged out of Luo Fanchen's body. Everyone was startled instantly. Facing all the glances coming at her, Yi Xieying held her clothes in the air, awkwardly standing there, not knowing what to do. When Tai Lao sensed the soul power emanating from Luo Fanchen, his eyes widened. Level 12, this kid has made a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Don't be ridiculous, how is this possible? Everyone was shocked, opened their mouths wide, and subconsciously denied Tai Lao's statement. Snort. Tai Lao glanced at Yang Wei and others who were exclaiming and questioning, frowned, and looked displeased. I am not old enough to have blurry eyes. I will never be wrong. Li Hongping quickly apologized with a smile. Mr. Tai, how dare we doubt you? Brother Luo just broke through to level 11 this afternoon, and just a few hours later, he broke through again. Yes, Master Tai, such a speed of cultivation is simply unheard of and too unreasonable. Yang Wei and other young men also nodded repeatedly, with surprise and doubt on their faces. It's not that they don't want to believe it, it's that they simply can't believe it. When a soul master just awakens, it is easiest to break through at level 1, but the more you practice, the more soul power you need to accumulate, and the slower the breakthrough will naturally be. Yang Wei had an expression of shock on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he just broke through to level 11 today, and before Luo Fanchen. As a result, he had just managed to consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough, while Luo Fanchen had already achieved a new breakthrough. Even if there is a difference, it can't be so big. Listening to the young people's incredulous doubts, even Tai Lao himself felt a little unconfident. Is he really old and has made a mistake? It happened that at this time Luo Fanchen finished his training, stood up from the ground, opened his eyes and all the fatigue was gone, he looked full of energy. He found that everyone else was staring at him with wide eyes, which made him feel very puzzled. Moreover, these looks were a little too strange. Could it be that these people are all as greedy for his beauty as the princess? Luo Fanchen shuddered. At this moment, a scent slipped into my nose. When he turned around, he saw the unruly princess with beautiful legs and black stockings standing behind him, very close to him. Princess, what are you doing? Yi Xieying's face was rosy and her soft hands were pinching the scarlet cloak. It is neither right to lift nor to put down. You can't just say directly that this princess saw that you, a bastard man, are dressed thinly and wants to give you some more clothes. Wouldn't she lose face if that happened? She straightened her waist, and the white and tender cleavage on her chest was stunningly beautiful. Don't be so self-indulgent. I'm not worried that you're cold. Luo Fanchen was surprised and asked, but princess, I haven't asked anything yet. Looking at the man's bright black eyes, Yi Xieying felt more and more guilty, and spoke incoherently in nervousness. This princess was just about to cover your head, knock you out, and take you back to the city to be a slave, but you woke up. You're lucky. Yeah. Luo Fanchen nodded. I know. How could the princess be the kind of person who would be so kind as to cover me with clothes? You know, a big-head ghost. All the shyness in Yi Xieying's heart instantly turned into anger. She was panting with anger, her little face flushed, and her heroic and delicate face had a unique charm. Seeing this, Luo Fanchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a stunning princess, what a hot girl. It's just that his personality is a little too wild. If he could be tamed, he would be perfect. Tai Lao came over and said with a friendly smile, Brother Luo, did you just break through to level 12? Luo Fanchen's mouth twitched. Wow, the address changed too quickly. First it was that kid, then it was little friend Luo, and now it's just little brother Luo. Are you the legendary face-changing king? Yes, the second soul power vortex has liquefied and reached level 12. Luo Fanchen nodded and did not hide it, admitting it generously. Hiss. The others who were paying attention here gasped. I actually reached level 12. This is too fast. Unbelievable. Even cheating can't be that fast. This is not going to let us live. Tai Lao's guess was confirmed, and he smiled bitterly. It's because I am short-sighted. I didn't realize that Brother Luo is such a genius before. Forehead. Luo Fanchen listened to everyone's exclamations and said with a strange expression, so you didn't practice just now and stared at me because of this. What my friend said is true. Tai Lao said, breaking through 2 realms in one day, isn't this worthy of attention? I've always been like this, there's nothing to be surprised about. Luo Fanchen was speechless. Isn't this basic operation? You claim that you are the aristocratic elite, but you get startled at every turn. This is so uncool. What? Always like this? Aizhua, do you listen to others? Everyone saw Luo Fanchen's helpless expression. Although the other party didn't say much, they always felt as if they were being strongly despised. Well. Luo Fanchen recalled the feeling when he was practicing just now and let out a long sigh. This sigh immediately silenced everyone else. A string of question marks almost appeared on everyone's forehead. Sigh. Brother, ancestor, what else do you have to sigh about? I just obtained a 1,000-year spirit ring today, and broke the historical record of the first spirit ring attached to the Soul Martial continent. Then I quickly broke through to the next level. Do you still have to sigh? Tell me the truth, do you want to piss us off to death and not want us to live anymore? Li Hongping was frantically ruffling his messy hair, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Wei's throat tasted fishy and sweet, and his breath was stuck in his chest and he almost couldn't breathe out. This was too infuriating. Yi Xieying was naturally proud and could not tolerate many people in her eyes. As a result, Luo Fanchen made her feel a little lack of confidence. Faced with the crazy expressions of the crowd, Luo Fanchen shook his head seriously. A good man never brags about his past achievements. Since the breakthrough is over, it is a thing of the past. There is no point in talking about it again. When I was practicing just now, I found that the speed of breakthrough was much slower than before. How could I not sigh? Is this considered slow? Li Hongping opened his mouth and his whole body was petrified and cracked. Brother, I've seen people who pretend to be cool, but I've never seen anyone pretending to be cool as seriously as you do. Tai Lao couldn't help but ask, Little brother Luo, may I ask what your previous cultivation speed was? Luo Fanchen shook his head and didn't want to say anything. He has discovered that human joys and sorrows are not shared. This group of people are like poor students. They are satisfied with just passing the exam, very happy with 80 points, and will have a cerebral orgasm if they can get 90 points. They will never understand the pain of a top student who didn't get full marks in an exam. The situation now is like when a group of poor students are celebrating with joy for passing the exam. A top student suddenly comes over with a test paper that is 1 point away from full marks, looking very frustrated and sighing. Yi Xieying was curious, and when she saw Luo Fanchen remain silent, her little mouth pouted. Why don't you say it? There's nothing to hide. We are now friends who have been through thick and thin together. If we wanted to harm you, we would have stabbed you long ago. Li Hongping patted his chest and said, Brother Luo, are you afraid of scaring us? We have all been professionally trained and have strong psychological qualities. Luo Fanchen waved his hands, showing no interest in talking. He looked around, looking for the direction he came from when dawn came, and prepared to go back to find the Pope and his junior sister. Tai Lao guessed, it is indeed easier to practice at the Soul Warrior stage. With Brother Luo's talent, he can definitely reach level 4 in 1 day. Li Hongping shook his head. I think we can be bolder and achieve 5 or 6 levels in 1 day. Your guess is too exaggerated. I have never heard of level 6 or level 5 in 1 day. Yang Wei shook his head repeatedly. Yi Xieying pursed her red lips. Why didn't this man even look at her? Can the broken trees and grass around be as beautiful as her? She was so angry that her beautiful legs shook and she stomped her feet, throwing her scarlet cloak at Luo Fanchen viciously. Humph! You stingy guy, you are so mean. Luo Fanchen heard the sound of the wind, stretched out his arm to hold the cloak, looked back and said helplessly. You have to listen, but it's not that you can't talk. Just level 9 a day. Tai Lao made up his mind to act calmer this time and show the dignity of a 5th level strongman. Otherwise, being shocked and startled by a junior all the time would be too unpresentable and shameful. So after hearing Luo Fanchen's words, he nodded subconsciously and said leisurely. Oh, it turns out to be level 9 in 1 day, that's really good. The others shuddered, turned their heads stiffly, and looked at Tai Lao in unison, their wide-open eyes seeming to say. Do you know what you just said? Do you want to repeat it again? See what nonsense you are talking about. Did I say something wrong? Tai Lao was confused at first, then seemed to realize the problem and muttered to himself. What did he say just now? It seems to be level 9, 9 levels a day. It was as if a ball of fire exploded in his heart, and he almost jumped up. In an instant, he rushed in front of Luo Fanchen, breathing heavily. Brother Luo, are you sure you're not kidding? You really reached level 9 in 1 day. Luo Fanchen replied helplessly, well, it's 1 day. What do you mean by count? Tai Lao felt uneasy. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he would probably not be able to sleep well in the future. Yi Xieying smacked her lips and said, if it's level 9 in 2 days, that's also terrifying. Luo Fanchen shook his head and recalled. I practiced hard all night that day, so it's not accurate to say 1 day, it should be half a day. Long time. Yi Xieying was face turned pale, Tai Lao and others were struck by lightning, they stood stiffly on the ground, swallowing their saliva continuously. I couldn't utter a word. It was summer, and a warm breeze blew through the jungle at night, but the 7 nobles from the royal city shivered. An indescribable sense of horror surged in my heart. The more you get to know this handsome young man from the common people in shabby clothes, the more you can appreciate what kind of extremely terrifying talent he has. But this guy still looks calm and composed, without any arrogance at all. Now they finally understood why the other party sighed after breaking through 2 levels in 1 day, because they were standing at completely different heights. Pattern, what is pattern? This is what we call pattern. Li Hongping's eyes were burning and shining, as if he had seen the faith in life. Horrible. It's terrible. Brother Luo, are you sure you are a human? Luo Fanchen glared and said, it's okay that you're shocked, but why are you cursing at me? Li Hongping realized that he had said something wrong and immediately explained, Brother Luo, you are too evil. I even suspect that you are a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has been transformed into a human. Otherwise, such a monster is too difficult to explain. The others nodded in agreement. The more they looked at Luo Fanchen, the less he looked like a human. He looked like a peerless ferocious beast that had transformed itself. Involuntarily stepped back. Ha ha ha. In the dark of the jungle, Buying Yue laughed so hard that she was bent over with a sound like a silver bell, and her snow bunny was shaking, looking plump and lovely. She wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. That's so funny, teacher. Finally, I'm not the only one who has to bear the pain from my junior fellow apprentice. Look at how shocked they are. They are not as calm as me. Hee hee, you actually think that junior brother is a soul beast, that's outrageous. Di Weiyang's pair of beautiful phoenix eyes were still as sharp as cold spring water in the dark night, and silent. But the corners of her rosy lips were slightly raised. Seems to be in a good mood. Luo Fanchen was helpless. I couldn't help but complain, can't all the nobles in the world be so stupid? They treated him as a soul beast in the blink of an eye. Now you can't just shout at the top of your lungs, I am a human being, I am a human being. That's too stupid. Here comes the epic question, when others doubt that you are not a human being, how do you prove that you are a human being? Luo Fanchen's face was dark, please, can you be more normal and stop embarrassing the nobles? Li Hongping took another step back, brother, it's not that we doubt you, the key point is that this doesn't seem like a talent that humans can possess. The others nodded. Legend has it that after 100,000-year-old soul beast chooses to transform into a human and start cultivating again, even though it is starting cultivation all over again, its cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and its combat power will be extremely strong. Okay, stop messing around. Tai Lao said seriously, a 100,000-year-old soul beast that transforms into a human and cultivates again can only awaken the martial soul of its previous body, it is impossible to have twin martial souls. Everyone suddenly realized, but when they remembered that Luo Fanchen had twin martial souls, the corners of their mouths couldn't stop twitching. This sounds even more terrifying than a soul beast turning into a human. In the entire soul martial continent, there are only a handful of geniuses who possess twin martial souls. They are 1 in a million and are all top geniuses standing at the true pinnacle of the pyramid. As a result, they have encountered one now. Seeing that everyone's doubts were dispelled, Luo Fanchen breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Tai Lao for standing up, otherwise he really didn't know how to prove himself. However, through the other party's few words, he also understood more about the transformation of the 100,000-year soul beast. The charming Aunt Jewel in the family is a human transformed, which is not the same as transformation. Luo Fanchen muttered to himself, wondering if he would have the chance to encounter a soul beast that transformed into a human. He was very curious and wanted to study it. But he quickly shook his head. What are you thinking about? There are not that many 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and even fewer that have transformed. He still didn't know how vast the soul martial continent was. Could he meet someone whenever he wanted? The probability was too low. At this time, Yi Xieying walked over with her beautiful legs, patted his shoulder, fixed her beautiful eyes, and asked seriously. Are you sure you're a civilian and you're not making fun of us? I've already said it, believe it or not. Luo Fanchen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face. After getting to know her, he felt that this woman was not particularly strange. But even if she has only a slight masochistic attribute, you can't be too nice to her. This is what I like. Yi Xieying shook her head, her black hair swaying. It's not that I don't believe you, it's that the strength of your martial soul is comparable to the martial souls awakened by the bloodlines of the core children of the 4 great empires, 10 great sects, and major forces. Like me, although I also have the royal blood of the Canglong Empire, because my blood is not pure enough, I can only awaken the 8th grade Sakura Dragon martial spirit in the end. And the purest blood of the royal family can awaken the 9th grade Supreme Ancient Blue Dragon martial soul. One of the 4 most powerful beast martial souls in the Soul Martial Continent. This is thanks to the system daddy who has been silent for many years and occasionally comes back to life. Luo Fanchen discovered that every time the system came back to life, it was because he had done something special. Could it be that this was a subtle way of encouraging him to be self-reliant? Thinking this in my heart, I said casually. You nobles rely on blood, but we poor people can only rely on mutation. It just so happens that I am pretty good at mutation. Becoming okay. Tai Lao and others around were silent. They were used to taking blows and had a calm mind. There was silence for a while, and the jungle returned to peace. Luo Fanchen, with his arms wrapped around a scarlet cloak, stood opposite the beautiful, hot, and seductive Princess Xieying. After a long silence, Luo Fanchen looked up. The beautiful and hot princess opposite her coincidentally moved in sync, raised her head and spoke seriously. Come home with me. What? Go home with you? Luo Fanchen widened his eyes in surprise. Why are you reacting so exaggeratedly? Yi Xieying spat, but soon realized that what she said was indeed ambiguous. It's like going back together to meet the parents. She raised her beautiful face proudly and snorted. Don't get me wrong. Didn't you say you were an orphan before? I have always been kind-hearted. Seeing that you are homeless, I took you in out of compassion. Kind heart. Be merciful. Luo Fanchen raised his eyebrows. With your stubborn and willful nature, it's good enough that you don't bully others to death. So the princess's family must have taken in a lot of tall and handsome orphans who are 18 years old. You're talking nonsense. Yi Xieying scolded, open your eyes and tell me, am I such a casual person? Then, her expression softened, she stared at Luo Fanchen and said seriously, if you go, you will be the first and only man I take in. Luo Fanchen jumped back and snorted. So there is no such thing as always being kind, that's bullshit. Are you trying to take me in? I'm embarrassed to expose you. You're clearly greedy for my body. Her little secret was ruthlessly exposed in public. Yi Xieying blushed and felt extremely shy, but she inexplicably felt a special excitement in her heart. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling, and her fair and smooth skin was flushed with a sickly color. She gritted her teeth and scolded. What are you talking about? Don't be so narcissistic. This princess has countless suitors and I don't have any feelings for you at all. Ha ha ha. Luo Fanchen laughed carefreely, that's great. Since the princess has no feelings for me, then let me go quickly. I was just about to say goodbye. Li Hongping on the side was almost crying with envy, and wanted to rush over to grab Luo Fanchen by the collar and ask loudly. Brother, my dear brother, is your health still good? It is a good thing. He wanted to be envied by others, but when he approached them, he was treated like trash and rejected. Yang Wei's eyes glowed red with jealousy, and he felt so sour that he almost turned into a century-old sour person. He tried his best to show his courtesy but was despised by the princess. This guy despised the princess in every way, but the princess still took the initiative to approach him. Mr. Tai was a little confused. He was considered an old hand and had seen countless people. There were very few young people he couldn't understand. But he really couldn't understand this handsome young man in front of him. The princess's meaning is so clear, you just need to give in half-heartedly, and then you'll have the chance to rise to the top, right? If you hold on to the princess's long legs, you will become rich immediately. It's not shameful to live off someone. Kneel behind a woman and then you can stand in front of the whole world. He has the resources for cultivation, a powerful backstage, and a beautiful wife. Even though she's a little bit willful, she's both beautiful and hot. Getting married and starting a career, instantly reaching the peak of life, isn't that great and satisfying? To be favored by the princess is an opportunity that many people dream of, but Brother Luo just refused without even a second thought. You really have no interest at all? Not interested at all? Being in the circle of power struggle, Tai Lao has seen too many soul masters who abandoned their wives and daughters, and even turned against their brothers and relatives in order to gain power and status. But as he had never seen such a strange young man before, he immediately shook his head and sighed in his heart, I don't understand, I can't see through it. The thoughts that emerged in other people's minds at this time were the same as Tai Lao's. Is there really someone in the world who is not tempted by wealth and status? Yi Xieying asked, are you determined to leave? Yes. Luo Fanchen nodded, the princess promised to let me go after adding the spirit ring. Yi Xieying kept staring at Luo Fanchen. There was no hesitation in her deep black eyes, only calmness. It seemed that he had no desire for her face, figure, status, or anything else. But the more the other party refused, the more her heart palpitated, the more she didn't want to let him go, and she even felt a strong possessive desire in her heart. Yi Xieying's face gradually darkened, she clenched her fists and said coldly, what if I don't let you go? Luo Fanchen smiled and said, then we are not friends, but enemies. Yi Xieying stretched out her slender hand, and a ray of silver moonlight fell on her palm through the gaps between the leaves. She slowly clenched her 5 green jade fingers. Luo Fanchen, you know, from childhood to adulthood, there is nothing that this princess has not gotten. My father dotes on me very much. Whatever I want will appear before me. Luo Fanchen sensed the dangerous aura and his body tensed up, so the princess is planning to let Tai Lao take action and force me to stay. Oh. Yi Xieying suddenly sneered, her beautiful eyes glanced, her red lips raised, revealing an indescribable pride. You are indeed very powerful, but you underestimate me too much. I won't embarrass you. I'll let you go. Luo Fanchen was greatly surprised, and Tai Lao, Li Hongping, and others who were familiar with Yi Xieying's willful and stubborn character were even more surprised. Seeing that Luo Fanchen finally showed a look of surprise on his face, Yi Xieying was in a good mood and let out a clear and hearty laugh. Asshole, you didn't expect that. Luo Fanchen admitted generously, I really didn't expect it. Yi Xieying's eyes were complicated, do you know? Although I used to get everything I wanted, I was not happy every day. Instead, I felt empty inside. The emptiness was so great that it drove me crazy. I didn't know what was wrong. Many people envied my life. It wasn't until I saw you struggling alone that I understood. What others give you is what they will eventually earn. Only when you earn it through your own efforts can you taste the true happiness. Ah, this. Luo Fanchen was shocked. Come on, I struggled because I don't have a good father like you. What are you learning? Yi Xieying opened her mouth, took a deep breath, and finally exhaled slowly through her moist lips. A pair of heroic, beautiful, and sexy almond-shaped eyes emitted 2 stubborn rays of light. This princess has made up her mind. This time, I will not let anyone interfere with what I want. I will fight for it myself. Take you. Experience and savor this special happiness. I refuse. Luo Fanchen protested. Rejection is invalid. Seeing the unusual excitement flashing in Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes, Luo Fanchen's mouth twitched. Oh my god, I just thought the princess had returned to normal, but the familiar smell came back so quickly. If it was another woman, he thought she might pursue him normally, but when it came to the masochistic Yi Xieying. Forehead. That's hard to say, who knows what kind of trouble it might cause you. You won't drug him, will you? Luo Fanchen, you just said that we are friends, right? A cunning look flashed across Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes. Ah. Luo Fanchen scratched his head, did I say that? You'd better not play dumb in front of this princess, don't act like a scoundrel. Yi Xieying glared, otherwise I'll call Tai Lao to knock you out and take you away. Yes, we are friends, that's enough. Luo Fanchen sighed helplessly. However, when he absorbed the soul ring, he heard everything the princess said, and he completely agreed with the princess's nature. Yi Xieying's eyes turned. As a friend, I should give you a gift, right? She suddenly took out a package from the storage space and stuffed it into Luo Fanchen's empty left hand. This is. Luo Fanchen was puzzled, and Tai Lauda, who recognized the package, was horrified and cried out in pain, "Little ancestor, no." Before Luo Fanchen could open the package, Tai Lao rushed over and tried to snatch the package back. Swish. Yi Xieying moved her white boots and blocked Luo Fanchen. Tai Lao did not dare to rush him, and immediately stopped and said anxiously, "My dear princess, we don't have the luxury of giving these things away." Li Hongping and others also saw the package clearly at this time, trembled, and spoke out to stop it. Useless. My lord, you can't do this. How dare you? Yi Xieying frowned and snorted, "Am I the princess, or are you?" Hearing this arrogant and sharp cry, everyone shuddered. Only then did they realize that the princess seemed to have become much more docile since she met Luo Fanchen, but now they recalled the fear of being dominated in the past. Of course it's you. Tai Lao lowered his eyebrows and bowed his head. The others also kept their mouths shut and stood still. Luo Fanchen already had a guess in his mind at this time. When he opened the package, he saw a bunch of red fruits. It exudes a fresh fruity aroma, which makes the whole body feel relaxed, as if the circulation of the soul power in the body has accelerated a little. There were 9 fruits, not a single one less than when they were picked. No wonder Tai Lao and his group were so nervous and excited. Yi Xieying stood in front of Luo Fanchen, her beautiful eyes full of ferocity as she glanced at everyone, then pointed at the bag and said, "Are you planning to teach me how to do things? Not to mention this red fruit, even if it's my father's royal city, I dare to give it to him. Send to the royal city." Tai Lao and others were shivering and their scalps were tingling. If someone else said this, they would definitely not believe it, but Yi Xieying was different. As long as she dares to give it, her father might really dare to give it to her. Everyone knows that the lord of Qianlong City, King Tianwu, is a daughter slave. He is decisive in killing others and has a bad reputation, but he dotes on his daughter to the extreme. Every request will be met and all will be granted. It can be said that the princess's lawless and unruly character was caused by being spoiled by King Tianwu. When everyone else didn't dare to breathe, a male voice suddenly rang out. "Princess, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Luo Fanchen tied up the package and handed it back. He didn't know the value of the Zhu fruit, but he could guess something from the reactions of Tai Lao and others. Yi Xieying turned her head, the fierceness on her face disappeared, and the corners of her lips rose proudly. "Gold alone cannot buy this princess's happiness. I'll be happy if you accept me, unless you look down on me and don't consider me a friend." Luo Fanchen didn't hesitate and said neatly, "Okay, I'll take it, but I can't eat up all the family, I have to leave some for you." "Okay." In the night, Yi Xieying smiled, like a bright rose blooming, charming and moving, and said with a smile, "That. You keep a few and I'll crush a few." Tai Lao and the others smiled bitterly. It was over. The princess was going crazy. Luo Fanchen shook his head and accepted it helplessly. "That's right." Yi Xieying pursed her red lips and said delicately, "How can you reject someone's kindness? Why does it feel like the princess' condition has worsened?" Luo Fanchen plans to run away quickly. And if the Pope and his junior sister really didn't catch up, they should still be waiting there for him to come back. "Brother Fanchen." Yi Xieying called softly, "As a friend, it is only natural for me to give you a small gift, then." Luo Fanchen got goosebumps when he was called. "Speak normally to me. It's not certain who is older between us." "Okay, brother." Yi Xieying leaned closer, lowered her plump upper body, leaned close to Luo Fanchen's ear, and said in a sweet voice, "Then as a friend, if my sister is in trouble, would you help her?" Luo Fanchen wanted to strangle this girl by the neck and question her, "What's wrong with you, little sister? Are you looking for death?" However, Zhuozhugua and the cloak were both in his hands, so he really couldn't spare any effort. He could even catch a glimpse of the charming scenery in the ravine. "Help! Of course I'll help. The princess is here today to protect me regardless of the danger. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes flashed with cunning, and she retracted her hot upper body with satisfaction, and said with a smile, then Brother Fanchen will come to Qianlong City in 3 months. I need your help with something very important. The real purpose was revealed. Luo Fanchen realized that this girl had gone around in a circle and was waiting for him here. You don't just want to trick me into coming over here. Come meet me. Yi Xieying shook her head and denied it. No, there is indeed a very important matter that needs your help. Okay. Luo Fanchen nodded. As long as this important matter is not helping you give birth to a child, I will definitely help you to the best of my ability. Spit. Yi Xieying's eyes widened and her face turned red as if water was about to drip out. What are you talking about? A forced melon is not sweet. It's not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. Luo Fanchen shrugged. This is what you told me, so I have to be upfront about it. You. Yi Xieying was choked and stamped her feet. Well, you might as well tell me what it is. I don't think there is anything I can do to help you, princess. Luo Fanchen is very self-aware. Although he is a little more handsome, a little luckier, and a little more talented than others, his strength is not enough now. Yi Xieying shook her head and said, every winter month, which is November, the Qianlong city ruled by my father will hold a royal city soul master battle competition with the other 2 neighboring royal cities. All participants are young spirit masters under the age of 19. The number of victories and defeats in the battles will determine the distribution of mining and other resources near the 3 major royal cities. You are so talented. I would like to invite you to help me compete in the competition. The rewards are very generous. Luo Fanchen was stunned and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. As for the mineral vein, whichever royal city is stronger can just grab it directly. Why make it so troublesome for young people to compete? Yi Xieying said. First of all, the great Emperor Cunglong does not allow his 9 great cities to attack each other. Moreover, the battle between strong men is difficult to control and it is easy to cause casualties. No force can afford the loss. Selecting young spirit masters to compete in battle has low risks and is fair, so everyone can accept it. Most importantly, it allows us to train our troops in advance. Training. Luo Fanchen wondered. Yi Xieying answered, why is the age limit always 19 every year? Because there will be a continent-wide youth soul master battle competition the following year. At that time, the 4 empires, as well as all sects, forces, and temples will participate. The age limit for participation is 20 years old. That's the most prestigious event on the entire continent. Even if you get the 100th place, it's an unimaginable honor. It can make you famous in the Soul Martial continent. Admired and admired by countless people, they are all the proud children of heaven who have truly fulfilled their talents. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes were full of longing. Li Hongpeng and others also showed fanatical expressions on their faces when they heard the words, and they were obviously very excited. Luo Fanchen was embarrassed and scratched his head. I've never heard of such a competition in the village. Yi Xieying said, that's why the imperial nobles or the direct descendants of the sects look down on the common people. They are too backward and too isolated from the news. It's like they live in 2 different worlds. Luo Fanchen nodded. It's nothing more than a strong information barrier. Information and resources are controlled by the nobles, so it is difficult for common people to counterattack. Let's not talk about this. It's still a long way to go before the Continental Fighting Tournament. Yi Xieying suddenly leaned close to Luo Fanchen's ear and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. In fact, what I just said is just the surface reason for the competition among the 3 major royal cities. There is actually a big secret hidden in it. What secret? Luo Fanchen asked curiously. I won't tell you, Lulu. Wait until you come in March. It will definitely be good for you. Yi Xieying took out a bronze token and stuffed it into the package containing the red fruit. Yes, this is my token. After you arrive in Qianlong City, no matter where you are, just say my name and it will work. Luo Fanchen was speechless. Was he afraid that he wouldn't go? Speak halfway, giving birth to a child will be a waste of time. He thought about it and stopped the idea. Luo Fanchen opened the scarlet cloak, put it back on Yi Xieying's delicate body, then turned around and left with the package without any further delay. Rustle. Yi Xieying bit her lips tightly, staring dimly at the blood-stained figure disappearing into the jungle at night, and finally she couldn't help but shout out. "Hey, stop right there." "Huh?" Luo Fanchen turned around. Yi Xieying said, "Instead of wandering alone, why not come home with me? I will ask a famous teacher to teach you." Luo Fanchen smiled and said, "Silly girl, who told you that I don't have a teacher anymore?" "You have a teacher." Yi Xieying was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "What an incompetent teacher that must be to let you take risks by yourself. Isn't this misleading the students?" Luo Fanchen's heart skipped a beat. "My little ancestor, it's not okay to complain about this. Fortunately, the female Pope teacher is not here, otherwise you would be dead." Yi Xieying became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she felt distressed when she saw Luo Fanchen's blood-stained clothes. "Follow me and change him. I'll find you a famous teacher. If that doesn't work, let my father teach you personally. With your talent, you don't deserve to be taught by a mediocre teacher." Tai Lao also stood up at this time, and said, "Brother Luo, what the princess said is true. A responsible teacher would not let you take risks alone. You are too careless. Isn't he afraid that something bad might happen to you? Come with us. With your talent, we promise to treat you like a treasure." The more Luo Fanchen listened, the faster his heart beat and he felt a chill on his back. It was as if a pair of eyes were watching him. "Stop talking, you two. To be honest, my teacher is actually very powerful. She is probably in the dark right now. You will be in trouble if you say the wrong thing." Fierce. Yi Xieying was not convinced at the time. She raised her chin and said, "How powerful can it be? Level 70, level 80. But she still asked one more question. "Tai Lao, is there anyone hiding nearby?" Tai Lao affirmed. "Princess, there was not even a soul beast nearby. I deliberately dispersed it after walking around. If there was someone here, even if it was a level 80 warrior, there was no way I would not be able to find him." In the dark of the jungle, the saint with purple ponytail, white python legs and black boots and the majestic and beautiful female pope in a golden skirt stood together. "Teacher, someone is trying to steal your girl, and he's doing it right in front of you. It's so funny." Bai Yue held her chest shaking with laughter. She stopped laughing because she noticed that the Pope's expression was not right. She asked tentatively in a low voice, "Teacher, you are not angry, are you?" Di Weiyang didn't reply, and didn't even look at her. She was extremely beautiful and graceful, with no expression on her face, showing no joy or anger, but the coldness around them was getting worse. "Broken. It's going to end, someone is definitely going to end it." Bai Yue couldn't help but shiver. She pinched the corners of her cute mouth and forced a smile. "Avoid unexpected disasters." He cast sympathetic glances at the princess and Tai Lao who were still trying hard to win over Luo Fanchen in the distance, and dared to steal the Pope's girl. 6. "I admire you guys so much, you are so brave." In the jungle under the moon, the princess and Tai Lao were still trying to win over the men with their emotional appeals and courtesy. The more Luo Fanchen listened, the more frightened he became, and he quickly interrupted him. "All right. Stop talking. Princess, I will tell you frankly, my teacher is a strongman above level 90. As for her identity, I won't tell you until she opens her mouth." Upon hearing this, Yi Xieying and the other 7 were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other, and they could see the suspicion in each other's eyes. Li Hongping asked, "Brother Luo, are you sure that your teacher is a supernatural being above the 9th level?" After that, he waved his hand and explained, "Don't get me wrong, it's not that we don't believe you, but we suspect that you have been deceived." Tai Lao also stepped forward to explain, "There are more than tens of millions of soul masters in the entire continent, but only a few can reach the 7th level soul saint. The 8th level title level masters are all big bosses who rule a region, and the 9th level extraordinary masters are already among the top masters of the soul martial continent. They can be called the ultimate fighting force of all major forces. They are like dragons that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. It is difficult for ordinary people to even see them from a distance." If such a strong man happens to be walking among the people, the probability of him accepting you as his apprentice is too low. Yi Xieying opened her mouth and tried to persuade him to stay. Fan Chen, you must have been fooled. Look, it's so late now and no one has come out to look for you. Luo Fanchen shook his head. Listen to my advice. I'm not letting you talk nonsense. It's for your own good. According to my guess, the teacher is very likely here, but she just doesn't want to show up. But if you say a few more words and really provoke her, I won't be able to stop you. Cut. Yi Xieying's arrogance and willfulness surged up again. She pinched her slender waist, puffed out her proud chest, and said indifferently. Don't scare me, I'm not afraid. If you have the guts, call him out and teach me a lesson. Whoever is afraid is a coward. She glanced at the other people beside her and asked, Are you scared? Hey, with the princess backing us up, we have nothing to be afraid of. Yang Wei and the others immediately shook their heads and said with an apologetic smile. One person hesitated and said nothing. Li Hongping, why don't you speak? Princess, would you like us to listen to Brother Luo's advice this time? Li Hongping had been slapped in the face by Luo Fanchen too many times, and he was still frightened. He was really scared. Yi Xieying curled her lips and said, boring. From the time I was born till now, no one has dared to deal with me. Oh. Is that so? A cold and majestic voice of a royal sister was heard, stirring in the jungle, echoing continuously, and could not calm down for a long time. The moment they heard the sound, everyone's body was shocked. How could there be someone in the dark? I have already investigated it carefully. Tai Lao's expression changed in shock, and Yi Xieying's proud and delicate face suddenly froze. Li Hongping shuddered. I said, stop it, is it really coming? He was about to cry. I said, don't doubt Luo Fanchen. Luo Fanchen's eyes lit up. They were really here. He felt a little disappointed when he thought his master and junior sister were not there. It turned out that the other party was still worried about him. My heart feels warm. But he sighed again. Now that the Pope had appeared, this lawless princess was doomed to be in trouble today. Who is in the dark? Yi Xieying looked around nervously. She was not stupid. The fact that Tai Lao couldn't even notice the people around her showed that her cultivation was really high. Tai Lao smiled bitterly and immediately bowed. Just now, the old man and the princess were talking nonsense. Now I know I was wrong and I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. No. The moment the cold and ruthless female voice was heard again, continuous tearing sounds were heard from all directions. Wow, wow. The void twisted and cracked into huge dark holes, like a man-eating ancient beast, filled with a dangerous and violent aura. Looking at the space crack that blocked everyone's route, Tai Lao's scalp went numb, his voice trembled, and he began to stutter. Break the void. 9th level super extraordinary. Plop. Those with weaker cultivation, such as Yang Wei, could not withstand the pressure and fell to their knees in fear. They had seen many powerful soul masters, but had never seen such a horrific scene where the space was cracked. This is a method that can only be used by extraordinary strong people above level 90. Li Hongping's legs were shaking and his face was sad. This time he was badly hurt by the princess. He was innocent. Yi Xieying's delicate body trembled instinctively. She bit her lips tightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. She really didn't expect, that there was such a terrifying and powerful person hiding behind Luo Fanchen. Tai Lao trembled and said. The county princess was able to shatter the 8-dimensional space so thoroughly in an instant. She is definitely not an ordinary 9th level extraordinary person. He subtly reminded Yi Xieying that he was afraid that the princess would become stubborn at this time, and then the other party would kill her and she would have no place to complain. Rip. A larger spatial portal opened, and a tall woman wrapped in dazzling and hot golden light walked out. It is too bright to look directly at. Luo Fanchen was puzzled. He was sure that this was the Pope, but it seemed that the teacher intentionally did not want people to see her appearance clearly. Why? It shouldn't be like that. Tread. Tread. Every step that dazzling woman took seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart, except Luo Fanchen, who did not feel the pressure. Others feel like they are drowning and suffocating. When I first met such a strong man, I couldn't utter a word. All that was left was the instinctive trembling and fear of living things. Oh. The sneer echoed in the woods, and everyone swallowed their anger and did not dare to look up. Not talking anymore? Don't you want to see me? Tai Lao was almost scared to death. He had never experienced such a horrible feeling of oppression in his entire life. Even the early Ninth Order Tianwu King is far inferior to him. Who is this big shot on the other side? There are not many top female warriors in the entire continent. Is she the young Empress of the legendary Divine Phoenix Empire, or the female Pope of the Temple of Light? No matter who the big shot is, he can be crushed to death with just a glare. He was numb. He was really frightened to the point of being completely numb all over. In his heart he had already started calling Luo Fanchen ancestor. This time he was completely convinced. Who could have imagined that behind Luo Fanchen, a man of ragged clothes and common origin, stood such a terrifying boss? To be a true top powerhouse, you can't just be accepted as a disciple if you have talent, you also have to meet their taste. Tai Lao only now realized how ridiculous he and others were. I always thought Luo Fanchen had no power, but it turns out his background is many times more terrifying than theirs. The feeling in Yixing, Li Hongping, Yang Wei, and others' hearts was indescribable. It turned out that the clown was actually themselves. I thought even if I lost in talent, I still had my family background to comfort me, but it turned out that I lost miserably in my background as well. The most important thing is, since this terrifying woman wrapped in dazzling golden light has appeared, doesn't it mean that she has been following in the dark before? They were glad that they had not done anything bad to Luo Fanchen before. He even helped a little, otherwise he would have died instantly on the spot and disappeared from the face of the earth. The fear is that everything they say will be heard by others. They have mentioned Luo Fanchen's background a lot along the way, and they have also shown their superiority a lot. Everyone thought they were ridiculous. Showing off one's background in front of Luo Fanchen, who has such a big shot as his backer, is like a beggar showing off to the emperor how many coins he got today. Nothing to say. Then there's no need to say more. The Pope snorted coldly, bringing their thoughts back to reality, and they were all terrified. Rather than the question of whether it is ridiculous or not, the problem they need to face now is that they might lose their lives. One by one, they looked at Luo Fanchen with pleading eyes, like people who were about to drown. Want to grasp the last straw. As a result, when Tai Lao and his men looked at him with pleading eyes, Luo Fanchen spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. He looked helpless. If you don't listen to your elder brother, you will suffer the consequences. What's the point of looking at me at this time? When I was advising you, did you think I was joking with you? Seeing that Luo Fanchen was not going to care, Tai Lao and the others felt like they had fallen into hell. They were instantly in despair and regretted it to the core. I regret not listening to the advice and doing something stupid in front of the big boss. Li Hongping burst into tears. He was innocent, he did not join in the commotion, it was purely because of these idiots that he was implicated. Your Excellency, I didn't say anything about you. The tall female pope covered in golden light said indifferently. Well, you didn't say. Li Hongping's face lit up with joy, but before he could feel happy, he heard the pope say. But you said I am your disciple. Li Hongping's face turned pale with shock, and his heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to explode. Oh my God. The other party was indeed there, had always been there, had seen everything, it was all over. Yang Wei could not bear it any more. He fainted from fright and fell to the ground with his head choked. What are you going to do to us? Yixing's graceful body trembled under the pressure, her slender legs and her perky buttocks were shaking. But the beautiful face still retains the last bit of stubbornness. The Pope ignored her. As he raised his hand, a huge amount of soul power surged out and condensed into golden silk threads in the air, which tied to the limbs of the 7 people. They were hung up and suspended in midair. Yixing, in particular, was obviously given a special treatment. She was tied up and golden wire was tied tightly around her body. Luo Fanchen's eyes became more and more weird, and he seemed to be feeling something was not right. Could this be the legendary tortoiseshell binding? The only difference is that the line is not red. Even though he was a young Aquaman in his previous life, he had never tried this kind of tune. He was not sure, so he would wait and see. Let me go. What are you going to do to me? Yi Xieying struggled hard, and the more she struggled, the tighter she got. Luo Fanchen watched with great interest and couldn't help but sigh. The crazy and masochistic princess is different from normal people. If she were an ordinary girl, she would have been scared to her knees and begged for mercy. Oh, why am I so unsympathetic? Luo Fanchen reflected on himself for a second, then observed carefully. He felt that the Pope was so broad-minded that she would not hurt them. Do what? The Pope's cold lips curled up in a cool arc, but unfortunately, due to the glaring golden light, no one had the chance to see this touching scene. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Golden soul power surged out and condensed into a whip in the air, which directly lashed towards Yi Xieying, who was tied up and hung by thin threads. Bang. Pa. When the long whip was lashed out, Tai Lao was frightened. The princess had never been beaten so badly in her life, not even a scratch on her skin. Too cruel. Your Majesty, calm down. If you have any grievances, don't hit the princess, just hit me. I am willing to die in your place. The Pope shouted coldly, shut up. Please forgive Luo Fanchen for his unkind smile, because 6 more whips condensed in the air. This time, not only the princess, but also Tai Lao would be whipped together. Do you think it's his fault? He has reminded me so many times, but he got beaten for talking too much. There's nothing we can do about it. Luo Fanchen muttered to himself. If you were smart, you would have noticed that the Pope didn't hit you in the face or crotch. Just take a beating and let him calm down. But if you dare to curse others, that means you are a ghost who wants to die. No one can stop you. Luo Fanchen will not help such a fool. Etc. Luo Fanchen suddenly noticed that everyone else was screaming in pain from the beating, except Yi Xieying, who was the only one that seemed strange. Her fair face was flushed red, she bit her moist red lips, and her pair of heroic phoenix eyes were staring tightly, but not only were they not fierce, but instead they looked as if water was about to drip out. Depend on. Find joy in misery. But her happiness soon ended, because 3 more golden whips appeared in the air, all waving towards the princess. Ah. Is that reasonable? Why are you hitting me like this? What about the others? Yi Xieying couldn't bear the pain any longer and screamed in protest. Tai Lao and others almost cried when they heard it. I cry my heart out. The princess hasn't forgotten them at this moment. Why? The Pope sneered, didn't explain, and hit him even harder. Li Hongping wailed, stop talking, princess. The more you talk, the more you'll be beaten, right? Ah. Yi Xieying gritted her teeth and said, you are teaching me how to do things, and I will do it as I say. Luo Fanchen slapped his forehead and was speechless. Sister, why are you asking? Have you forgotten that it was you who had been clamoring for someone to come out and teach you a lesson, begging for abuse and education? This time I got what I wanted. At first, Yi Xieying could grit her teeth and keep her mouth strong, but then she couldn't hold it any longer, and big tears fell down. The final act of decency was to endure without begging for mercy or crying. Luo Fanchen nodded, you have character and backbone. I respect you for being a man, sister. Etc. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Fanchen took 2 steps forward, teacher, why don't we take a break? The female Pope glanced over with a cold gaze. I'm the youngest. Luo Fanchen was stunned for a moment when he felt the murderous aura, and then realized what was going on. He seemed to have said, her old man, before. Hiss. So vindictive. Sure enough, women hate anyone who calls them old, and the otherworldly female Pope is no exception. Luo Fanchen retreated silently. I would rather die than let my fellow Taoist die. You all should be well. If I continue to plead for you, I will be in danger myself. When he looked up, he found Yi Xieying's big watery eyes staring at him intently. I wanted to strip him of his clothes and eat him alive. A string of question marks appeared on Luo Fanchen's face. It's you who asked for abuse, and it's the Pope who spanked you, why are you glaring at me? If you glare at me again, I will whip you. I'll whip you like a golden branch. My whip is more powerful than the Pope's. Tread. The female pope stared at the 7 people hanging in the air and said, "How can I, an incompetent master who misleads his students, be so arrogant now? Are you qualified for the job?" "Competent, competent. There is no one more qualified than you." The 7 people nodded like chicks pecking at rice. They were completely frightened. There was only fear and terror in their eyes. Just now, while the other party was beating them, he was also helping them heal their injuries so that they could be beaten again and again. This operation is so devilish. The arrogant and spunky princess has now become as obedient as a quail and is extremely afraid of this unknown woman. Woo-woo. I won't say any more. Fan Chen, follow me, master. The Pope raised her hand and tore through space, and a black hole-like portal appeared. Luo Fanchen nodded and followed the Pope into the door. The moment the door closed, Yi Xieying hurriedly called out, "Don't forget our agreement. If you don't come, then I won't be with you anymore." Luo Fanchen was speechless. He had been beaten for such a long time, but he still hadn't forgotten this. Really great. It depends on my mood at that time. I'll talk to you when I'm in a good mood. Bye. Luo Fanchen waved his hand, causing Yi Xieying to scream in anger. Swish. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the tall and beautiful female pope was right beside him. Bai Yue, wearing black boots and beautiful white python legs, was standing on the treetop in front of him, staring at him straight. "Brother. You just came here with the teacher. I thought you would pity the beautiful princess and plead for them. Junior sister, your words sound a bit tea-like. Are you jealous?" Luo Fanchen smiled and shook his head. "I believe in the teacher. They will be fine for sure." Tisk. Bai Yue curled her lips and rolled her eyes, as if to say, "You are still good at talking." The corners of Di Weiyang's lips curled up slightly, and she seemed to enjoy it very much. Hang it overnight. A small punishment is a big warning. Don't worry, with my aura, no soul beast will dare to cause trouble. The teacher is very thoughtful. Luo Fanchen said with a smile, and then asked the doubt that had been in his mind since a while ago. Teacher Pope seemed to be intentionally hiding his identity just now. Logically speaking, their identities and status are not worth your concern. Di Weiyang raised her eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. Good. Very intuitive. This is for your own good. Luo Fanchen was surprised, for my own good. Di Weiyang nodded, opened her crimson lips, and said leisurely, "If others knew that you were my disciple, it would be glorious for you, but also dangerous." Danger? Luo Fanchen asked doubtfully, "Master, your strength is probably the best in the world. Who would dare to touch your disciple?" Puff. Bai Yue smiled and said, "Brother, if you knew what earth-shattering things the teacher had done, you wouldn't say that." Luo Fanchen raised his eyebrows. With the teacher's strength and status, no one would dare to target him even if he did something excessive in the past. No. Bai Yue shook her head, blinked her eyes and said, "Brother, you have to be careful. Being a disciple of the Pope is a high-risk profession." Luo Fanchen shrugged indifferently. Are you kidding? Is he someone who can be scared so easily? However, curiosity arose in his heart. "Teacher, tell me what you have done." "We." Bai Yue smiled sweetly and placed her jade fingers on her moist lips. The teacher didn't actually do anything. He just made some small reforms on behalf of the common people. But the nobles from the temple, empire, and sect were all unhappy. Humph, one by one, so stingy. Luo Fanchen was confused, but he soon noticed the key words in the other party's words. Common people, aristocracy, reform. It was as if thunder had exploded in his heart, and he was really frightened. No way. It couldn't really be what he thought. If it was really as he guessed, the Pope was too cruel and it was not just a simple case of courting death. Seeing Luo Fanchen staring with a nervous look, Bai Yue's pretty face showed surprise. "Brother, you can actually understand what I am saying." "Nonsense. Of course I can understand. I have traveled through an era that has experienced countless changes. I don't know how many times I have experienced the so-called changes you have experienced in my time. Luo Fanchen saw that the Pope's eyes were filled with surprise and she was staring at him, then he realized the problem. Shit, I forgot about this when I was frightened. It is something that is not uncommon for time travelers, but for people in the Seoul Martial Continent, it may be extremely rare. In some aspects, the Seoul Martial Continent is very similar to a feudal society ruled by the aristocracy, and reform is definitely a truly high-end concept. Ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with it, and even if they do, they cannot understand its deep meaning before their thoughts begin to sprout. As a result, he, a commoner boy, was so shocked just by listening to what his junior sister said casually. It would be strange if the Pope and the Saint were not surprised. How to explain this? Luo Fanchen was speechless. But the beauties, both big and small, were staring at him, so he had to give an explanation. It was time to perform a real mouth-to-mouth show. I understand. What's so hard to understand? Bai Yue obviously didn't believe it and said suspiciously. Brother, are you sure you understand? You're not pretending to know, are you? I was taught by my teacher for a long time before I even had a vague understanding of these things. And I didn't say anything, and you understood. Luo Fanchen glanced at the Saint girl and smiled. Junior sister, what you mean is that the teacher wants to make decisions for the common people and then oppose the nobles. It's not that simple. Bai Yue shook her head, feeling that things like reform were too far away from the world in which Luo Fanchen lived. Without anyone to teach you and without standing at a high enough level, how can you possibly understand the true meaning and essence of it? Seeing Luo Fanchen's confident look, the female pope seemed to be interested and said, Fanchen, tell me more. Luo Fanchen nodded and said. Junior sister just mentioned commoners and nobles. These are two opposites, and as opposites, there must be contradictions between the two sides. No matter which side you are on, you cannot ignore or overlook this contradiction. Junior sister just said that the teacher stood on the side of the common people and made some small changes. The changes must be aimed at this contradiction. And what is the conflict between commoners and nobles? The student thought along this line. A large amount of cultivation resources are occupied by the nobles, the common people are enslaved and dispatched by the nobles, and the information and knowledge about Soul Master's cultivation is firmly controlled by the nobles. Bai Yue listened casually at first, thinking that her senior brother had an incredible talent for cultivation, but it took time to learn and accumulate knowledge, so he definitely couldn't say anything profound. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. The boss opened his mouth wide and his eyes were filled with shock. Di Weiyang just listened with a smile at first, but the smile gradually faded, her expression became more solemn, and her waist straightened tightly. Why don't you say anything? Keep going. The Pope rarely showed an anxious tone and urged Luo Fanchen. Luo Fanchen's heart skipped a beat. He wouldn't say it's beyond the scope, right? However, seeing the Pope's eager look, he had no choice but to continue talking. Now that we have figured out what the conflict between the two sides is, I have a bold guess in my mind that what Mr. Pope wants to change is. Bai Yue's beautiful eyes widened, and the Pope clenched her slender jade fingers. Luo Fanchen said word by word. Break the aristocracy's monopoly on resources, break the information shackles, and help the common people escape the fate of slavery. After hearing what Luo Fanchen said, the Pope's jade fingers trembled. Bai Yue was so stunned that she couldn't help but cry out in amazement, how is this possible? Brother, you actually understand. This is impossible. How can you understand these things without anyone teaching you? Nonsense, in that era of information explosion, this little thing is nothing, you ignorant foreigner. Luo Fanchen rolled his eyes and said, I deduced this based on what you said. Didn't you hear the deduction process? But. Bai Yue was confused. Is this something that can be deduced just by thinking about it? If a commoner were to teach him, he wouldn't be able to do it. Luo Fanchen looked at the Pope's cold and majestic beautiful phoenix eyes and said with a wry smile. Teacher, if you make decisions for the common people and carry out reforms like this, it will undoubtedly affect the interests and cakes of all the nobles. This is a road of no return that will make us enemies of the nobles of the world. Seeing that the Pope did not deny it, Luo Fanchen was undoubtedly more certain that his guess was correct. He really didn't expect that the Pope would be so brave. To be honest, Luo Fanchen felt that it was a miracle that the Pope was still alive, which showed that her strength was really too strong. She was so tough that even if all the nobles in the world hated her to the core, they would not dare to kill her. Luo Fanchen could realize, just by relying on his imagination, that it was too difficult to reform this world. It was not something that could be accomplished by just talking big or shedding a few drops of blood. The powerful martial spirits awakened by the noble bloodline have made them invincible and possessed absolute military power. He didn't believe that the Pope didn't understand the difficulty and severity of this matter. What Luo Fanchen couldn't imagine was that Di Weiyang was already a powerful female Pope, enjoying endless glory and power. Why would you risk your own life and death to do these things? Luo Fanchen stared at Di Weiyang and couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Teacher, you really are. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? What are you afraid of? Afraid of losing your status, afraid of death. Under the moonlight in the jungle, Di Weiyang spoke calmly. Fan Chen, if you are afraid. I didn't want to be the Pope in the first place. There are things in this world that are 100 times more terrifying than death. Di Weiyang raised her eyes and looked through the gap in the forest towards the bright moon in the dark night sky. The moonlight shone on the Pope's unparalleled grace, making her look even more cold and majestic. She opened her red lips and said, I am the Pope, in charge of the Temple of Light. All those under heaven and within my sight should be my subjects. How can there be distinctions between high and low classes? If an evil spirit master harms hundreds or thousands of people, everyone will want to kill him. But how many people have the nobles who treat millions of civilians like ants and straw dogs harmed? As a teacher, I am only trying to take back from the nobles some things that rightfully belong to the people, but they are unwilling to do so. Since you don't want to, then fight. The cold and majestic voice was like the cry of a phoenix. There was no oath, no roar, but only indescribable firmness and dominance. Luo Fanchen was shocked, but couldn't help sighing in his heart. The Pope wants to reform to protect civilians, and I am afraid that the temple will be the first to jump out and disagree, not to mention other empires and sects. Even he himself, if he asks himself honestly, is still a selfish person. He will never give up resources or sacrifice himself for others. What about those nobles who have already become fat and bloated? Luo Fanchen asked a very practical question. Teacher Pope, what if you want to fight but can't? Di Weiyang lowered her cheek and looked at Luo Fanchen with her icy phoenix eyes. She suddenly smiled, as if an iceberg that had been frozen for thousands of years had thawed. Even if one day I am alone and have tens of thousands of enemies, so what? No one can stop my will. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go. Di Weiyang seemed unwilling to mention this and said, Fan Chen, I never thought that you not only have extraordinary talent, but also have such a high level of comprehension. It is really surprising. But I will not take you and Yue on my path. Bai Yue asked blankly, Why, teacher? You have been unwilling to explain this to me. I am willing to help you. Are you worried that I might be in danger? Di Weiyang shook her head without explaining. At this moment, a man's magnetic and deep voice suddenly came from the side. Because what teachers need are not subordinates, not helpers, but companions who truly want to walk this path from the bottom of their hearts, right? Bai Yue was still confused. Di Weiyang's delicate body trembled, and she turned her head abruptly to look in the direction of the voice, looking at the handsome face of the banished immortal young man. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with disbelief, as if some thoughts that had been hidden for many years had been revealed. Her throat trembled, even with a little caution. Fan Chen, what did you just say? Seeing the Pope's special reaction, Luo Fanchen, who was good at observing people's expressions, suddenly understood. All he knew before was the cold and domineering Di Weiyang, not the female Pope with a broad mind. But now, he understood. Saying the most appropriate words at the most appropriate time can best touch a woman's heart. Luo Fanchen's eyes deepened, and he looked at the Pope tenderly. He did not answer the other party's question, but asked back. Teacher, you must be very lonely. Bai Yue's heart skipped a beat. Why was senior brother suddenly so brave? These words didn't sound like something a disciple should say. Brother, the teacher has me and countless people from the temple accompanying him, so how can he be lonely? Luo Fanchen shook his head, still staring at the Pope. The Pope stared at the little man who was waiting for her answer. Her delicate body trembled. The lake of her heart, which had been calm for many years, was like a small stone suddenly thrown into the lake, causing ripples all around, and the ripples spread further and further. She had taught Buying Yue and other people a lot of things about ideological change, and had taught them for a long time and with great care, but the other party only had a superficial understanding. She is not happy. Never happy. There is an indescribable feeling of loneliness in my heart, as if I am a lonely little girl alone in a dark and boundless world. There has never been anyone who truly understands her, no one who truly understands what she wants to do. The unbelievably young disciple opposite him seemed to understand. Why could he understand? How could he possibly understand? The Pope was confused and upset. But she didn't want to know about other messy things now. She could only confirm immediately whether he really understood her. The Pope spoke. The cold and majestic appearance of the past was still there, but there was also a fear and panic that she herself was not even aware of. I'm afraid that I won't get the answer I want, and I'm afraid that it will all be a false alarm. Fan Chen, why do you think the teacher is lonely? Luo Fanchen smiled and gave the answer. Because what the teacher lacks is companions. Oh no, to be more precise, it should be like-minded comrades. The Pope's face changed, her fingertips trembled, and her heart was shaking. I was completely confused. Luo Fanchen's words were like a beam of warm sunlight, shining into the dark and boundless world and hitting the lonely little girl. Comrade. It was the first time that Di Weiyang heard this name, but this name seemed to carry an unspeakable power, which relieved the unspeakable sense of loss and loneliness in her heart. We are of the same mind and of the same purpose. Yes, what I have always lacked are like-minded comrades. She smiled at Luo Fanchen. Such a charming smile. In an instant, the ice and snow melted, and the beauty of that moment made Luo Fanchen a little dazed. It was beautiful, really beautiful. Teacher, what are you doing? Buying Yue seemed to understand and was unable to comprehend what was happening in front of her. It was not because she was stupid, but because she was still young and far from reaching the mind and level of the Pope. Luo Fanchen is different. In Yue, teacher will no longer be alone from now on. Di Weiyang smiled warmly, making people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze, revealing a completely different scenery from the cold and beautiful iceberg. Ah. Buying Yue was confused. Di Weiyang said, because, teacher, you will be my senior brother from now on. Buying Yue opened her mouth wide in shock. Hey! Teacher, what you said is very ambiguous and can easily lead to bad thoughts. Forehead. Luo Fanchen felt like he had won a lot of money. He was just making up a few random sentences based on his understanding from his previous life. How could he have such a high level of ideological awareness? How could he have directly brought the Pope to an emotional climax? It seems like he is just about to shout, my way is not alone, everyone in the world except you and me is a cattle and horse. Mortal world. Ah. The Pope looked at Luo Fanchen with burning eyes, as if she was looking at a rare uncut jade. From today on, you and I are no longer master and apprentice. Buying Yue was shocked, her head was buzzing and she felt dazed. The teacher is usually taciturn and cold, so it was abnormal that he was scolded by the senior student today. Luo Fanchen was also shocked. Not master and apprentice. Then can we still become sworn brothers? Shit, stop it. It shouldn't be that outrageous.